Hello, everyone, and welcome to GeoTalks 2024. I'm Cynthia Miranda.
Good morning, Cynthia. I'm Meg Scribner, a marketing assistant here at Marble GeoGraphics.
Good morning, Meg. I am really excited to be here with all of you today. We have an amazing lineup of speakers joining us today. And I just looked earlier this morning and we have nearly 800 people joining us from all over the world. This is super exciting for us. So thank you. Welcome for finding some time during your busy days to join us, learn more about Blue Marble software products. And for those of you who are not our current users and are just joining us today for the first time to learn more about our software and what it can do for you, welcome. I hope you enjoy today's sessions, and if you have any questions or would like to download a trial or request a demo, please visit our website at bluemarblegeo.com. Before we begin today, it's an exciting day, but before we begin today, I need to go over a few important information regarding the format of this virtual conference. So first and foremost, this session is being recorded. Don't worry, we can't see you. What we're recording is exactly what you see on the screen right now. The audience, you, are on listen-only mode, which means that we can't hear you, unfortunately, but we want to listen, get questions from you and hear from you. So if you could please, if you have any questions, concerns or anything, please use the chat on the right-hand side of your panel. On your menu there, you're going to see a chat box. So please chat as much as you like throughout the day. We're going to be monitoring that. We're going to try to answer all the questions we can today. However, if we are unable to do so, because we have a packed day, don't worry, we'll download all the questions afterwards and we'll make sure to respond to all of them and get back to you. And if you do have to leave throughout the day, we don't recommend you do that because we're giving away 4 product licenses today. We are doing little pop quizzes, so it's a little question coming and going throughout the day. And the first person that answers the question correctly wins a license of one of our products. So we recommend that you stick around with us. But if you do have to leave, don't worry about it because the link that you use to log in today is the link that you can use again to come back.
So first up, we're excited to kick off GeoTalks with Patrick Cunningham, the president and CEO of Marble GeoGraphics. Patrick will be speaking about closing the book on year 30 and looking beyond. Good morning, Patrick. How are you this morning?
Good morning. How are you? How are you guys doing?
Doing
all right.
Well.
Excellent.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm always excited to join in for GeoTalks. Can you guys see my screen okay?
Yes, we can see your screen. Thank you.
Yeah, awesome. Well, again, I would like to say welcome to everybody. Thank you for joining us once again for another GeoTalks. I'm just going to say a few opening remarks, kind of set the tone for the day, and then get out of the way so that you all can hear from our list of great speakers and presenters. It's really awesome to be able to do GeoTalks every year. I'm not sure how many we've done now, but it's been going on for quite a while. So it's just something that our customers, our users, I think, find to be very helpful and interesting. We always have great attendance, whether it's in person or virtual. So we're, very happy that you all take the time out of your busy day to join us. And this is something for you, the user, for you, the customer, maybe the new customer trying to learn about our software or something about what Blue Marble does. So please take advantage of everything that we're presenting today. Take some time to, I encourage you to put down your devices and to focus on the GeoTalks screen if you can, and really take advantage of everything that's being offered here today, not just from Blue Marble employees. We're going to be doing a variety of presentations and technical talks, but also from our users. We have some really great user presentations today. We have a presentation on mapping tree density for wildfire management, which is really interesting. I think that's with LiDAR data. We have some dam break analysis using Global Mapper. I believe that's more on the raster side of things, don't quote me. And some mine rehabilitation for environmentally sensitive areas, processing data and looking at that analysis in our software. And then we have Michael Dennis from NOAA, who's going to be presenting on the next generation of state plane coordinate transformation and what's going on with NOAA and all that they do there from the National Geodetic Survey side of things. So just a great list of user talks there. So I really encourage you to take advantage of all that we have going on today. I have to take a look back at our 2023 and our 30 years in business. That's what we recognized in 2023. You can read my little logo. I don't know if you can see that, but we really tried to celebrate that accomplishment the past year, and we did that with various promotions and social media walk down memory lane type things. And you know, we can't believe that we've been so fortunate to be in business so long as a software company, and the software company out of Maine. It's really a kind of a unique perspective, but if you look back at some of the other GIS software companies that have come out of Maine, the services companies, there's been a host of them that have been very successful. And that goes back to our history of forestry management and survey, and we just have a great GIS and technical community that folks may not always be aware of in Maine. So it's been really just a fun year to recognize that accomplishment of 30 years in business. And you know, we believe that it helps to, you know, invigorate us and focus us on our next chapter with renewed enthusiasm and strength. This is a screenshot from one of our summer all-company meetings where we met at a cider house in central Maine called Absalom's Cider. It's just a great little place. I encourage you to look it up, maybe check it out. So looking back at 2023, as I said, we celebrated 30 years in business. We traveled the globe really with like just a way we haven't done since before the pandemic. You know, my point here is that we were back really at the level that we had been pre-pandemic. So we went to all the US-based regular trade shows that you hear about for geospatial, like GeoInt and GeoWeek, and many drone shows like AUVSI Exponential and others. Along with that, we hit the road internationally and visited GeoConnect Asia and Singapore and Locate 23 in Australia, and had a lot of customer visits in Australia. And then CPSI Expo in Japan. I believe that may have been our first trade show in Japan that we were able to visit. So that was really great with our partners Mirakuru. And then of course Intergeo in Germany, which is just, I highly recommend visiting that trade show. It's such a great trade show. And Go Geomatics in Canada and just other places around the world. And this also included in-person training, getting back to in-person training and workshops. We do a lot of that now virtually. That's an accepted paradigm, and our customers and users seem to be very comfortable with that as far as the flexibility of scheduling training and doing our online training. But you know, we still are available to do in-person training. We feel that there's a lot of value with in-person education. So we will be doing more of that in 2024, and you certainly are welcome to reach out and schedule that for yourself if you'd like. And then we actually, though, to that point about virtual training, did launch a self-guided training site. David McKittrick, our lead trainer, led the charge with that. And now on Blue Marble Training, there is some great intro courses to Global Mapper and Calculator. And these are intended to be a primer for those that are joining our training, but maybe are brand new to the software. because we have a lot of different users that join our trainings, and they're at different levels. So we really encourage you to take advantage of the self-guided training modules. They're free. So visit Blue Marble Training to check that out. And we hope that you find that really useful, and we'll be doing more of that in the coming year. Of course, we released many updates to the software, as we always do. We have a very active development cycle, and we release multiple updates to the desktop software throughout the year, both Calculator and Global Mapper. We have minor releases and major releases every year, and we also, of course, update all the SDKs, GeoCalc and Global Mapper SDK, and our Global Mapper mobile software too. Some of those updates include tons of updates to pixels to points, including a wizard to guide users, and I feel like I may have slipped the slide here, so I'm just going to check something out here. Yes. So we did tons of updates for pixels to points. We added a wizard to help guide users to set up their data properly. And I encourage you to look at that if you have been using pixels to points. This might help you to get better results with your data. We've also been working on the speed and the quality of the output for the data. So we put a lot into that, that part of the software this year. That's Pixels to Points is our drone and UAV imagery processing tool, and it's part of Global Mapper Pro. We also have done a lot of updates to Global Mapper Mobile around field data collection. So we've added tools for working in the field and sharing and managing your data back into the desktop app. So there's an interface now in Global Mapper that helps to manage all that field data collection process and data. So we encourage you to check that out. Global Mapper Mobile is a free download for iOS and Android. So if you have the desktop, you should check that out. There is, of course, a pro upgrade for more of the powerful features. We also added a great tool that I think is really appropriate around categorizing obstructions for water flow analysis. And Global Mapper has a host of tools that are really great for modeling water flow, watersheds, coastal storms, and sea level rise, and all that management of data around so much of the sea level rise and coastal storm issues that has been really prevalent for us here in Maine right now this winter, and I know that is around the world an issue for everyone. So this is a new tool focused on water flow analysis, but I would encourage you to look at Global Mapper for a host of those type of functions if you haven't yet. This update is really quite a big update, and I believe our Global Mapper product manager, Jeff Hatzel, is going to be going more in depth in this later in the day. If I misspoke on that, I apologize, but I think that's what's on the agenda. So we updated our automatic LiDAR classification dialogues. That's for things like ground and vegetation and buildings. And if you remember, those were kind of separate tools, separate dialogues. Well, with the enhancement to classification processing around segmentation and the new training features that we have available for LiDAR data, we decided to combine all those automatic classification tools into one interface. So there's a new interface for that in Pro. And if you haven't upgraded, you haven't seen that yet, you should see it. It's not only a great enhancement to that workflow, but as I said, it adds the new feature to train LiDAR data to find objects that you can custom classify. So I believe that Jeff will be showing you something on finding airplanes, defining what an airplane is in a point cloud and then searching for it. He may have other workflows he'll be showing. There's so much that can be done there. We're really excited to see how our users will take advantage of it, and we would love to hear from you on what you're finding when you start to train LiDAR data with the latest version of Global Mapper Pro. And of course, we did our updates to Geographic Calculator, and this usually includes adding more transformations and data processing around coordinate systems, of course, and it's very user driven. So if there's something that you need, we're looking to hear from you, and we certainly will add it. We heard from users this year that we're looking for some dynamic transformations for Canada and New Zealand. So those are in the latest version of Geographic Calculator. And there's a host of new features and functions that we'll be talking about later on Calculator. So that slide I had where I showed the road, I put out of order, I apologize. But moving on to talk about what's coming in 2024, my first slide here is about Geographic Calculator again, and it's our release of our online calculator. So our cloud-hosted Geographic Calculator. We're gearing up to release that this year in Q3 or Q4, and we're very excited to share that with all of you. So this will enable your easy usage of Calculator anywhere you need it, from any desktop or even in the field on mobile. It's not going to be a complete feature match to all of the jobs, but the main jobs of point-to-point, point database, and vector file translation with in-depth and powerful coordinate transformation will all be available in Geographic Calculator online. So we're really excited about it. It's going to be a complementary companion to the desktop, and we envision just expanding the feature set and workflows around cloud processing for coordinate transformation in the future. So we're really excited about this, and of course it will have a flexible subscription purchase model, so that will be a new dynamic for our users. So look for that, watch for that release. It's something that we're really pumped for. Of course, in Global Mapper Pro, we're going to continue to enhance our training tools around LiDAR and other types of data, and we're even working in the shop on machine learning processing for Global Mapper. So that will be something that possibly you should see in alpha in 2024, but certainly by 2025 we'll have machine learning processing available for Global Mapper Pro, and very excited to share that with all of you. As I mentioned earlier, the self-guided training website and modules, they are already available now, and we're going to continue working on that and adding new modules for areas of training that we hear requests for, but we can't always get to in our public training classes. So those will be available. You'll be able to use them and purchase them online at your own pace, at your own time. And so, follow us for more information on that as those releases are coming. Hopefully by the end of Q2, I think we're shooting for. Don't quote me on that. And in 2024, of course, we'll be continuing with our releases and updates to our desktop software and developer toolkits with a host of new features and functions. And again, I say this all the time, but it is user-driven software development. We've always hung our hat on that phrase, and what that means is we want to hear from you. We want to know what you like, what you want to see more of, maybe something that we could improve, or maybe something that's missing. So please reach out to us and let us know. And you might ask, what's the best way to do that? Well, certainly you can email directly any Blue Marble employee that you work with. You could also email geohelp@bluemarblegeo.com, or if you would like, you can also join our beta list. I call this the QA sagas. This was a slide that our head of testing and QA, Stephanie, made at one of our company meetings, and I think that it just shows how much fun they have and what a great team we have on our QA and testing group. So if you haven't joined our beta list, if you haven't participated in betas, you don't know what you're missing. And I really want to encourage you to help us test our calculator online release. We will need to hear from you. We need folks to test our software and look for more information on being a Blue Marble beta tester this year. We're going to try to have some incentives available and make it fun and exciting, and see if you have what it takes to help us beta test, because we certainly want to hear from you. So thank you so much. Thank you, Cynthia and Meg, for leading the charge with GeoTalks again. That's all I have for today.
Thank
Once
you,
again,
Patrick.
I hope that everybody really takes advantage of all our great speakers and asks a lot of questions and stays engaged. So.
No, I appreciate that, and we are really excited for today and also for the year ahead of us. There's just so much excitement, so many fun and important projects that we're working on, and as the marketing director, I can't wait to share all this good stuff that we're really proud to be working on with all of you, our users
Nice.
and potential new friends. Thanks for
Well,
joining us today.
yeah, thank you so much. Enjoy.
All right, bye. So next up, we have we are going to call a friend and colleague here at Blue Marble. Amanda Lind works right in the marketing department here with us. She's a close friend, and she's the technical content writer here at Blue Marble. So Amanda is going to be joining us today. Amanda, are you there? Hello.
Yes, sorry, it took a moment for it to unmute me here.
No worries. It's still early for us here, Elaine. It's only 8:36. So Amanda is quite knowledgeable. We depend on her day in and day out here in the marketing department. She's the person who writes all those amazing blogs, the amazing industry showcases that we have. And today she's going to be sharing with us, walking us through on how to position the optimal flattened site and measuring the effects on terrain using Global Mapper Standard version 25. All right, Amanda, thanks for joining us, and please take it away.
Hello, everyone. I'm happy to be here. As Cynthia said, I'm the technical content writer here at Blue Marble Geographics. So that means I write the software documentation for Global Mapper and Geographic Calculator. That's the knowledge base and the help files, but also the blogs and the workflows that we produce and a lot of the YouTube videos that don't have anyone's faces on them. So it's a lot of fun here. So today for this presentation, I'm going to be going over a workflow that uses new and existing tools in Global Mapper to construct and place a flattened site plan on terrain data. Well, for my example today, that's just going to be an oil pad, but it could be anything. It could be a building, it could be terracing for agriculture, whatever you need to have completely flat on a terrain layer. And once we have that arranged, we're going to look at how to build a road to it in the most effective manner in terms of slope and mitigating any sort of costs in that nature with the terrain. And then also looking at some of the new watershed modeling tools that Patrick was talking about earlier. So I'm going to start here in the PowerPoint just for a few minutes so we can go over what those tools look like. And then I'm going to jump into the software so you can see how they work and how you can use them in your own workflows. These tools I'm going to go over today can be used, or they're available in Global Mapper version 25, both the standard version and the Pro. So everything that's in standard is in Pro. So getting started first is the Optimize Flattened Site Plan tool. Now, this tool has been around in Global Mapper for quite a while, and it's been very popular. And at its essence, it creates the flattened site plan by optimizing the cut and fill values of the soil to even out the landscape into this flat surface using only the soil on site to help mitigate some of the cost of bringing soil in and bringing it out. So it creates not only this little terrain layer here that you can see on top of the other layer, but it also gives you the soil volume measurements. So this is a good way to help plan some of these construction areas without having to go out in the field and do this extra surveying. What's new in this tool that we added in version 25 is the ability to find the optimal placement within a specific area. So if you have a little bit of flexibility in how the pad can be arranged or in where it can be placed, we can take advantage of that to find the best place for it to go to minimize the amount of soil movement that needs to be done. And that's very, very useful. It's a very popular tool. Next, the least cost path tool is brand new in Global Mapper version 25. And this is a terrain modeling tool. So it takes a set of point features, a set of locations that you give it, and it creates a path of least cost between all of these points to connect them. And there are a few different ways to do that. We're looking at two of them here, where we have a start point, both of them are green, and other selections of points here. So you can tell Global Mapper that these points have to be connected in a specific order, or that you just want them to be connected in the best path possible. So that's what we're looking at here and what we're going to look at in the software as well. And then last but not least is watershed modeling with the additional vector abstractions. Now, watershed modeling is another very popular tool that's been in Global Mapper for a really long time. It works by modeling water flow from cell to cell across the terrain. So if you have a terrain layer made of grid cells, it hypothetically puts it, or pretends to put a drop of water on each grid cell, and it looks at the surrounding grid cells to find the cells of lowest elevation, and then it models the water moving downhill to those lower elevations across the data. So what we're looking at here in this specific screenshot, if you'll bear with me, so this point down here, you can kind of tell with the shading, it's the top of the mountain, and we can see through these catchment areas and the streams, the water flows downhill from there. So you can see, my mouse keeps disappearing. Here we go. So we can see from this light blue catchment area, all the water flows downstream until eventually enough of it accumulates that it actually turns into a line layer little stream as it goes downhill. And that's how the watershed modeling tool works essentially. With the new vector obstructions, you can add vector features, point lines, and area features to the processing so it's taken into account during watershed modeling. So for this example, I've drawn some terraces across the mountain here to kind of redirect the water off to the side. Perhaps this is agricultural, perhaps this is erosion management, but it follows the elevation there. And we can see as the water begins to flow downhill, it's caught by these terraces and redirected to the side of lower elevation, and the streams move downhill here. So this is great for mapping waters with curves that you would like to build, or buildings, or roads, or agriculture. It can be used in a variety of different ways. So those are the primary three tools that we're going to look at here in Global Mapper. Let's go ahead and jump into the software. So I'm starting with flattened site plan here. What I have is a flattened site plan and these two area features where I know I can build this pad in. Maybe I'm limited based on permitting or based on soil structure, but somewhere I want to build that little site plan within those two area features at the least amount of soil movement possible. And we'll use Global Mapper to do that, to make that decision and to make those measurements. But before we had the ability to automatically find the best place, we would have to do it manually by placing this feature in different locations and rerunning the tool multiple times to decide that. And maybe one of the ways we could do that is by changing the atlas shader. So instead of displaying this elevation layer by elevation, we could display it by slope. And this would give us the ability to see which areas have the least amount of slope. So I could move my feature around and position it in different locations, run the tool multiple times and collect those numbers and choose the option that's best from there. But thankfully, we don't have to do that anymore. And we can save ourselves that time by running it automatically. So let's look at what that tool looks like here in the software. If I zoom in a little bit. So this, you may notice this as a familiar, it's one of the built-in template site plan tools in Global Mapper. So you should have this on your version as well, if you'd like to play around with it. You'll notice that along with my area feature that's selected, I also have some point and line features selected. Now they won't be taken into account during processing because they're not area features, but as the pad is moved to its new location and reoriented, the points and the line features will be moved with it. So that is very handy in itself. So with all of these things selected, I'm going to grab my digitizer tool here. There are a couple of different ways to get to this tool, but I like to right-click Analysis Measurement and choose the option to calculate the flattened site plan grid from this selected area. And this brings up one of Global Mapper's dialogues. Now, there are a few different options here. One is to calculate, probably the most popular, is to calculate the flattened site that equalizes the cut and fill volumes. And this, just based on that equalization of the volumes, is going to give you an elevation to build that pad at. But if you would like, you can also choose to build it at a set elevation. If you know it has to be at a specific elevation, you can't get below the water table or something to that nature, this can help with that as well. Now here's some other settings here that are still existing but still very useful that allow you to cut a slope, so a little bit of a transition zone between the edge of your new elevation and the ground itself. So you can set exactly how much you would like that slope to be, steeper, a little bit lower, similarly with benching. Now the new option here is the site placement optimization, this little checkbox to enable it. And this is what tells Global Mapper that you would like it to analyze the areas to find the best place. So you can choose to search within a specific area from its current location, wherever you've dropped it in your data, or you can limit it based on an area layer. And since I have that area layer loaded, I've named it allowed areas. I'm going to choose that here. So it's just going to look between the polygons in that area. There's also a checkbox here to allow rotation of pad site. So if it has to be at a specific orientation, so you need it to have a specific view or something along those lines, you can turn that off and it will maintain its current orientation. Now, if we were going to run this in real life, I'd click OK and it would start generating. But because I only have 25 minutes to run through this, I've gone ahead, just like a baking show, and I've processed it ahead of time so we can see what that looks like. And what happens when it finishes is there's a pop-up you'll see with the soil volume measurements, but it also generates 2 new layers. They're over here grouped in a layer called flattened site plan. So let's zoom over to see what those look like. So you can see that it's created a new mesh or a new elevation grid layer, and it's also copied and oriented our original vector data layers. So I can zoom out a little bit and we'll see where it's positioned it on the landscape. It's kind of in one of those flat areas that we were looking at with the slope tool. Handy dandy. And we can also see, just by looking at it from this nadir top-down perspective, that it cut a little bit from the top and it filled in a little bit from the bottom. But let's look at it from a few other perspectives so we can really see what that looks like. For starters, I'm going to grab our handy dandy path profile tool, and this lets us take a perpendicular or from the side perspective as to what the data looks like with elevation. So I'll draw a line here. Let me dock this on the bottom here. So we're looking at the data from the side based on where I drew this line. And I've made the background a little gray just so we can see these lines a bit more clearly. So there are 2 layers loaded here and both of them are displayed. This blue line here, as we can see in the legend, is the original unedited terrain layer. And then the orange layer is our new flattened site plan. So we can see this cut area as it transitioned down to the slope I gave it. I could probably edit that to make it a little smoother, changes the different slope values. And then you can see the cut and the fill on the bottom and how it made this perfectly flat site plan. We can also look at it in the 3D viewer. And as you may have noticed, I have quite a large layer of elevation loaded for today's demonstration, and I don't necessarily want to display all of that in the 3D viewer at once. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to enable an option that lets us limit the data that's loaded in the 3D viewer based on what we're looking at in 2D view at the moment. And that's just here in the configuration in Global Mapper's global settings here. It's already open. I'm going to go to 3D view properties, data display, and you can check this box here to mask 3D data by 2D bounds, and that's what it means. It's masking or cropping without actually cropping. It's just what it's visualizing. So go ahead and open our 3D viewer here. It's going to take a second to tile just because I'm sharing my screen and talking at the same time. My computer always loves that. Okay, let me kick it again. I promise this works when nobody is looking. There we go. That's a little better. All right. So we pivot this and arrange it a little bit so we can see that cut and fill from a 3D perspective. Now you'll notice in comparing this in our heads to the screenshot that we were looking at in the PowerPoint that this looks a little less dramatic. There's a lot less cut and fill going on. And that's because of the calculations that were done to place it at the optimal location so the least amount of earthwork had to be done. So it may be visually less stunning than the last one, but the calculations done are a lot more impressive. And now that we have these 2 data layers, the vector features with its specific position and elevation and the terrain layer underneath it, we can export it to one of Global Mapper's different file formats. I think we have like 384 or more, probably more since we're about to release a new software. And you can export them as vector and 3D mesh features, or I keep saying mesh, I mean grid features, DEMs, but you can also create contours if you wanted on connecting this new grid feature with a grid feature underneath it, if that's what you need to do. We also have the ability to export 3D data as a 3D PDF. If you would like to send this interactive 3D viewer to somebody who may not be able to have Global Mapper, the 3D PDF will open in your default PDF viewer, and it gives you a very limited 3D viewer in that you can kind of pivot it around a little bit and turn layers on and off, and it lets them interact with the data. So that's a great way to share this data that you're creating in Global Mapper with customers and get it out in the field to where you want to go. So that's optimal site pad placement. Next, I'm going to look at the creating a least cost path tool. So let me jump back out a little bit so we're looking at more of the data. So what I have here, once I get it zoomed in properly, I have, along with our new flattened site plan that's hanging out over here, I have 3 tower features. And I'm pretending for this workflow, just for this example workflow, that now that I've constructed that site pad, I would also like to connect a road, bring a road that connects it into those other 3 points. But I would like to do it similarly to the site plan with the least amount of construction work that needs to be done. Also, for the sake of this example, I'm also going to pretend that the road that enters the data is going to come in over here and end up over by number 14. To make things a little more exciting, there's also an area feature here, this little red hatched section. It's an area that we aren't able to build a road through. I'm going to pretend that it's a bog, but maybe it's another permitting restriction. But anyway, the roads that we generate has to avoid that area. So the least cost path analysis tool will take that into account as well. So the first thing I need to do is select the points that I would like to bring into the data set. So I'm going to grab one point to represent our flattened site plan over here. Let me zoom in. And because there are multiple vector types that are thrown in here, so we have a couple of layered area features and line features and point features, to ensure that I only select the point feature, I'm going to hold the P key down on my keyboard as I have the digitizer here, and I can click, and I'm just going to get a point feature. This also works to hold the A key down to select area features and the L key down to select line features. It's especially useful if you're selecting an area feature when you have LiDAR data loaded, so you can just grab the area and not select all the little LiDAR points underneath it. So with that point selected, I'm going to go ahead and select the other 3 points as well. To do that, I'll hold the control button down on my keyboard. I'll just grab these other 3. So I have my 4 points selected that I would like to create a road between. So next, I'll open the least cost path analysis tool. So it is in our terrain analysis menu. You may have noticed if you were using Global Mapper before version 25 that we kind of rearranged how some of our menus are. We broke them down a little bit because they were getting a little long into sections based on what kind of data they're used with. So raster analysis, while this grid is technically a raster, raster also includes image analysis. So that helps limit down what these tools can cover as well. But least cost path analysis works with terrain data and terrain data only, so we find it in the terrain analysis tool right here. It can take into account any of the elevation data that you have loaded. So when it creates this path, it's also going to look at least cost way to get up onto the flattened site plan that we created earlier. So now that it knows which elevation data we'd like to look at, it wants to know what point data we'd like to look at. And because I've selected them earlier, I'm going to choose this option to add selected point features. So it's just going to populate with those 4 points that I had selected earlier. But of course, it's Global Mapper. You can bring in point layers from loaded data or manually add your point location. You can do just about anything. All right, so as I mentioned earlier in the PowerPoint, there are multiple different ways to tell Global Mapper to connect these points, and those are decided down here in this path order section. So you can choose to start from start to each destination in sequential order, and that order is decided sequential, means what order they're listed up here in the top. So you can drag and drop these to rearrange. Let me scoot this to the side so you can see. So we wanted to use number 14 as our beginning. So what I want to do is drag that up to the front. So if I click on it, you can see that it's selected in the workspace. Handy dandy, I'll drag it to the top. And ta-da, now it's our start. The other options are to choose from start to each destination separately, so to create an individual path to each of the other points, or probably the most popular option, most commonly used for what I've heard from customers so far, is from start through each destination at least cost. So it's going to make all of the decisions to create one path through all of these points. But Global Mapper does have an extensive amount of vector editing tools. So if you're looking at truly making the best way to do this best path, you can run each of these individually and kind of select your favorite options from each layer, select them, copy and paste them into a new layer, and kind of create the map that you're really looking for to best suit your needs with your data. Now for this example, I'm going to choose the option to start from each destination separately. Just because these points are stuck out, it seems to work really well with its data. Now, this next section underneath here is the avoid settings. These are the further limitations you can put into what Global Mapper is going to take into account as it creates these road features. I'm going to check the option to, in addition to avoiding steep slopes that's already built into the tool, I'm going to increase that to avoiding slopes outside of the range of 0 to 20 degrees. So it won't draw the road feature through anything that's steeper than 20 degrees. I chose this because one of our customers who works with mining said that all of his equipment has a high rollover problem with anything steeper than 20 degrees. It makes sense, so that's why I've chosen this number here. But you can also choose the options to avoid elevations below a certain level or above a certain level. So below a certain level would be useful. For example, if I had a point on another side of the river here and a bridge, and I wanted to make sure that it took the bridge instead of trying to make me go through the river, I could say avoid all the elevations below the bridge elevation, and that would help ensure the correct path placement from there. But because we have that bog area feature also loaded, I'm going to choose this option to avoid areas from selected layers. And I've named that layer avoided areas. So I'm going to tell it to navigate around that layer as well. We have a few other standard global mapper settings in here that you can change to help adjust exactly what resolution you would like it to assess your data at. But I'm going to go ahead and click OK so we can create these line features from number 14 to create these roads to each individual points while avoiding the steep slope areas, avoiding our little bog with the shortest road possible. Shouldn't take more than a second here. Aha, here we go. Here are our road features. So let's zoom in and see what that looks like. I'm going to start over here at the site plan pad, and we can see, because it took this new terrain layer into account, that as it brought the line layer in, it brought it in through one of the flatter areas. So you don't have, it isn't asking you to do any additional earthwork to get the road up exactly to the pad layer as it is. But of course you can put point features exactly to which part of the pad you would like to do and help guide it that way as well. And then we can see with the avoided area, if I zoom in here, that it has also completely avoided this area as well. This is where, if you want it to be farther away, this is where the buffer tool would also be useful. Where is that? It's over here. For creating an additional area feature around that to help push it farther away, if that's what you are looking for in creating your roads. And now that these roads exist as line features, you could send them, for example, to Global Mapper Mobile. You could export these out to your crews in the field, so they would be able to take these this data out as into the field as they work with them, but also to another one of the 380 some odd different file types as well. So that's least cost path analysis. Next, we can look at watershed analysis. I'm going to focus on just a small area here. Just for the most dramatic effect, I'm going to choose this little hill here where the road comes at the bottom. And now that we have this road feature and it's going to cut across the bottom of the hill, maybe we're interested in how that's going to affect how the water flows down the hill across the road. Is it going to cause erosion? Is it going to channel the water all into one place? It's going to cause a little bit of an issue with erosion as well. Maybe we need to build a culvert, but the watershed analysis tool can help us determine that. And that tool is up here. It's this little mountain with a water drop on top of it. And this opens our standard watershed generation options. Now, a lot of these settings are exactly the same. They're very familiar. If you would like a definition for all of these individual settings, you can always find them either in the knowledge base or up here in the help menu, but I'm very happy to answer any and all questions that you have. So the new option down here, the new section, is obstructions from vector data. And this is where you can tell Global Mapper which loaded vector layers you would like to use and take into account during your processing and how you would like to use them. So I'm going to check this box to enable that option to tell it to take these vector features into account. And then there are a few further settings as well. So you could tell it to only consider vector features with elevations. These vector features don't have to have elevations to be accounted for. I don't think these least cost path vector features do, but you can if you have that option, especially if the vector features are a little bit higher off the ground and they're touching the ground in some places. This setting would be great to take that into account with your data. You can also check the option that obstruction features always block flow. If you have a bunch of houses, they're always going to block the flow. So you could use that option here for that. Or you could tell it that the heights of vector features are relative to ground. So it's going to assign the elevation of the vector feature to the height above ground. So if it's on the ground, that will be 0. Then this next section down here just lets you choose which areas to use, but because I'm focusing on a small area, I'm just going to make sure that least cost path is chosen. So what I'm going to do for this example is I'm going to run this tool twice, one using the vector features and taking them into account, and one without, so we can compare what those outputs look like. So first I'm going to label this vector so we can tell the difference between them, because this is taking the road features into account. And to prevent it from running across the whole data set, I'm going to use the watershed bound options to draw a box to limit the processing spatially here. So I'm going to grab this road, and then I'm going to grab a little bit of the hill above it so we can see how the water flows downhill and how that's affected by the road. So click OK. OK, lickety split. It's generated some of our stream layer here. And then I'm going to run that one more time. I'm going to call this no vector because we're not using vector. If I can talk and type at the same time, and I'm going to set the same watershed bounds here, more or less. And there we go. So first, I'm going to turn off vector so we can look at no vector and what this looks like at the road. Zoom in a little bit. With the terrain loaded underneath it, it is a little bit difficult to see the lines, so I'm going to turn up the transparency of this gridded elevation layer so we can see the lines more quickly. I'm going to do that by opening vector options for this layer from the right-click menu or from double-clicking on it. And then this display tab is a general transparency. So this is going to make the whole layer a little bit more transparent, so you'll be able to see that plain white global mapper beneath it. So I'll click Apply. So we can still see all the elevation layer underneath it, but the streams are certainly a little bit more difficult to stand out. And as we expected, with this watershed layer that was not taking the roads into account, we can see that the streams flow straight downhill, straight through that road. But what does that look like with the roads? Let me switch these layers around so we can see what the vectors are. And we can see as the streams flow downhill, they in places intersect with this road and they flow down to the lowest point, and they tend to accumulate here in different locations. So those are going to be the areas that may need some culvert underneath the road, or may need some ditches to be built and some other erosion mitigation to help prevent washouts and other issues that typically come with erosion. Now I have a few extra minutes here. One of the ways that we can model how culverts and some of these erosion mitigation practices can be done in Global Mapper is using the terrain paint tool. Now this is a version or two old, but what this tool does is it lets you paint instead of with color, but with elevation values in your elevation data. This is a really popular tool, probably because it's so much fun to use. You may have seen it before, but honestly, it's one of my favorites. There are a few different options here for how you can change those elevation layers as you're painting across the top. You can choose to interpolate to fill holes in your data. So it's going to, if you have a hole in your layer, it will look at the surrounding values to take a very educated guess as to what data should be filled with that hole. You can choose to smooth terrain to average it across. For example, if you have LiDAR data of a forest and you've taken all the vegetation out of the forest, you just have the ground and you've created a solid surface from there. Quite frequently, those solid surfaces tend to be a little more rough just because we have a few more rocks and things that transition between the vegetation and the ground. So the smooth terrain average option can help smooth that out. But we also have some filters that can be used for that particular purpose as well. You can choose to raise or lower the terrain height by a specific elevation, specific measurement, but if you know that you want to have a specific building or a dam that's 20 feet above current height, you can choose that option here. You can set it to a specific terrain height or a specific elevation, or you can choose to slope along or across lines. So if you know that you want to build a road down the side of a mine that's a specific slope, this is a great way to model that within your data. Of course, you can create your own holes by setting it to no data, and then characteristic global mapper, we have revert to original heights or undo. You can undo just about anything. But for this particular workflow, I'm going to choose to lower the terrain height. What I want to do is build a culvert on this side of the road that's going to catch the water in its little dip, so a little dip section. I guess it wouldn't be a culvert, it's a ditch. Build a little ditch into the elevation data. So as the water runs down the hill, it'll hit that ditch and be diverted before it gets to the road. And then perhaps you can take a culvert and manage where that water flows downhill from there without causing any destruction to your road. So I've chosen the brush type line feature so I can draw that ditch as a line, but also included in this tool, so they don't have the ditch loaded, you could choose to paint using selected features. So for example, if you had this road layer and you knew that you wanted to build a ditch on either side, you could use, again, the buffer tool to create those lines on a specific distance from either side of the road, and then you could use those line features to create the ditch. These sections down here let you determine exactly what the new height is. So I'm going to say that I want it to be 2 meters lower. Brush size, so that's how wide it is. I'm going to say that I want it to be 1 meter. And then feathering, that's the transition zone again. Also what we were looking at kind of with cut and fill. So this is, if I set it to 0 meters, it's going to be a sheer wall, a 90-degree wall. But I want it to take 2 meters to transition from the lowest point of the ditch back up to the elevation data of the rest of the layer. So that's what that setting is. So I'm going to go ahead and draw this line feature, zoom in a little bit. So you can see on my mouse here that there are 2 different circles. So the red circle is the height. So that is the 2 meters that I'm setting. And then the larger blue circle is the feathering distance. So you can visually take that into account as well. So I'm just going to draw this along. Zoom out a little bit, draw it along this line feature. Click, and then maybe I can pretend that there's a culvert here on the bottom. I'll left click the end, and we can see that there's now a ditch in the data. So I can grab the path profile tool once again so we can take a perpendicular perspective of what it looks like in the data. And we can see that there's now a little ditch in the road. Maybe you'd want it to be a little bit deeper, probably a little bit deeper to really work with the road. But that's how you can help give examples of these mitigation practices for erosion in working with your data in Global Mapper. That's just about all I have for today. Let me go back to my PowerPoint here.
Hi, Amanda. Thank you so much for that great demonstration. It was exciting to see some of the new features from version 25 in action. So we've got some questions. Oh, yeah, thank you. So we've got some questions coming in. The first one is, what is the best resolution to use for the site pad placement tool?
Oh, that's a common question we get when working with elevation data, is questions at what is the best resolution to use. And resolution is, for those of you who are new, it's the size of this grid cells in your data. If you have very large grid cells, since each grid cell only has one value, that one value is going to represent a lot of ground underneath it. So if you have, as you can imagine, smaller grid cells, a higher resolution, then you're going to have more accurate data. There really isn't a solid answer to that question. I wish I had one for you, but of course, the higher data resolution, the better, but it depends on how exact you want to be with your workflow, and it also depends on what you want to, exactly how specific you need to be with your data.
Awesome. Thank you. The other question I found was, does the watershed mapping tool take rainfall amounts into account?
It does not. It is so far at this point in time, we're always improving our software. It just looks at how the water flows across the landscape, how it flows from cell to cell.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Amanda. We learned a great deal, at least I did. Thank you for joining us. So since we have some time, I would like to go ahead and share with our attendees today some gems that we have on our website. Basically, resources that you can use. We work tirelessly here in the marketing department to create lots of resources to help you get the most out of the software. So if you, as you visit our website, it's bluemarblegeo.com. And if you land here on the home page, I'm just going to give you a little tour of our website here real quickly because we have a couple of minutes before our next speaker comes on. So under products, you see information about our suite. So we have the Global Mapper suite that has the Global Mapper Standard, the Pro, the Mobile, and Mango Map extension. I'm going to just jump onto the Global Mapper Pro page here. If you are new to a Global Mapper and you are not a user yet, but we would like to take it for a test drive, you can download a free trial here, or you can request a demo as well if you want to make sure that the software will feed all your workflows. So please visit our website. You can see here, all the latest features that were recently added, as well as if you go down the bottom of this page here, what you're going to see is the difference between Global Mapper Standard and Global Mapper Pro. So you can actually see which license would be best for you and your team. So going back to the top of that page, what I would like to show you is where you can find training. If you feel that you could expand your skill sets, you come to the training top menu bar here, and we offer customized training. So we can come to your organization and offer training that fits the needs of your organization. We also offer public training, which are classes that we offer not only in English, but our partners around the world also offer lessons in different languages. And you can see if you have, if there are any classes in your native language available. So this is our schedule coming up. So again, you go to the top of the page, go to training, choose public training, and we have, you can see the agendas of what you're going to see on each training session. The dates are over here. Usually the top ones are the ones provided by the team here at Blue Marble. But if you want to check to see if there are some training sessions coming up in your native language, if you speak Spanish or French, this is your lucky lucky month, because we have in February a couple of sessions in Spanish, and we have quite a few coming up in French. So if you click on them, you're going to go straight to our vendor's website, our partner's website, and you can register directly with them. So you can learn in their own in your own language. Coming up on the top of the website again, what I would like to share with you is that we have use cases in a variety of different industries. So Amanda works very hard putting these use cases together to show you how to, in a scenario, in a specific scenario, how to use not only Global Mapper, but sometimes it's a combination of Global Mapper, Geographic Calculator, GeoCalc Online, Global Mapper Mobile, everything all together to make an excellent use of our software. Up on the top again, under education, what I would like to show to you is that we have a series of webinars. They're short versions of what you're seeing today. They're usually a 1-hour session. And we do have a dot release of Global Mapper coming up soon. So we have upcoming webinars here. Please, if you can, bookmark this page, because we have a webinar every month. They are free for anyone, whether you're a user or not, or a student, and you're learning how to use Global Mapper in college. Just join us. Every month there's a new webinar. We have 2 coming up. They are going to walk us through the new features in the release coming up. And we update this page regularly with the new dates. So keep that in mind. Under support here, there's lots of important information here. The knowledge base, this is your best friend. This is where you find all the detailed information, documentation of the software, how to use every single feature and tool. So make sure to visit this page as often as you can. We have also our blog. Our blogs, we release one new fresh blog every week. And you can choose the content based on the product on the top over here. So you choose them, and we have hundreds of blogs. So you probably will find what you're looking for. You can use the search tool on the top here of the menu to find exactly what you're looking for. So that should be also very helpful. And lastly, but also very important, I like to jump right into YouTube. We have hundreds of video tutorials and webinars here ready for you to help you, manage your tasks. So please use this YouTube channel, bookmark it, follow us, and share it with your colleagues, because they are quite useful, all of these video tutorials. And also, I think I'll give drum roll to Meg. Meg and I are working on something really exciting coming up. So I'll let you let the cat out of the bag, Meg. How about that?
Yeah, sure. So upcoming in 2024, we have a podcast. Our podcast is going to be called GeoTalks, and we're going to be sharing stories with professionals from around the world about what critical challenges they're solving with their GIS software. So we're really excited to be launching that around the end of February. It'll be available on Spotify, YouTube Music, and Apple Podcasts. So yeah, we're super excited about that.
We sure are. So we decided it's February 21st, I believe, right? It's the third Wednesday of every month. So the first one that we're kicking off with is super interesting, but I am not going to steal the thunder of our first episode. More information will come out. And if you are not, if you haven't signed up for a newsletter, please do so. You can sign up for a newsletter on the homepage of our website. If you scroll down, you see join the newsletter little call out there. And every month we send out one email with all the information of all the webinars, all the training sessions, all the latest blogs, the latest tutorials. And that's how you're going to find out more about our podcast. So it's free. And we also let you know about, product releases, new features, and other exciting things that are coming up. So without further ado, Meg.
Yeah, I'll take it away. So next up, I'm thrilled to be welcoming our next speaker, Dr. Abdulwahid Mohammadian, a hydraulic engineer at AtkinsRéalis in Canada. Dr. Mohammadian will be presenting on Global Mapper's versatile raster analysis tools and application on tailings dam break analysis. Welcome to GeoTalks, Dr. Mohammadian.
Hello.
Good morning. How are you?
Okay. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me clearly? Yes.
We can hear you and we can see your presentation. It's not in presentation mode yet, but.
Okay. So let me just share my screen. Can see your screen. So you can see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
It's in the example custom formula page.
Okay. So now it's okay. Good. So now it's in the presenting mode. Yes.
Yes. Excellent. Thank you.
Okay.
Take
great.
it away.
Let me just. I need to. Sorry. Let me.
Can you scroll down to the next one, or is it frozen?
Okay. So sorry. Excuse me. Okay. So thank you everyone. My name is Abdulwahid Mohammadian. I'm a hydrotechnical specialist at AtkinsRéalis. Today I'm going to talk about Global Mapper's versatile raster analysis tool with an application on tailings dam breach analysis. So as a background, sorry again, you see my full screen, yes? Because I see some panels in my screen, but you see my full screen, yes?
Yes. We see.
Okay, sorry.
No worries.
So as a background, today I'm going to present tailings dam breach analysis. I'll give you some background about the tailings dams and the methodology that we use by Global Mapper to do the analysis and give some conclusion on this aspect. So as a background, and mining is with a wealth of US $14 trillion is an important industry with its significance and challenges that should be considered. Typically, tailing storage facilities are built at the vicinity of the mines, and the purpose is for the deposition of mine waste. Globally, in the world, there are more than 1,700 tailings storage facilities. Like this, for example, this is for Montpellier, and you can see the bridge before and after. the situation of the tailing storage facility before and after the breach. There are 1,700 storage facilities. 700 of them are still active. Typically, mines are closed after a while, so we call it active and closed ones. But when we consider the failure incidents, there are more than 350 failure incidents with their own human, financial, and environmental losses. I should note that the failure of the dam breach should be valid for active and passive sites, so the problem should be considered. Here you can see an example of a Brumadinho dam disaster, tailing dam disaster, which happened in 2019 in Brazil. As you can see, the massive wave of mine wastes are flowed downstream in order of seconds, and so that, as you can see, for example, in this figure, no one can react quickly, and they are buried, including the buildings and the humans and the structures. Based on the statistics, there are 260 deaths and still 11 missing. After this issue, a notice was there were notice for a better estimation of the impacts of tailings dams in the case of breach for preparedness of emergency response plans. Here is another example for the case of Jagersfontein dam collapse, which happened in 2022 in South Africa. Again, you can see the two images before and after of the breach. You can see that the breach flow impacted both communities at the left and right side. Based on the statistics, again, there were 3 deaths, 160 homes lost, with about 1,000 of people displaced and many injured. So these are just some examples to show what's the consequence of a tailings dam in the case of a failure. So what's the message? The message is that tailings dam breach analysis is important and required. And because it's a geospatial issue and the communities, people, buildings, and the structures are impacted, so the GIS-based tailings dam breach analysis is important, specifically for a better estimation of population at risk, financial loss, and environmental impacts of dam breach. However, the problem is that the issue is that the problem is complex. We face with an issue of a combination of water as a supernatant ponds, rheology of tailings or muds with their own characteristics, and embankment dams with their own geotechnical characteristics, and also the interaction of mud, soil, and water. So this becomes there is not yet a verified approach for simulation or analysis of tailings dam in the case of failure. There are several methodologies proposed in the literature, but mostly they are valid for if there are huge amount of data available and valid for specific cases. So based on the available current or best practice that is, for example, in Canada, proposed by Canadian Dam Association, is to use a geometric assessment, regardless of the hydrodynamic, for example. So here I'm going to show you just the overall picture of steps that should be done during tailings dam breach analysis, and then we will see, I should say that how using the global mapper we can classify these steps and do them. First step is site specifics and dam characteristics. In this step, for example, depending on the geometry of the tailings dam, several pre-assessments should be done for volume, for geometry, pre-processing of the data, and characteristics of the soil, dam, and so on. Next is calculation of tailings and water volume. And depending on the characteristics of the tailings dam, even the volume of the tailings. And having these volumes, next step is to calculate breach parameters and also rheological parameters of tailings dam. And in step 4, considering the current condition of the dam, next is to calculate the breach volume of the tailings and free water that could be released in the case of a failure. And step 5 is breach volume calculation of the stage storage relationship or stage volume curve from the breach volume. And in step 6, by having this stage volume curve, next is to calculate the breach outflow hydrograph or kind of hydrodynamic computation. Step 7 is hydrodynamic modeling and preparation of inundation maps. And in step 8, analysis, consequence analysis, and hazard calculations. So these are the overall picture, but when we consider from the global mapper perspective, a process can be classified in 3 steps: pre-processing of all the data, hydrodynamic modeling or flood mapping, and post-processing of the results of the flood mapping. Global mapper is a key help in pre and post-processing of the results, and only for inundation mapping, we need to go for hydrodynamic modeling. For example, for the case of pre-processing, using global mapper, we can, all the prerequisites, raster and vector analysis can be done, and we have come up with the calculation. We come up with the calculation of breach volume and stage volume curve, and so on. Then we feed the hydrodynamic model based on the stage volume curve and do the inundation mapping, and during the flood mapping modeling, the rasters of depth and velocity are prepared and exported to as a rasters. So again, we come back to global mapper for by having the raster of depth, velocity, water surface elevation, and so on, for calculation of flood severity, hazard, and population at risk, potential loss of life, and many more. As the first step, we want to know how we can use the volume calculations. Depending on the geometry, as you can see, there are 3 different geometry for tailings dam. So central, upstream raise, and downstream raise. Depending on that condition, we have a geometry also for tailings. This can be tailings and also the situation of supernatant pond. So, for example, for this case, we have we should calculate the volume of supernatant pond, because we typically assume that in the case of breach, total volume of water is is released. And then we should calculate the breach volume part from the tailings and also breach volume from the dam. So next step, in this step, the first aspect is calculation of supernatant pond. As you know better than me, the digital elevation models or lidars typically doesn't go below the water surface. Any topographic feature can be surveyed by the lidar or or digital elevation models, but for the lakes and waters, they don't reflect below that. So, but for the lake or supernatant pond, typically the bathymetry is surveyed using, for example, sonar and so on. So when we have the contours of the bathymetry of the lake, then these are in the forms of X, Y, Z data. So when we have them, we can, using the operation of analysis and then grid, we can create elevation grid using 3D data. So we have the raster of this topography, this bathymetry, and then we can superimpose it on the excuse me. We can calculate the elevation grid and superimpose it on the digital elevation model and export both the digital elevation model and grid as a new digital elevation model. So here is the picture of the, as I mentioned, this is the typical LiDAR or typical digital elevation model. As you can see, for this case, the LiDAR cannot go below the water surface. And at the right side, this is the processed digital elevation model using global mapper. So we created the grids of these contours and then superimposed and exported as a new layer. So now we have the volume of, now we have the current condition of a tailing structure. Next is the calculation of breach volume. Depending on the geometry of the dam, breach volume is partly from the dam and partly from the tailing site. Here is another case. You see that, for example, for this dam, this is the inundation maps in downstream. So the question now is how to calculate when having the topography of a site and bathymetry included, how to calculate the breach volume. So for the case of large dam, that could be a lot of volume from the dam, and also the volume from the tailing should be calculated. As I mentioned, Canadian Dam Association has a guideline for calculation of breach volume, and its geometric method, which is also named cone of depression. In this case, based on the location of the dam, there is with a specific radius which is determined from the rheological characteristics of the tailings. We have the angle of repose, and it is reflected inside the tailings dam, and based on that, a cone is dredged with a center at the location of the breach. For example, here you can see the cross section for a schematic breach at the left side. So partly from the supernatant pond and dam, and also the mobilized tailings is determined. In Global Mapper, to do this, analysis in Global Mapper, firstly we need to create an area feature, which is area feature with this characteristics. So the procedure is a creation of an area feature with a center at dam crest, and the radius of interest based on the details of the breach is created. And then because this area feature has no elevation, we have to modify the elevation. Firstly, assign the elevation of the tailings, and then change the elevation. For example, at the location of bridge, we assign the elevation of the ground, and at the location of the tailings, we assign the elevation of the tailings. And then using the advanced feature creation option, and then calculate the flattened side grade, we apply that dredging. It's kind of a dredging because now the area feature has elevation and it's dredged to the surface. Here is the picture of the result. For example, for a specific dam at the left, that is shown at the left side, we have seen that, for example, we consider that the critical location for bridge is at this corner. Then an area feature is created with a shape of that cone. At the location of the hypothetical bridge, the elevation of the ground is assigned to the area feature. At the location of the tailings dam, or at the radius of that, the boundary of that radius, the elevation of tailing, and we apply that flattened side, calculate flattened side. Then this shape is calculated. Next step is calculation of the bridge volume. Again, because of the complexity, there is no methodology for real bridge procedure. Real bridge progression. So there is a parametric approach in the literature. For example, for bridge we have it is recommended that, for example, 1 to 5, the suggested range is 1 to 5 times of the height of the dam, and for the side slope is 1 to 1, or vertical to 1 to 1 ratio. So 1 to 0 to 1 to 1 ratio, and typically the bridge bottom elevation is considered at the ground level. So we have this information from the guidelines. The question is how to implement this parameter, these conditions in global mapper. So again, the situation is like with a minor modification. The situation is like the creation of the bridge. Calculation of the tailings bridge. Again, we create an area feature, as you can see here in the red. We again, the area has no elevation so far, so we assign the elevation of ground to the vertices. But now, before flattening the site, we need to apply these conditions, these parameters. For example, for the case of 1 to 1 ratio, we should allow cut a slope around the edge of 1 to 1 ratio, and flatten to area height, because now the area feature has height. The fill slope is not the case for this condition, because we are cutting the dam. So again, after having this, you can see the post-failure. In this image, you can see the post-failure condition. And one of the good feature of global mapper is that we can see them at the same time. Because of the docking feature of the global mapper, we can see them at 1D, 2D, and 3D views at the same time with an interactive mode. For example, any cross-section that you draw here as a path profile, it is shown here in 3D, and the volume, and it is also shown in one-dimensional. So for example, for the case of our study, this line is this black line is the initial condition, pre-failure condition, or initial tailing level, and after application of that bridge from the tailings, and again, and next tailing bridge from the dam, you can see this final setting level, final tailings level. And you can see that we have applied based on that geometric. Here, just the question is that what is this slope? This slope is coming from the rheological analysis of the site. So after that, for example, 1 degree, 4 degree, or 3 degree can be calculated and applied. One of the interesting features in Global Mapper is that you can see a real more accurate, the realistic situation of the site. If you superimpose the satellite imagery on the LiDAR, it can apply it on the satellite imagery, so it gives you a better understanding about what happens as a post-failure. So, for example, when this is applied and then we load satellite imagery, you can see that this applied to the location and have some insight about what is expected in a post-failure condition. Next is to calculate the calculation of the volume. So now we applied that. We applied all the bridge from the tailings from the dam, and we applied them. Now the question is how to calculate this stage volume curve. So there are different methodologies, but the methodology that, for example, I apply is that create an arbitrary area feature and calculate the volume using this icon or using analysis measurements and volume measure calculation based on the default setting, or you can change the setting. But here we should perform multiple calculations over a range of base height and define the step size. For example, for the case of 860 to 900, I set that 40 meter, but by 1 meter interval I calculated. But the point is that if the area feature is arbitrary, then you have to apply them in both conditions, before and after failure, and then subtract the two curves to have the results of the curve. The second methodology is to just create the area feature just at the location of the bridge, and in that case, if you calculate the volume, the stage volume curve is exactly for the case of the bridge. So here, for example, this is when we calculate the results, then we can copy and paste in Excel and just to select the cut volume, and this is the result of the stage volume curve that is determined by Global Mapper. Post-processing, actually, I should say that yes, having until this step, this is pre-processing, then we got the stage volume curve and go to the hydrodynamic modeling and do the inundation and hydrodynamic modeling, and as a result, we have the rasters of flood severity, flood depth, flood velocity, and flood elevations. For example, here the results of the modeling can be loaded here, and then using Global Mapper we can post-process it by calculation of flood severity and flood hazard. So for flood hazard, actually, there are typical methodologies in the literature. For example, some of them is just a simple multiplication of depth and velocity and define a range. In this case, it is very easy to Global Mapper. We just need to do using the built-in combination tools in terrain modification in combined terrain option that is available in Global Mapper, and just define the ranges. But for this case, we have to use raster analysis tool and apply different formulas. For example, here you can see analysis and raster analysis tool. So for calculation of flood severity, raster calculator apply formula, and then it asks for input rasters that are here, depth and velocity, and apply built-in formulas. For example, just if for the case of just multiplication, typical math operation are available to select, or we can define for the case, for example, for this case, we can for example, for this case, we can define this formula in the raster analysis tool. And the results, in this case, after this procedure, the results are exported as a new raster. Here is an example of the results. For example, because it was I applied this formula into raster analysis tool, you can see that it's a very simple line, and the formula is like writing a formula in Microsoft Excel, just a condition to define the range, and then we have seen for the custom formula, we have seen the hazard, and then by defining a legend, we can see that, for example, what is the high danger zone, medium danger zone, or low danger zone. So as a conclusion, tailings dam breach analysis is a complete GIS-based problem. Global Mapper is a versatile GIS tool for tailings dam breach analysis. Pre and post-processing tasks of a tailings dam breach are fully doable. Many built-in operations for raster analysis are available in the tool, and there are flexible features for raster modifications. And the tool is user-friendly, quick, and a simple GIS software. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dr. Mohammadian, thank you so much for joining us today and for sharing all your knowledge with us. I'm actually originally from Brazil, from a city very close to Brumadinho, where that disaster happened in 2019. So I've learned a great deal from you today. I appreciate your time today. We do have a few questions for you.
Sure.
Let me just take a look at our little questions here. So the first question I have here is, how did you collect or find your terrain data?
Actually, Global Mapper, in the Global Mapper, when we load a layer, there are online available tools so that we can access to for example, there are many global resources for free built in Global Mapper. So you don't need to think about any other sources. So Global Mapper can feed you. For example, at the location that we load a layer, it is possible to load terrain data from the global satellites.
Excellent, thank you. And the next question is, how many dams have you been able to measure that way with this process that you showed us today?
How many dams? Okay, it depends. Actually, the calculation, the number of dam is a procedure that is done during a dam safety review. So, for example, using this is the automatic setting. Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Actually, for example, based on the dam safety review, the critical dams are selected, and we should undergo the tailings dam for the critical dams.
Excellent. Well, that's all for today. If any other questions come through throughout the day, we'll email them to you, and we'll give you some time to answer, and then we'll get back to the attendees. But thank you so much for joining us from Canada today and for sharing all this amazing knowledge. I must say that Dr. Mohammadian was one of the winners of the Global Mapper Master program last year. We were really impressed by his work, and we are so glad that you are able to join us today. Thank you so much, sir.
Welcome.
You have a wonderful day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So next, I like to invite our colleague, Vincent Farladeau. He's an application specialist here with us. And Vincent is going to be sharing with us some tricks. So I'm going to give Vincent the screen so he can take it away. Hello, Vincent. Are you with us? There you are. Excellent. Yeah. Welcome. And thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Awesome.
I'm going to share my screen here. All right, are you able to see the screen? Or?
Yeah, we can see it. Take it away. Thank you.
So we're actually going to stay in Canada. I'm going to be sharing a tip for using Global Mapper standards, raster calculator and raster reclassification tools to map wildfire severity in Quebec. So we're going to start by connecting to some online data. As was mentioned in that last question and answer session, Global Mapper has a lot of built-in online sources that you can use for analyses. Here we're going to use Sentinel-2 satellite imagery by clicking on the Copernicus Open Access Hub and then clicking Connect in the top right. We'll be launched into a browser where we can find online data to use for our project. You have to have a free login to connect to the products on the Copernicus browser. I've already downloaded some data, but if you get a copy of my presentation later, you can download your own data via the link or go back to those online sources in Global Mapper. Now you can enter a time range and choose the product or the satellite type that you want to use for your download. Here I've entered July 2023 and I've entered the L2A atmospherically corrected products, zooming in on central Quebec province to look at those areas that were affected by a lot of wildfires last summer. Click download and it should download onto your device. You'll have to extract a zip. That's the way that the Sentinel data comes through, and burrow into the granule folder to find the band 8 near infrared image in that 10-meter folder and the band 12 shortwave infrared image in the 20-meter folder. Those are the two critical bands from Sentinel data, which will be used in calculating a normalized burn ratio, which we can use to assess wildfire. Load in those images via File Open Data Files in Global Mapper, or by dragging them right into the control center. And your workspace should look something like this. On the bottom, we've got the band 8 image, and on the top, currently shown in the workspace here, is the band 12 shortwave infrared image. Now, where it gets interesting, we go to raster analysis, raster calculator, and we apply a formula to the image layers. In the dialog box for the formula options, we're going to add a predefined formula. So the raster calculator is actually a really powerful tool for conducting analyses of imagery data that you can download from the online sources. In this dropdown, you can find the NBRI, the normalized burn ratio index, specifically for the Sentinel-2 MSI, in this list of predefined formulas. So you'll click Add Band, and what it shows is this formula. Essentially, it's just a normalized ratio of V8 and V12. Click to create a multi-band image with 32-bit depth, and hit OK. You'll be prompted to select the appropriate bands. Do so and then hit OK. It might take a second. And the completed process results in a normalized burn ratio image for July 2023. So here we can see in these darker areas, those are areas of lower normalized burn ratio, and those brighter areas are a higher normalized burn ratio. But what that actually means is that the higher value areas are better vegetated. The lower value areas are going to be the ones we'll find that have been burned in that period leading up to July 2023. So what we have to do is compare pre-fire and post-fire normalized burn ratio. So I repeated all of the steps 1 to 11 in those previous slides for May 2023 Sentinel-2 L2A imagery in the same location. And when you load that in, you get a normalized burn ratio image where virtually none of this area has been affected by fire yet. You can see that it's all roughly the same values, the same shade of gray, the same normalized burn ratio. But when we compare pre-fire and post-fire, we're going to see a much clearer story. So in the raster calculator, you'll calculate the delta NBR, or the change in NBR, by creating a custom formula. B1 minus B2. And then you'll set May as the B1 and July as the B2 image. Again, it's a 32-bit multi-band image output. Now in the raw delta NBR image output, the higher values now indicate greater burn severity. And it's a very stark picture between these bright white areas in the raster image and these darker, nearly black areas. You can see very clearly and crisply where the change in NBR was especially high. The values that come out of a pre-fire versus post-fire comparison are just a raw value on a scale of -1 to 1. So to get an idea of what those values actually mean, we're going to reclassify based on severity levels that were proposed by the USGS. And we can see here that these lower values might indicate regrowth. Medium values might be unburned or low severity fire. And then as you get to the higher values, it's moderate to low, moderate to high, or high severity of fire. So to do this, we're going to go to raster analysis, raster reclassification. And alongside the raster calculator, reclassification is another really powerful tool for isolating the values that are really important in your imagery. We'll enter the ranges as above to replace the raw index of delta NBR with a palette image where each color represents a severity level. On the next slide, we'll reclassify using a rule set that I made by entering those USGS values. So you can either enter the values manually into this table here, or you could click load and you'd be able to load a rule set, which is essentially just a saved table of these row values, input values, output index, a description, and a choice of the color palette. So it's all loaded up just fine like that. You'll hit OK. You could also validate to make sure that your reclass rules conform to the standards of the reclassification tool. And what you get is a final image that shows where the fires most severely burned in central Quebec between the images I took from the online source, May 28th and July 28th. So in that 2-month period, you can see this stark change in these areas that were moderate to low or moderate to high severity burns, which, as we know, created these large scale smoke plume effects over the northeastern United States and Canada and into the Midwest. It was a big wildfire season for Quebec last year. And loading in some world imagery underneath and isolating just those moderate to high severity burn areas, you can really see where the landscape was severely impacted by fire on a scale of, 25 to 50 kilometer scale fires. That's all I've got for you today. I hope that you learned something from this Global Mapper Standard tip and trick.
Thank you so much, Vincent.
Of course.
Well,
That was great. Sorry.
No, you're good. Up next, we have our first license giveaway. So let me explain how this is going to work. The next slide is going to have a trivia question on it. The first person to respond with the correct answer in the chat in the control panel on the right side of your screen, the first person who answers correctly will win the license. As a reminder, you're going to be the question is going to come up on the screen, and the first person to respond in the chat will be the winner. So let's get this party started.
We ready to show the question?
Yep.
All right. Drum roll.
Drum roll. What is the name of Global Mapper's first developer? Let's see those answers in the chat. This is for a Global Mapper standard license.
Yeah, this is exciting. This is exciting.
I know.
But the old timers here, let's see, any of the old timers who have used Global Mapper for a long time, do you remember the name of the first developer of Global Mapper? This person still works with us, so I'm going to give you a few hints. This person still works with us. And no, it's not the president of the company. It's not Patrick. This person also, you probably have seen him in many conferences. He's actually like kind of like a celebrity. Every time I travel with him, there are people lining up to take photos with him. So let's see here. All right, so I got the first answer here that I get from the chat and got the right name, and I'm going to put the answer to this question here. The person's name is Mike Childs, and I have Azanir, who is actually the person who had the right answer, the first right answer. So you got a free license of Global Mapper Standard. So what we're going to do is after this event is over, we are going to contact you via email. I have your email because you signed up for this session today. And we're going to provide you with all the step-by-step information on how to claim your gift today, your free license of Global Mapper Standard. Congratulations, Azania. Thank you. And up next, let's see.
Next, I'm excited to welcome my colleague, Jeff Hatzel, a product manager here at Blue Marble Geographics. Today, Jeff is presenting on advanced point cloud analysis in Global Mapper Pro. Good morning, Jeff. How are you this morning?
Good morning. Are you guys seeing and hearing me?
Yes.
We can see you, and I'm going to give you the screen, my friend. How are you today?
Thank you. Good. You beat me just in time. I thought I was going 10 minutes later, and I was like, I should get on early.
Good.
So that worked out perfectly. Are you guys seeing you might be seeing yourselves right now until I switch to my PowerPoint.
We see your PowerPoints. Please take
Wonderful.
it away. Thank you.
All righty. Yeah. Thank you guys for having me back. I always love being on GeoTalks. And it looks like, here we go. So today I'm going to be talking about point cloud and LiDAR analysis in Global Mapper. Specifically, we'll look at some new things, but I thought that, it might be interesting to talk a little bit about how this has evolved over the years in Global Mapper. We'll then talk about some of the newest updates, and I'll pop open Global Mapper for those of you who have seen me talk before. I like to kind of go through things live, or at least semi-live, and kind of talk about how I think it's best to use some of these new tools. So the LiDAR module was first released with Global Mapper back at version 15. So we're going on like a decade old now. And that's, a couple years even before I started. And when I was putting together this talk, I was thinking to, even back then when I was new to Blue Marble, new to LiDAR and point cloud analysis, I thought how full and how complete and how interesting the LiDAR module was, right? We had these advanced 3D and profile views. There were already automated classification tools, manual editing, extracting, and all the kind of downstream terrain analysis that you might do after your initial point cloud analysis. And since then, I can think about all the tools that have been added as part of our LiDAR analysis in Global Mapper, right? We now have a variety of advanced QC tools. Profiling in 3D view have expanded not only to handle larger volumes of data, but also in terms of what can be done in those views, selection, editing, manipulating, advanced workflows, right? When we think about point clouds, and when we look at one coming up, the idea that it's really important to understand how your point cloud is structured, and that is very easily done by looking at data from different views and different perspectives. And now, today we're going to mention some of the new advanced machine learning based workflows as well. And kind of all along that time, the tool continued to grow and grow. Many of you are also probably familiar with pixels to points. So this is our dedicated photogrammetric analysis tool set, right? You have your drone flight, and then you need to build all your point clouds, meshes, ortho imagery, everything like that. And so this in some ways is kind of the start of a point cloud analysis process. And we added that a couple of years ago to the application, right? Very often, photogrammetric tools are a dedicated software solution that only does photogrammetric analysis. But between hearing from our users and knowing that, very often Global Mapper gets referred to as the Swiss Army knife of GIS, we wanted to expand that functionality and add it to Global Mapper. And we have done so over the years. And as we continue down that road and thinking about all the things that we've added to Global Mapper that were kind of falling into the old LiDAR module, we realized it was time to retire the idea of the LiDAR module and make Global Mapper Pro. And so we'll be looking in Global Mapper Pro today, with the idea being that Pro overall has much more than just LiDAR and point cloud based analysis. Granted, that will be our focus for the remainder of today here. The newest big feature in terms of Global Mapper's LiDAR analysis would be the custom point cloud classification that was introduced with version 25. One of the keys for us being able to do this was the idea that over the past year or so, we had introduced a variety of machine learning classification techniques. We'll look at the different techniques in the app today, but the general idea is that some of these more advanced classification techniques can also be applied to workflows and analytical processes for defining and creating custom classes. So we'll do things like collect training samples, we'll train the custom class, right? So on here, I happen to have airplanes. We're gonna look at something different in a little bit. And then we'll go ahead and classify those custom features as well and see how that turns out. And it's become a really powerful tool because we have a variety of built-in automatic classifiers, right? I'm sure you're all familiar with classifying ground, buildings, vegetation, power line structures, noise, and things of that nature. But we're starting to see these days as LiDAR advances and we get into photogrammetric point clouds, terrestrial LiDAR, we're seeing a variety of other objects that need to be classified that are very specific and very niche. And rather than, building an automated tool for every single one of those, which would probably be prohibitive in a variety of ways, what we've done is given our users the ability to custom classify those. And so that's some of the new tools that we're gonna go ahead and look at here just shortly. For example here, I forgot to move forward, but we'll use this comparison side by side here of the airplane classification, right? The shot on the left shows us a traditionally classified point cloud with all the built-in automatic classifiers. You see our brown ground, our orange buildings, vegetation. You can even see some of the yellow power structures. The result of the custom classification on our airplanes allowed us to identify them as well. You might see some cars off screen here too. I had worked on some cars in this data set and they came out all right too. So a variety of different applications for all of this custom analysis. All right, so let's go ahead and move over to Global Mapper. We're gonna look at a terrestrial-based scan of a bridge and kind of walk through how I analyzed this and why I did what I did, because I think that is the most important part of understanding how we're going to use these tools effectively. Starting with traditional, automated classifiers, then moving on to the goal of custom classifying pillars holding up the bridge. And this happens to be data from one of our users. One of my colleagues shared this with me, and when I saw it, I knew I wanted to feature it because it was such interesting data, and it was not in-house data that we had gathered or collected or something like that, something that our users might actually be using in the field on their own. And so have to thank Southeastern Surveying for that. But let me go ahead and bring up Global Mapper here. And what we are looking at now is just the point cloud scan in 2D view, colored by RGB. So not all of our point clouds have RGB with them, but this one happens to. And so I find that that really lends itself to helping us understand what's in the point cloud. And we'll certainly go ahead and take a look at all of those advanced tools, but it's so important to look at kind of the boring standard information in our point clouds first, so that as we get into that advanced stuff, we do it properly, we do it efficiently, and we get the results I want. And although I call it boring, you know, somewhat jokingly, right, we still, hold on, my window appeared off screen here. We still can go ahead and get this great 3D view of my data set. Let me zoom in here as this loads. I hope this is coming across the stream okay. We have our bridge surface. We have, if we zoom out and look underneath the bridge, we can see the pillars that we're going to go ahead and create. Let's get a little more contrast here. Oh, that looks better. So we're going to go ahead and attempt to classify these pillars and pull them out of our point cloud. I don't see, the whole reason I'm doing this is just to get an initial look at my data. I don't see anything that stands out to me. There's a couple little noise points, nothing crazy there. And, you know, we can even see, get to a good zoom level here, where some of those terrestrial scanners sat. And you can see that in 2D as well. Let me zoom out, get a good zoom level here. All right, we can see those circles. Anytime you see those faint circles, it's a good indicator it's a terrestrial scan. That's important because it tells us we're probably going to have better representation of features on the ground, whereas if this was something like a dense forest or a, you know, downtown with a lot of high buildings, we probably wouldn't expect to get the tops of those features. So it just helps inform us of kind of how we want to go about our process of working with this data. I also am a very, very big fan of, let me just go ahead and hide my browser here because I'm seeing myself. What I am a very big fan of is using profiling to understand my data. And so I'm going to go ahead and just draw a quick profile across my data set. And let me bring that on screen here for you all to see. And what this does is it gives us a great perspective of looking at our data in a profile, in a cross section, essentially. I can see my bridge top of my bridge structure. I can see my pillars very cleanly. Again, this helps inform me the data seems to be very clean. I don't have a ton of noise or outliers around any of my features of interest. And, you know, maybe I'll do that in one other spot too. Let's go ahead and look along the pillars. Here's another great shot, right? I can see those pillars clearly. This is probably over water, given all the rocks down here by my cursor. Bridge surface, maybe top of the railing or something like that. And we're going to come back to looking at the profile view in a second here. I always recommend taking a look at a point cloud's metadata. This is pretty obviously, right, very high density, so we don't have really any concerns there, but you can always take a look and see just to make sure. If we're talking about really sparse data, sometimes the more advanced classification methods don't work as well, but not a problem here. You can also look at your statistics, things like the returns that we have in the point cloud. You'll see I already classified this, so we don't have to sit around and wait for it to run live. So you'll see that report here of what has already been classified. Once I'm at a point where I feel like it's time to move forward into some of the automated tools, the first thing I like to do is just give everything a quick run through the default automated classification methods that are built into the application. So the automatic point cloud analysis tool is where I'd want to do that. And for those of you who have been with Global Mapper for a long time, this will look a little different to you. Effectively, what we have done is we have taken settings that were shared across 3 tools and put them into one. So we're not constantly kind of repeating and moving between tools. As usual, the layers you want to work with, this is only going to show point clouds, right? So I'm not seeing my base map imagery here. I probably don't even need that. This top section is all of our shared parameters that would be used for both classification and if we were doing any feature extraction today, they would be here as well, right? We're not going to do those, so we can go ahead and minimize those. We will come back to our custom classes here in a second. And then, so what I did earlier was I classified ground, vegetation, and I did some polls as well. And you'll see that the tool is going to say, hey, you've got these enabled to classify. Make sure you set their shared in their general settings. So these settings are things that are going to pertain to a specific point cloud. So you might be adjusting, we don't need to do buildings today, but maybe you're adjusting tree parameters, or you have certain structure of your power poles you're trying to find. Any of these are going to apply to any classification and extraction process. So it's always good to adjust them based on the parameters of your point cloud. And you might say to me, how do I know that? Well, we looked in profile and 3D view. Maybe you took a few measurements. Maybe you have data from in the field, right? That's all data you're gonna gather and be aware of in your point cloud. When it comes to classification, then all of our classifiers, or nearly all of them, have multiple methods. And you'll see right now, I use the maximum likelihood methods. Those are our newer machine learning methods that are based on semantic segmentation. And we'll see what segmentation looks like, but the general idea of it is that it allows us to identify smaller subsets of objects. Rather than thinking of identifying a building roof, it says, here is one roof plane and here's the other roof plane. Let's merge them because we know that makes up an entire roof. There's an option for those of you who want to get into the really advanced settings that gets into the segmentation itself. What that allows us to do is expand upon and get even more fine grained than some of the settings provided at the top. This allows us to specify how we're looking at certain features, and it becomes really important when we're doing custom classification because we assume that our custom objects have a very unique signature to them, we can call it. And so you might be defining the structure of what that feature may look like, or some of its attributes, right? Its intensity, its color, think white paint stripes on a black runway at an airport, or curvature, intensity value. We're pretty familiar with the intensity of the return from the sensor when the data was gathered. So you have the ability to really dig in here and customize those parameters to your liking. Once that's done, a simple classify features will run the classification process. Again, I did this earlier, so we're not going to sit through the process again here, but a new thing to note that when you're using multiple classes at once, the tool will properly iterate through so that you can set everything and run it. You know, previously we'd do our ground or maybe our noise, then our buildings and our vegetation, et cetera, et cetera. The tool handles all of that, so it's set it, click it, run it. So you're not moving between different types of automatic classification, which is really handy when you're getting into a detailed workflow. So let's go ahead and pretend here while I was talking, the classifier ran, and we'll color our data set by classification. We'll hide some of the stuff that I don't want to look at yet. We can see our ground, can see some of our vegetation that was on the median of the road. Our poles were classified as well. And there's still some unclassified data that's probably under the bridge. We'll take a look at that 3D because that was the stuff I saved to do some custom work on. But overall, the point cloud has, and we'll maybe come to this side too, right? We've captured the vast majority of the structure of the data set. Now I'm ready to move on to thinking about what does segmentation allow me to do in terms of custom classifying and identifying those bridge pillars. Now, the first thing I do in this scenario, we're going to go back to look at this by color. Or actually, let's look at it by elevation. The first thing that I like to do is simply go ahead and take a look at this feature in 3D space. I'm going to zoom in here underneath the pillar. Right? All of these pillars to me look very symmetrical. I don't see any extreme variation between them, and they all look really well represented in terms of density, right? There's not a lot of missing points, of holes in the data. You even got somebody maybe fishing or surveying over here. But so really good, solid, clean representation of what the object is that I'm trying to identify. I also took some measurements. Actually, I prefer to do that in the profile view, but it's a totally valid workflow to do in the 3D space. But we can use some measure tools to take some basic measurements of my structure and understand their size and their dimensions. So I get a feel for what they might look like. So when the time comes, what I did was set up custom segmentation. And effectively think of this as the intermediate step to what would normally be an automated classification process. So this happens under the hood, is then used in our automatic classifiers. Or what we do now is we run it manually and it gives us segments on our data. So if we take a look at that, and I'll color my point cloud by segment, we see a lot of wild colors. And each of those colors is its own segment. Segmentation, generally speaking, you'll do it for a certain feature, right? So the bridge surface here probably isn't going to get segmented because it's so different from pillars that it's not going to apply to those custom settings I just set. So that's an expected outcome. But what's really exciting about this data is looking at, I remember the first time I ran this and looking at how well we were able to identify the pillars, right? Each pillar looks incredibly clean. We have more or less no real gaps in them, maybe a little noise, but that's so minuscule, it doesn't matter at all for any of our downstream workflows. And so I can very clearly say, oh, each of these segments looks like the pillar as I want it to be. As an example, right, so I wasn't targeting vegetation here at all. Look at how noisy the vegetation or maybe even the rocks are, right? That is not my target. If my pillars were as colorful as those rocks, it would lead me to think I probably want to come back and readjust my settings here. So what I'm going to do now, I'm feeling confident in the segments that I have set. I'm going to go ahead and enable custom classification. Let's zoom in here. So what that does is it allows me to collect training samples, and it also allows me to create a custom class. So I'm going to do that first, and we'll call this pillars. That might reset my old pillars, but that's okay. And then a variety of ways to select the data that you want to work with. I am a big fan of using the selection by segment tool, and go ahead and zoom in. And what I'm doing is just collecting a couple samples. So I'm going to collect this segment, my pillar, and I'll add it to my pillar class that I'm creating. If you're curious, you can see and adjust all of the statistical parameters that define the specific pillar. So I'm going to do it for just a couple. Make sure that I add it to the proper class, and I'll do one more here just to show what that looks like. Oop, I added that to the wrong class, so let's adjust that. So at this point, I have my samples. We'll zoom out. We can see that one's selected, right? I have my samples. They are added as training samples. Then all I need to do is train based on it. Once that happens, we'll see that I've now defined statistical parameters as to what I expect all pillars to look like. And that is what the classifier is going to use when I choose to go ahead and classify those pillars. We do want to make sure that we have ground classified before we do any other custom classification. So make sure you've done that first. Another reason I like to do that first. You can go ahead and classify those pillars, and we'll take a look at that output here as well. I know I'm going through that a little quickly, but I have a couple other things I want to talk about in my last few minutes. So we'll go ahead and take a look at what that output looks like. You may have seen that already. Let me clear my selection. So you'll notice probably two things here, right? We can see our pillars from top down. Most of them look pretty well identified. Let's go ahead and look at them in the 3D space. And we'll get under the bridge, and we're looking at just a subset of the data, but look how clear those pillars got classified. Now we're seeing them all as the same color because we're visualizing our data by classification, and I had previously made these purple. You can adjust all of that. We didn't take a look at that now, but that's just a setting to adjust the color and the name of those custom classes. So all of those pillars look really good. Now, when I was segmenting this earlier, I went a little bit beyond it just to see what I could do. So let's look at the segment again. And we'll take a look. Is this a good? Yes. Take a look under the bridge here. In addition to the pillars, we got very clean segments along what I called the cross beam. I do not know the specific architectural term for this portion of a bridge, but I got very clean segments along those as well. And so I had previously created a custom class for those, and that is why here, let's go ahead and dock our profile view or our 3D view. And so that's why when I color by classification, we also see that those portions of the structure are classified as well. Now, I didn't put a ton of effort into this, right? This came out of my goal of the pillars. So you could argue, maybe that's not perfect up there. What would you do with this since it's not a full structure in the scan, right? They didn't get the whole side of the structure. You know, again, not the goal of the specific workflow, but a really good demonstration of the power of what that tool allows us to do, even if it was a bit unintentional. And you know what, we're gonna try something here. It looks like I have a couple minutes left. We're gonna try something that I thought of earlier, but didn't look at previously. So one of the things that comes up when we have custom classes often is someone says, great, I can see them, I can identify them, I can count them, I can do whatever. But let's say I need to model that and I need to show it to someone, or I need to put it into another software or use it in, you know, X, Y, or Z scenario. What we're going to try to do here and hope it works is go ahead and make a mesh or a 3D model out of these pillars and see what those look like, because Global Mapper will not only render those, but it will allow us to export them as well. So I'm going to go ahead and just select a subset of the pillars since I don't quite know how this will go. So let's just go ahead and grab 3 of them. And we have a tool in Global Mapper that allows us to create a 3D mesh from a point cloud. And that's very similar to, for those of you who do photogrammetry, you know, that's part of the photogrammetric process. In this case, it's a traditional LiDAR, so you're just effectively making the mesh from that point cloud. So that tool allows us a variety of ways to create our meshes without getting into the details here. We're just going to do that based on our selected features and cross our fingers and see what we get. So in this case, let's see here, since our point cloud does have RGB, our pillar meshes in theory should also have RGB. We've gotten some features and they will look much better in 3D, hopefully. So looks like they've gotten the color. Let's brighten this up a little bit. And there we go. Now we have a 3D model of those pillars. They look rather green. Oftentimes with terrestrial LiDAR, you'll get color from like a different object. It could very well be greeny and algae under the bridge, but oftentimes if your scan travels up a little, you get some green from trees or something like that. Or sometimes you'll see your power lines are sky colored and stuff like that. But that came out actually really well. And so now this is a full, you know, 3D mesh feature of our pillars here. And this could be used really however you wanted. You could export it to any of the supported 3D model formats, OBJ, FBX, STL, any of those. You could use that in maybe a further process in Global Mapper. Maybe you're going to be bringing in terrain and you want to sit your model of your custom classified feature on your terrain, whatever the case may be. So really opens up kind of what the next step workflows are. Because if we think back to the beginning, we started with an unclassified point cloud and no built-in way to classify our bridge pillars, but using some of that advanced custom classification, geometric segmentation, and some of those machine learning methods allows us to very quickly go ahead and identify features of that nature. But I think that pretty much wraps me up with where I wanted to get to today. Hope I haven't run too long. I think it's been just about a half hour. Happy to answer any questions if any came in, Meg or Cynthia, if you guys are around still.
Yes, thank you, Jeff. That was an amazing presentation. I learned quite a bit just from watching you. We do have a few questions for you here, and I think we have time perhaps to answer all of them. So the first one, how'd you clean your data and remove noise during classification in your point cloud data? Do you want your screen back?
If I can have the screen back, sure, but it's an easy one to talk about. So I did skip over that a little bit, and actually, just because I didn't think I'd have the time to discuss it, but this data was very noisy early on. It was really actually quite cool. Because so the terrestrial scans on the bridge, right? They picked up all the cars, but the cars are moving fast, the scan's moving fast. So we had all these streaky lines right above the bridge surface, and I just had to get rid of it because it was too much to work with, to look at. So the automatic classification tools have a variety of options for classifying noise. You can do that automatically, and you'll see there is some in this point cloud that I had left on. If we look at it in the 3D space here, some of these red points that you see down here, those are some noise points that I left on so we could see them. You can do that automatically. I'm also a fan of, in a data set like this, right, it's not large. Use the profiling tool, use some of the variety of selection tools. Let's say I'm going to call this noise, right? Maybe everything right here. And then click and call it noise and manually do it that way. If it's a quick little cleanup like that, you can do that as well. So there's a whole bunch of different ways to do it, kind of depending on the data you work with, the amount of effort you want to put in, et cetera, et cetera.
Awesome. I do have quite a few others, but I think we still have a few minutes. You do have a few minutes. So the next one is roads along a least cost have width. So how would they be used? How would you use the polygonal geometry to come up with the least cost for a road, considering the width?
Okay, a little bit outside of this specific topic, but generally speaking, least cost path looks straight along a given path. And hold on, let me pull that open here. Let's see if we can look at it so I don't have to talk without. I'm going to go ahead and make a quick terrain grid here. It will not look pretty, but it will give us something to work with to answer this question. Generally speaking, this follows along a given line between 2 points, and it does so at the pixel resolution. So right now there's no way to do that along the width of the road, but if you need to do something like that, I would assume that what you'd want to do is to probably set, if you have a road area feature, I would use a custom site plan tool rather than least cost path, because once you connect the points, you could use that area feature and figure out the best placement within that path, and that will allow you to place the road feature in a way that minimizes the amount of cut and fill that you would need to do. So it'd be kind of a combination of two tools there. Sorry, I don't have a more succinct answer right off the top of my head. I was not in least cost path mode, but that's how I would go about doing that.
All right, so sorry, just looking here. There are so many. They're coming in fast. So when using the optimized pad location tool, can you give the pad a cross slope of 2 or 3% if desired?
Oh, let's see, another good off the topic question here. Let me find that tool here quickly. Turn out no, is that I also don't have here. Let's do it this way. So I'm just throwing on some reference data here for anybody who wants to look at it. I think there was a talk on this earlier that is what is being referred to. And so I'm just trying to catch up on that since I didn't have my brain ready in that mode. I'm just trying to find, there we go. So the question was, I think, slope across the feature, and that would kind of go against the idea that this tool is designed to find the minimal placement of the feature based on cut and fill. And I would think if you wanted a slope of that regard, you'd probably want to define the feature first, and your feature could be a 3D vector, which could have the slope defined to it, and then use that as your starting point. But I don't think that would be appropriate for a general site placement optimization.
Awesome. And the last question for today, because we are running out of time now, is perhaps it's a simple one. Why does the cut and fill process has 2 steps?
I think without a little more context there, I'm not quite sure what that question's getting at.
Okay.
Yeah, I would ask that question, have them send that into our support channel. I'm sure you've talked about that today.
Yeah, I'll send that to the support
I would have that sent
channel.
in with a little more detail, because that could mean a couple things. So rather than.
Okay, sounds good. So can I ask you then another one? So how long does it usually take to collect enough samples to train a classification?
Good question. So while I was working on this and fooling with it, you know, from just starting to look at the data, the whole entire process to what you saw today was maybe an hour. In terms of the samples themselves, though, once you've segmented the point cloud and you're happy with that, it's literally the click that you saw me do on screen. It's click to select it, add it as a sample, collect a couple, run the training. The training takes, you know, on the scale of minutes, not a half hour, hour, et cetera. So it's not a long process. It's not, you know, something you're going to run overnight or anything like that in terms of the actual collecting the sample and training on it. It's a relatively quick process.
Awesome. Well, Jeff, that wraps it up for us today. Thank you so much for joining us, and appreciate all the information you shared with us. This was exciting.
All right, take care.
All right, thank you. Bye. All right. So next up, hello, Dr. Tennant. How are you today?
Good. Very good. Glad to be here.
Excellent. So next, we have Dr. Dwayne Tennant. He's a professor at the University of British Columbia in Canada, and also he was the first place winner of the Global Mapper Master last year. We're so happy to have you here. I know you had to wake up really early to join us today, so thank you. I hope you had your coffee. You're ready to go. So, Dr. Tennant is
almost ready to go. I was going to find a way of sharing my screen.
Oh, okay. I'm going to give you the screen. So Dr. Tennant is going to be sharing with us how to map tree density using LiDAR data, which is a tool for wildlife risk assessment. Dr. Tennant, I'm going to give you the screen right now, and you should receive a message, and then you can take it over. see your desktop. Thank you.
Yep. Give me a second. Okay.
Actually, I only see you now, not the screen anymore.
Oh, it's paused.
No worries.
Bear with me.
Sure, of course. No worries.
Can you see the screen now?
No. So if you look on the right-hand side on your menu, you're going to see on the top a menu that says sharing. And then there is an arrow that says show, and there's a drop down that's you can select the screen, and you can select which screen that you're going to share.
How about now?
No.
Oh boy. Maybe I'll just share my whole monitor.
He has it.
Can you see the presentation now?
Nope.
Okay, we'll solve this soon enough.
You know what, Dr. Tennant, if you would like, I have your presentation. I can certainly bring it up on the screen for you. And if you don't mind, just tell me when to do the next slide, and I'll be happy to do the next slide for you. How about that?
Sure, we can do it that way.
Does that work? All right.
I'm flexible.
All right. Thank you for being flexible. I'm going to take this over. And all right. So I believe your presentation is out on the screen now. Can you see it?
Yes, I can.
All right, great. So I'm gonna go. You can just say next, and I'll be your. All right. Hold on.
So I'll start by saying in the presentations today, we've had already 2 presentations go by Vincent, a nice presentation dealing with wildfire, looking at the end results of fire, looking at the burn severity. My presentation is perhaps dovetailed with that in the sense that this presentation looks at the use of Global Mapper to make an assessment of a wildfire risk in an urban environment in this case. And this environment happens to be where I live. So you're looking at an orthophoto loaded into Global Mapper. And so there's a community of homes on top of a mountain in the center of this image. And there's a ring of forest around this mountain. And I live in a city called Kelowna in British Columbia. It's an area that has very dry dry summers, and is definitely exposed to wildfires. And so the forest around that community that's on top of this mountain is dominated by ponderosa pine and Douglas fir. These are tree species that have adapted to living in areas that are relatively dry, particularly in summertime. And prior to the arrival of people in this environment, typically the forest would experience a wildfire roughly every 20 years. And through that process, the forest would be thinned out or destroyed and regenerated. Of course, with people being present, we've been suppressing wildfires for the last over 100 years, and we've generated high fuel loads in our forests. So next, please. And so what you're going to see is essentially the same site viewed many different ways. And here I've loaded in a polygon showing property lines in this area. And in this area, on top of the mountain, only on top of the mountain, there's 140 single-family homes and some 25 multifamily buildings. At the very, very top of the mountain, there's a large water storage facility and an important communication tower. And around this cluster of homes on top of the building, on top of the mountain, is a almost 50-hectare lot, a single lot that's a city lot. And there's only one road in, one road out to the homes on top of this mountain. So that's a little bit relevant for wildfire risk assessment. Next. So I was able to access LiDAR data for this area. It's publicly available, and as it turned out, the corners of 4 tiles kind of fell into the area of interest, and so I had to use 4 tiles of LiDAR data. So that was 164 million points, and the density, average density of that LiDAR data was around 16 to 18 points per square meter. Once I loaded it in, I trimmed it down to get a little bit smaller, down to 62 million points, just to be able to more easily manage the data. Okay, next. Next slide. So the previous slide was showing the actual LiDAR. It's easy to see the houses and the forest there. And while I did have access to a digital terrain model for the area, I simply decided to make my own. So I constructed a digital terrain model by classifying the LiDAR data, basically looking at the ground and removing everything other than ground, and then creating this image of the digital terrain model. So you can see that, you know, the elevation scale, red being the highest and green, blue being the lowest. You can see that I've also loaded in building outlines. I could have used the classification tool to identify buildings and their outlines. I did not do that. I did have access to a building outline shapefile, so I simply loaded that in. So what you have is, here is the elevation with the building outlines laid on top of that, and just to give you a sense for how the terrain is situated. Next, please. Of course, once you have a terrain model, you can start to look at slope. And so this image simply is a representation of the slope angle. And you can see around the top of that mountain, which is somewhat flattened off, it drops off quite steeply. You know, so there are lots of places where the slopes exceed 35 degrees, 45 degrees, and maybe even slightly higher in spots. And that's a bit relevant for the wildfire aspect, because in a forest that's under fire, the flames and the fire will travel quickly up a slope. And so we have a situation here where we have you know, over 150 homes, almost 200 homes on top of a mountain, surrounded by a steep slope that's forested. Okay, next. One can simply make a contour map using the digital model that was generated. And so this is a contour map of that same area. And I threw the water tower under color red. That's the highest structure present in the area. And the rest of the homes are in gray. And then you've got a contour map. And the contour map, again, shows areas where there are very steep slopes, particularly on the north side. There's a couple steep areas on the west side of that mountain. So it's easy to generate all these different views of the terrain, starting with the LiDAR data. Next, please. So part of what I needed to do was to identify trees. So I did some classification earlier on to get that digital elevation model, but I was mostly focused on classifying the trees. And I don't do this type of thing very often. And so it was relatively easy for me to play with the tool that was available. I was using version 24, so I didn't have the more advanced features that Jeff was showing on the previous presentation. But it was fairly easy for me to play around with the parameters for the tree identification. And I did do a bit of a trial and error to make sure that I was doing a decent job of classifying the trees. And so the green points here are the trees, the orange buildings and brown ground and the gray unclassified. But I was particularly interested in the trees. And, you know, one could argue that my classification isn't working ideally because the buildings and trees are kind of blending a little bit, but I wasn't worried about the trees adjacent to the buildings. My focus was, where are the trees in that large ring of city property that surrounds the homes? And go next, please. And you know, there was some mistakes right near the buildings, but I wasn't too concerned about that. They weren't important to me. And next, as Jeff was commenting, the ability to run really quickly profiles through the LiDAR point cloud, in this case, the classified point cloud, is very useful because you can quickly determine whether or not your classification is making sense, whether it's working. So this is two profiles, one down the north side of the mountain and one on the south facing slope. And you gain immediately confidence that the classification of the trees are working because you can kind of see the trees and your ground classification is working. And so I did that. As I was playing with the classification parameters for the vegetation. And once I got to a point where I was pulling off virtually everything that was trees with high degree of confidence, then I was happy with that tree classification. So certainly running profiles through your classified point cloud is really valuable. Next. So there they are. I've classified the trees. But then I went one step further. There's a tool that uses the classified trees to identify individual trees, because the previous one is just, there's a bunch of green points that are vegetation. The vegetation points, not trees. Here now I've identified trees. And so there's almost 50,000 trees that were captured in the area of interest. And I only wanted to look at trees that were higher than 3 meters or 10 feet in height. Next, please. Once you've identified the trees, it's you can go and kind of bin them to different tree heights. So the colors there are showing the tree heights. The scale's a little bit mixed up there, but the red ones are the tallest trees and the green ones are the shortest trees. And you can see how the tall trees are clustered together in certain areas on the mountain. By using the property boundary for that city lot, I was able to instantaneously kind of select just the trees in that lot. And that's what I've done. So we went from 50,000 trees down to just under 10,000 trees. So in that one city lot, there are roughly 10,000 trees. They're colored by height, and you can pull off some attributes for each of those trees after they've been identified. And for example, the mean height of all those trees, just about 12 meters, the maximum height around 33 meters or 100 feet. And if you have the number of trees and the area in that yellow city property line, you find out that the average tree density is around 200 trees per hectare. Next, please. Well, 200 trees per hectare is a little bit too dense for that type of forest in that type of environment and climate. So professional foresters have recommended that the maximum tree density be only around 100 trees per hectare. Once you exceed around 100 trees per hectare, if a wildfire were to occur, it would burn at a higher intensity. And of course, with homes being located nearby, you don't want a wildfire burning at a high intensity. High intensity would really infer that the fire climbs up into the tree canopy and jumps from tree to tree. And so we're sitting at, on average, twice the recommended density for the trees for that type of forest and that type of environment. And there is a density tool. So the trees were identified, and it's easy to also plot the density. So in this case, the tree density per hectare, that's what the color bar scale is showing. And areas that are red, and in fact, areas that are probably yellow, the trees are too dense. And this is an area where the trees should be thinned to manage the wildfire risk for that area. So that figure right here is probably the end result that's most important for perhaps guiding wildfire fuel management. And it's relatively easy to go from LiDAR to vegetation to trees, and then to tree density as a workflow, and then to generate it obviously in these map views. And so you can start to assess what areas need to be thinned or not. Next slide, please. I also used all the building outlines and created a buffer zone around all the buildings. And so these this red line, and if you look really carefully, there's a kind of a purple line running around the buildings on the top of the mountain, is just simply using that buffer tool in Global Mapper. There's a desire when you're dealing with urban forest interfaces to look at a couple different zones, a distance of 30 meters away from a house or is an important area where you want to make sure that the vegetation is appropriate and not too thick. And then a zone running out to about 100 meters away from each individual building. And by using the buffer zone, I can look at where are the most important areas. And so areas outside the 100-meter buffer zone are lower priority for fuel management. As it turns out, on this particular example, there's 3 little sort of red polygons on the mountain that fall outside of the 100-meter buffer. But generally speaking, most of that city property is within that 100-meter buffer from the nearest adjacent building. To create these buffers, I had to merge buffers from multiple buildings because there's hundreds of buildings captured in this image, but that was a relatively easy task to perform. Next. I just wanted to sort of back up and describe why I did this work. It was sort of a personal passion project because I live on that mountain. And this is a photograph I took last August from my deck of my house on that mountain. And I'm looking at a wildfire that is a fairly substantial distance away from my house at the time. And when this photograph was taken, homes were already being burned down. You can't see them; they're behind a ridge. And that fire started on an afternoon. In fact, my wife reported the smoke from the fire to our BC Wildfire Service. She was one of hundreds of people phoning in to report that fire, and it lingered. The fire lingered for a couple of days and was very small. Then the wind picked up. We had a period of high wind, and that fire grew very, very rapidly, traveled across these ridges and started to burn homes. And this is what kind of was motivating me, because the smoke became much thicker than what you see here as the day went on and as it got dark. And in fact, my university that I work at, fire jumped a lake, traveled, sparks, burning embers were blowing distances of up to 4 kilometers. So jumping ahead, starting other fires. The fire approached my university. The university was shut down, evacuated, and working from home is when I started to do this little passion project to take a look at my little community. Next, please. And so the lower arrow is pointing to my house, and the upper red arrow is pointing to a ridge that burned this past August. So this is a photograph taken in November. The fire has been, the fire season is over, and the fire is gone. But in this image, you're looking at between where I took the photograph and my house, the lower arrow, so that forest that you're looking at right there, based on the mapping I did, that's about 300 to 350 trees per hectare. And so the thinning would need to take almost 2/3 of those trees away to get down to the desired tree density. And that ridge above, this is what it looked like after the fire. Yep, go ahead, next slide. So I walked over to I drove over and took a walk through the area that did burn this past summer. And this is kind of the end results. The tree density here was probably sitting around 300, maybe 250 trees per hectare. And the burn severity would be probably moderate to high. Now, one could use the technique that Vincent had shown us using the raster calculations, using satellite image before and after the fire to actually map out the burn severity. But on the ground, based on my understanding of burn severities for wildfires in our province, this is what moderate to high burn severity would look like. Of course, if you had a home in this environment, there's a chance that that home would be lost. And so that's really what's motivating my use of taking the LiDAR, creating these tree density maps, and then providing that map free of charge to the city to hopefully aid their decision-making and budgeting for fuel management to help protect our community and my house, because it was a fearful time when you see this big wall of flames travel tens of kilometers in essentially 6 or 7 hours. So that's my presentation. Thank you. And this is what, that last slide, if you want to go back to that last slide. So this is what 400 trees per hectare looks like. This is probably 150 meters away from my house. So this is the stuff that keeps me awake at night in the summer during our wildfire season. And wildfires are something that we have to live with, and managing our fuels is very important, and therefore providing tools to identify areas where fuel management gives you the biggest bang for your buck is probably important. I will say that it's estimated to cost about $10,000 per hectare to do that fuel management, and that was that city lot was 50 hectares. So 50 hectares times 10,000. It's a substantial amount of money, and that's why you need all the ammunition you can possibly obtain to convince the city to spend money to protect my community.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you, Dr. Tennant, for that incredibly informative and insightful presentation on mapping tree density using LiDAR. I'm certain that your work has been a great resource for anyone performing wildfire risk assessment. So we have some questions coming in. The first of which being, is the city open to funding the thinning of the trees?
So since I prepared my presentation, and there's a short report that goes along with it that I gave to the city, the city has made an argument that they are managing the fuels, because occasionally a tree will die adjacent to a road accessing that community, and they will remove the tree. They are doing prescribed burns. They will remove trees, either chip them if there's easy to access with equipment, chip them and haul away the chips, or they will cut them and burn them, usually this time of year in the winter season. As it turns out, on my particular mountain, before those houses were built, some 25 to 30 years ago, they thinned out the trees. Since they've been built, they have done nothing, and the tree density is, trees grow, and trees die and they fall over, and that fuel begins to accumulate. So I and my neighbors have seen this presentation now too, and we're all motivated to put some pressure on the city to spend some money. So $500,000 will solve the problem completely. But even if they were to spend $100,000 in targeted areas, I think it could have a substantial impact on the fire risk for our community.
That's amazing. That's crazy. So we have one more question. Did you have to take any above ground utilities into account when performing this?
So in that LiDAR data set, that community is only 25, 30 years old. Everything's underground. There's not a wire to be seen above the ground. There's a street. So from that perspective, the classification is not finding wires because there isn't any wires to find.
Excellent. Well, Dr. Dwayne Tennant, thank you so much for joining us today.
Okay, thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, you as well.
Thank you.
All right, so next up we have Gus Cook, my colleague Gus Cook, who will be giving us a Global Mapper Pro tip. How are you this morning, Gus?
I'm doing well. How are you doing, Meg?
Doing all right, thanks. Enjoying the presentations,
Gus, I'm going to share the screen with you.
Perfect.
And you can take it away, my friend.
Excellent.
Thank
Let
you.
me just verify that I'm sharing the correct screen. Everything looks good. Alrighty, So for my Global Mapper Pro tip, I'm going to highlight a couple pro features here. We can see that we have some publicly available USGS 3D EP LiDAR data, and we're going to perform a couple actions on this data to create some derivative products, and we're going to capture this in our script builder tool, which is a really valuable way to begin the process of automation and to be able to have a jumping off point to perform your batch processing. So under the file menu, you can access the script builder, and I'm going to clear these out so it's all fresh and ready to go. We can dock this right under here, and I'm going to generate an elevation grid here from my LiDAR data. I'm going to use the binning minimum method, which is another pro feature. It's going to give me a nice smooth surface. I'm going to filter to just my ground points, and I'm going to generate my elevation grid. We can see here that that command to generate that elevation grid that I just performed in the user interface has now been recorded in Global Mapper script language in addition to being recorded in Python. Let's say we want to create some contours from our elevation grid. We can make 5-meter contours. So now we've generated our contours, we've created our elevation grid. Again, both of these commands are retained in my script builder. So for a final step here, I'm going to talk a little bit about another pro feature, which is the least cost path tool. I know we had a couple questions coming in during Jeff's Q&A section regarding this tool. Essentially, what least cost path allows you to do is find the optimal way to go from one point to a set of other adjacent points. And this is the optimal path in terms of producing the 2D distance. But if it was just as the crow flies, these would all be straight lines. The other thing it's going to take into account is trying to minimize the change in slope to stay away from those higher relief areas. So this tool can be accessed from under the terrain analysis menu, find least cost path between points. I'm going to add my points layer. And the starting point is based on the index of that particular point within the layer. We can choose to either visit each of these points sequentially based on their index from the starting point, or we can visit each one individually from that starting point. We're going to visit each of them sequentially. We can also specify a range of slope to try to maintain within our path. Let's say that we want to avoid slopes that are outside of the range of 0 to 20 degrees. So I'm going to let this run, and it's going to look through my terrain grid here, cell by cell, and perform this least cost path analysis where farther distance and higher changes in slope result in a higher cost. So we can see that we have our path that it's determined to connect all of these point features. And again, this command has been retained in my script builder, and I can then open up these recorded commands in my script editor. And what this is going to allow me to do is have a really nice jumping off point. No matter what your workflow is, you can perform the action within the interface and then have these commands recorded, so you don't have to worry about typing in the precise command and parameters exactly correctly. You can just maybe change some file paths or add this to a directory loop or a layer loop, and you can get a good jumping off point for your automation. These are the commands written in Global Mapper script, and you can also access these commands in Python. I'm going to select that option to switch to Python. I'm going to open up the script editor. You can see we've now retained those commands in Python language. So a really useful way to begin the process of automation. Sometimes it can be a little bit intimidating. You want to automate workflows, but you don't know exactly the correct commands to put in to be able to access that functionality. Now you have this really nice jumping off point. You can then save that file to a new Global Mapper script file or a Python script file. Alrighty, I think that about does it for a pretty quick tip and trick here, highlighting a couple of the tools available in Global Mapper Pro, being the script builder and the least cost path tool.
Now, this is a great tip, Gus. Thank you. And I invite you to stick around with us because we actually have a fun next step. And
Absolutely.
I'm sure you would like to be part of the fun. So, folks, what I like to do next is to actually give away a free license. That's a fun a thing to do right now. So we're going to give away a free license of Global Mapper Pro. And for those of you who weren't here earlier, this is how this game goes. We're going to put a question on the screen for you. And the first person, I have my question, my chat panel here. First person who answers the question correctly wins the license. We'll follow up with you after this event with information step-by-step on how to claim your prize. So do we have drum roll going? All right, so I'm going to share the screen with the question. Please use the chat box on your right-hand side to answer this question. And again, the first person to answer correctly wins a prize. All right, so question giveaway. So Global Mapper Pro has automatic classification methods for ground, building, power line, vegetation, pole, and what? What's missing here? What type is missing? Let's see here. Who do we get here? And the answer is noise. Let's see here on my trusty. So Jeffrey Kenner was the first one to answer noise. Congratulations, Jeffrey. We will contact you because I have your email address. You'll sign up for this session. We'll contact you after this this event with the information step by step on how to claim your prize. So I do have a few moments, and what I like to do before I give the screen to my colleagues, David and Gus again to talk about education program scholarship. I would like to give you take you on a trip on our website again, because I know that some of you who were not with us earlier this morning probably missed that little trip. And the reason I'm doing this again is because our website is filled with great information, great resources for you to use on your day-to-day as you're looking for information on how to solve a specific workflow on your using one of our software. So landing here, the URL for our website, for those of you who are longtime users, you probably are very familiar with our website, but we have made modifications. We keep updating it. We keep doing great things to it. So just stick around because I'm going to give you a few nuggets of great tips on how to get the most out of this website. So for those of you who are new to Blue Marble technology and you're just, test driving and joining us today to learn more about our software, our URL is bluemarblegeo.com. Once you land on our website here, the first thing that you're going to see on the menu is our products. We have divided them by suite. So we have the Global Mapper suite, which has Global Mapper Pro, Global Mapper Standard, the original software, Global Mapper Mobile, and the Mango Map extension for visualization. I'm just going to click on Global Mapper Pro here just to give you an example. On this page here, you can request a demo if you wish to speak to a salesperson and ask specific questions. Sometimes we bring someone from the tech team to answer specific questions you may have to see if Global Mapper is the right tool for you. We're happy to do that, so you can request that demo right here. You can also download a trial. We give 14 days free trials, and you're able to just take the software for a drive and see what it does for you. We promise great things. It's a wonderful software. We are very proud of it. If you go down this page here, you can see the latest updates. You can, learn more what we're doing and all the latest updates. Then further down, you can see the difference of types of tools and features that you get from Global Mapper Standard and Global Mapper Pro. And this is very helpful because it helps you decide which software license is actually the right one for you. If you work with more advanced workflows, chances are Global Mapper Pro may be the right tool for you. So it's good to take a look at them, and you can actually request a trial and see what is on the standard and on the pro different types of licenses. The same is true for our geographic calculator. You can do the same thing. We have a similar page. You can request a demo. You can request a trial. And also, for those of you who don't know, and we are launching a brand new site, a more advanced site later this year, is the GeoCalc Online, a geodetic registry. So in here, we have a few steps, because this is a first one that we launched. There's a more advanced coming up sooner this year, but you have the calculator here, the point-to-point calculator, which allows you to perform 3 different types of calculations directly here. So you can convert, you can forward, and you can inverse on your calculations. The URL for this one is geocalconline.com. So welcome you to, also test drive this website. Coming back to the Blue Marble website, I like to point you to some great resources. Number one, starting with training. David McKittrick, our colleague and lead of the training department here, he has worked with the tech team and created an amazing set of training sessions coming up. You can see here that we offer customized training, so you can actually request us to come to your facility, to your place of work, and provide training that meets the needs of your organization. So for more information on this page, which is bluemarblegeo.com/GIS-training, and you can find it right on the home page here, right here, you can request more information about customized training. Most people come to the public training sessions. These are sessions that we schedule throughout the year, and David's going to talk more about them during his session. But I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. We do have a variety of sessions. I'm not going to steal David's thunder because he's going to talk about them, but we have sessions in English and sometimes in other languages. So this first schedule here are the sessions. They are provided by Blue Marble staff, and they're all offered in English. But if you would like to learn how to use Global Mapper in your own native language, we do have our partners do share with us the schedule of training that they're offering in their own native languages. So for those of you who speak Spanish or French, this is your lucky month because we have a Global Mapper training and LiDAR processing training coming up in February in Spanish. Our partners Dynasoft are offering that, and you can just click here and register directly with them and take the course with them. The Global Mapper and LiDAR training are also being offered in March in French, and our partners Geomatique are offering those, and you can do the same thing. Just register right here. Next, another bit of good, useful information are industry showcases. So on the top menu bar here, use cases, we have divided them by industry. So you can just peruse this page here and find a variety of workflows of use cases that we have here for you that may be, relevant and also helpful. We talked about dam construction earlier today. There's an airport runaway terrain analysis that took place in China. There's a variety of good information here, and we explain step by step how to run this process. Like I'm just going to open a random one here, mining rehabilitation. So we talk about it. We have the background. There's, information on how this process was taking place. So make use of these use cases. That you may find some good nuggets of information. I did talk about training. Now, next, I would like to remind you of our GeoTalks Express series, which is a condensed version of today's event. We do offer one webinar per month, and they're free. So whether you're a user of our products or you're just test driving our products today, we'll welcome you. All students who are here today, everyone is welcome. They're free. You can register ahead of time. And we usually offer information about new updates, sometimes extensive information about a specific tool. For instance, we have a release coming up. It's the Global Mapper Standard and Pro version 25.1 coming up in mid-February. So we have 2 webinars coming up on that. One is going to highlight the standard features coming out, and the other one, the Pro. And then in March, we're going to do the top 10 Global Mapper Pro tips and tricks. People love this one because we include some hidden gems that some people don't know, but it would expedite your workflow and it's helpful. And we also include new tips about new features that were just recently released. So we welcome you to join us. Then in April, we have the Blue Marble Academic Program webinar. And that's a great way for me to pivot into the academic programs that David is also going to talk about next, but I just wanted to show you where they are on our webinar. I'm not going to steal his thunder. He's going to talk about it, but more to come in a couple of minutes. Going on the website, how to use the website and get most of the information that we have available for you. I like to show you the support download menu here, where you find our knowledge base. Knowledge base tends to be our users' best friends here. The two knowledge bases that we have, one for each product. Actually, we have for various products. We have for Geographic Calculator Desktop, the standard version of Global Mapper, and the Pro version are all together in this section here. Then for Global Mapper Mobile, and then for all of our SDK tools, our software development kit tools. So make sure that you come over here, take a look at them. I'm just going to show you what it looks like a little bit. You can use the search tool here, the search bar, to search any type of keywords that you may want to do that. It would bring you to where you want to go. And also we share here what's new, significant new features that were released, and we go really in depth on the documentation of the software. So, make use of this amazing resource that will help you. Next, I want to show you under that same support menu is our blog. We release one new blog per week, which is usually fresh information related to our latest releases, how to, and examples of how to use new features and new tools. They are sorted here on the top by product. You can also use the search bar on the top here to search for the type of resource that you're looking for information, and we'll offer back a return of all the blogs that are relevant to that keyword. And I also want to share with you our YouTube channel that you can find on our website, either on the bottom over here or also on the support on the video tutorials. We release one new video tutorial per week. They're called Ask the Experts. And they usually are step-by-step how to use a tool or a new feature. They're extremely useful. Our users love them. We welcome you to peruse our YouTube channel. We have hundreds of videos here that you can take a look at. And we also, after a webinar takes place, we usually put up the recording of that webinar here, so you can also watch anything that you may have missed. This is a wonderful resource that we have for you, also free of charge. And the last thing that I wanted to share is actually on the home page. It's about our newsletter. So every month we send out a newsletter, and it includes information such as the latest blogs, the latest Ask to Expert video tutorials, upcoming training, upcoming webinars. If you have not registered to receive our monthly newsletter, I would recommend you come to our homepage and click on sign up down here where the ship is. Don't miss a thing. And sign up to receive our newsletter. We ask you, what type of information you would like to receive, and we only send you what you request to receive, and you will never miss a thing. So that's pretty much what I wanted to share with you with regards to our website, because I feel that that information is really resourceful. So without further ado, we are a little ahead of schedule, but my colleague David, welcome David. And
Hi.
welcome
Hi,
back,
guys.
Gus. They have so many wonderful things to share with you. So without further ado, David and Gus, I'm going to share my screen with you, David.
Cynthia, I think you've covered everything I wanted to say. I think I'm done.
I am so sorry. I just
No,
figured
that's
that I
good.
would
No, that's fine. It's
show
I was
folks.
going to ask you to show the academic part of the website, so I'm glad you did that. That is excellent. Okay, so let me just make sure my screen is sharing here. It looks like it is. You guys are
Excellent.
seeing it. Perfect, perfect.
All right.
Welcome
Thank
back,
you.
Gus. Gosh, Gus is busy here. Gus is going to be doing a lot. So Cynthia alluded to our training programs, showed us the website. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. I do want to put in a little bit of a plug. Next week, next Wednesday specifically, we are running through our LiDAR training class. And I know a lot of the presentations that have been covered today have shown you some of the functionality pertaining specific to point cloud processing, LiDAR processing. If you want to learn more, and if you want to get some hands-on experience, there are still a couple of seats left in that class. Again, next Wednesday, it's a morning session here in the Eastern US, which would mean a bit of an early start for those of you west of here, maybe an afternoon session for those of you in Europe. And again, jump into the website that Cynthia showed us, and you can take a look at those opportunities. Most of what I want to talk about today in the short session we have before we take our mid-session break is concerns our academic programs. Gus has joined me because Gus is actually going to go through an example of some of the materials that we've produced for academic use. So we'll get to that just a little bit. Just to kind of kick this off, and I know we've covered this in previous years. If you're a return visitor, I apologize. We're being a little repetitive here, but it is an important message. We do emphasize the importance of engaging with academia, and not only in terms of how we sell our products, but also in terms of how we develop our products. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in just a few minutes. Several years ago, many years ago now, we noticed an uptick in the use of our applications within kind of the academic context, specifically within schools and colleges. We were just noticing those sales were coming in, those users were being recorded. So we reached out to some of the faculty in our local university system here in the state of Maine, the UMaine system, invited them to come and have a chat with us to find out how we could better serve that community, the academic community. Out of that came two recommendations, specifically from folks, in academia. One being providing simple access to the necessary tools, that being the software we're producing, and the other being providing resources to simplify the instructional part. So we embarked on a process at that time to develop our academic programs. I'll just bring up a couple of slides here to kind of illustrate what we're doing. One of those is academic licensing. Now, this was actually a tough sell internally. Try telling the sales department that we're going to be basically undermining our own revenue channels by discounting or even giving away our software at no cost. Yeah, that was a tough sell, but we've managed to convince the folks in our sales team that it was a long-term investment, not only an investment in terms of engaging students in non-traditional GIS, again, that's the best way to describe it, but also for us as a company, because as you'll see in a few minutes, we are constantly learning from students and from faculty about how our software is best used. I'm going to see an example of a project in just a few minutes that illustrates that. So we do engage with folks in the academic community to determine how best to develop our software. I mean, they teach us how to best develop our software. So our academic licensing, for those of you in North America, US and Canada, we can give you the software at no cost. Cynthia previewed the website. I'll pop up the URL here in a second. If you want to find out more about how that works, please get in touch with her. We can give you more information about how to deploy that license, how to set the license up, and how to provide relatively easy access to our software. For those of you outside the US, US and Canada, we're working on discounted licensing as well. So we will make sure that you have the necessary software licenses to allow you to use the software. URL again, Cynthia previewed on the website. Go on to the education section, you'll get more information about that. So again, this addressed issue number one. How do we get the software into the hands of our students in a simple way? And again, there's no easier way than allowing it to be used at no cost. The other part of that was the academic curriculum, developing training materials. Now, I had come to this from the perspective of a training in GIS. So we thought, why don't we develop materials specifically for not necessarily instructing people how to use Global Mapper, but rather introducing the broad scope of GIS. And we like to think that Global Mapper does that very effectively because it is generally considered a relatively easy application to use. So developing materials that kind of introduce folks who are maybe not focused on GIS, folks who are maybe studying in a different discipline, but allowing them to be introduced to the principles of GIS and using Global Mapper for that purpose. So again, wrong button. We developed a series of academic labs. I think that initially there were about half a dozen labs with written instructions, with data that we made available. I think we're up to 12 now, if I'm not mistaken, Gus. I know you're going to be looking at these more detail.
That's correct.
12 labs, and that will continue to be developed as we introduce new functionality, some of which you've seen over the course of the presentations today. Those will be incorporated into more labs. So this is an ongoing process. So again, these labs, as Gus will show us, are written instructions as well as supplementary data. Again, URL on the screen here, or where Cynthia guided us earlier, will give you more information on that. So at this stage, I'd like to hand over to Gus. Gus, you've been kept very busy today, to maybe walk through the lab structure and look at an example of how those labs work. So Meg or Cynthia, if you could switch the screen share over to Gus, he can guide us through that process.
Thanks, David. Let me just share my screen here and just verify that the correct screen is showing. Everything looks good. Awesome. So let's have a little kind of sneak peek here about if you are enrolled in the academic program, the academic labs that are available upon request. And these cover a broad range of kind of introductory GIS topics. We have a basic introduction to the principles of GIS, creating a terrain surface, just to name a few, image rectification or georeferencing. The one I'm going to be going through today, which is an introduction into watershed modeling. One of my favorites, a suitability analysis for a solar power project. So these cover a broad range of just general or more specific GIS functionality. Let's open up the lab that I'm going to be covering today and kind of have a look at the structure here. So initially, there's going to be some basic background information outlining the steps that you're going to participate in. And then the lab is broken down into different sections. And each section is going to kind of highlight a different particular facet of whichever topic is being covered. For this example, this first section, which I'm going to go over in Global Mapper in a minute, is related to creating stream paths or a drainage network from a digital elevation model. So you would generally work your way following these step-by-step instructions. And then once you've reached the end of the guided part of the academic lab, there's another section down below here that comes with a second supplementary data set, which is not written step-by-step instructions, and it is a opportunity to take what you just learned and apply it to another data set. And this is the part that I really find to be the most enjoyable, being able to take what you just learned and then apply it to another data set kind of on your own terms. So let's jump into Global Mapper here and just give a little more kind of a brief example of what some of this material entails. So this particular lab, Lab 6, as I mentioned, is related to creating a watershed model. So we're going to be using this Create Watershed tool a lot. And in simple terms, what this tool does is model the likely locations that water is going to flow on top of our terrain surface, with our elevation model being our input data. So I'm going to select to create a watershed area, and we can call this first one stream paths. A couple of the important parameters here that are going to be gone over in the academic lab material. Our stream threshold is a minimum flow accumulation threshold. You can imagine as you move from one cell to another, modeling the flow of water, those cells are going to be accumulating flow downstream. So we can set up this minimum threshold of accumulation for those stream paths to be included in our output. we have our resolution that we're going to perform our analysis at. This is derived from our source elevation data and our depression fill depth. So elevation models tend to have kind of anomalies in the data, kind of depressions or holes that will stop flow in a way that is kind of artificial and would not happen in the real world. So to be able to better model how the water is going to run on that surface in comparison to how it would do it in the real world, we can kind of fill in some of those depressions to give us a better output. So I'm going to let this run here, and it's going to create my stream paths. If I use the feature info tool here, I can select a particular stream path and see that it's been given an inflow, the total number of cell accumulated at the beginning of that stream, as well as outflow, total number accumulated at the end of that stream, as well as a drainage area, the total area that drains in that particular stream segment. I can search my line data here by using the search vector data tool. And what I'm going to do here is we have my kind of list of results with all of their attributes. I'm going to limit this list to just areas that have a drainage, or just lines rather, excuse me, that have a drainage area that is greater than 2 square kilometers. So I'm selecting this drainage attribute. I'm going to search, and now my list is limited to just the lines that meet that criteria. I can select all of those. I can easily copy and paste those to a new layer if I wanted to. I'm going to turn this off. Let's create another watershed, and this time we can call this one watershed areas. And this time I'm going to check this option to create watershed areas showing drainage to streams. And this is going to create these differentiating areas that drain from to one side or another. They're typically divided by the ridge lines on your data. We'll see how that looks once it's run. You can see that we've created these new watershed areas. For the next section here, we're going to talk about how our stream threshold affects our output. We can call this new layer large watersheds. And let's change our stream threshold to a minimum drainage area of 1 square kilometers. And this is going to only include in our output those larger segments or larger lines rather, stream paths that have a minimum drainage area connected to them of 1 square kilometer. So we can see we have these more generalized watershed areas here, as well as more stream paths generated. Moving on, let's talk about one of the most common uses of watershed analysis in GIS, which is the ability to model flow from a particular point, also known as water drop analysis. So I'm going to select that point with my digitizer. And again, we can jump back into our watershed generation tool. We can call this water drop analysis, if I can spell, there we go. And this time I'm going to check this option to trace flow from our selected points. And this is going to simulate, if we can imagine, if we basically poured some liquid out right here, maybe there was a leak from a pipe, or we want to figure out if liquid was released at this point on the surface, where is it likely to run towards? And we can see that it is indicated, the path it's going to take is indicated by these little arrow features. Once again, I'm going to jump back. I'm going to select another point here. And this is another really common GIS watershed analysis, which is the ability to create a catchment area that drains to a particular point. Maybe this is the location of a drinking water source, and we want to verify what extent drains to that particular location. So with this point selected, once again, I'm going to open up my Create Watershed tool, and we can call this catchment. And this time I'm only going to check this option here to create watershed areas showing drainage to my selected point. I'm going to increase my flow threshold here to account for maybe my point feature isn't exactly on the line of flow. I'm going to kind of increase the resolution to look for that point. And there we go. We have our catchment area here. Now, I'm going to select this catchment area, and I'm actually going to turn on this parcels map underneath. And I'm going to, we have some pre-configured styling. I'm going to color this parcel map based on whether it falls within this catchment area. So I'm going to right click and I'm going to choose advanced selection options, select all of my features that are contained within this feature that have any overlap. So now we've selected those. Again, I'm going to right click. I'm going to edit those features. Again, we have some pre-configured styling. We have this watershed attribute that's set to no, but I'm going to edit that for these particular features and set it to yes. And we can see here now we have effectively added this thematic mapping based on whether those parcels overlap with our catchment area. So I'm going to open up, we're getting close to the end here. I'm going to open up my terrain grid again. And this time I'm going to again create my stream paths, but this time I'm going to check an option to create flow directional arrows. And we'll see what those look like once I've run it. So initially, once I have created my output here, it's going to look essentially the same from my first run, our stream paths. But if we zoom to a specific extent, we can say that we have generated this quiver plot of these scaled vector features. And these are scaled based on the flow accumulation at that point, and then they are angled or oriented towards the detected flow direction. This is a really valuable way to have a look at the highly localized slope and then water analysis characteristics of your landscape at that highly localized level. So there's one more little section here I'm going to go through. I'm going to turn on this lake polygon. I'm going to select it with the digitizer. And let's say we want to figure out if the water level increased by 4 meters, what would be the extent of that flooding, or where would be covered by water if we had that water level rise. This is a separate tool that functions pretty similarly to the watershed analysis tool available under the terrain analysis menu. So with that area feature selected, I'm going to choose to simulate water level rise. Let's do 4 meters. We can call this 4 meter rise. And we're going to increase from our selected areas. And once we've created this, we're going to see a pink polygon that represents the extent of water if we had a rise of 4 meters in terms of our water levels. So that's the end of the written instructions that are included in our handout. Now, once you're done with that, you're going to have the ability to perform this exercise. And for this particular example, this is going to allow you to play around with creating a catchment area that drains to the outlet of the Mississippi River, which is one of the larger rivers in the continental United States. And so there's a secondary data set that allows you to kind of play around with that and learn a little bit more about watershed analysis. Let's see, David, anything else that I'm forgetting?
I have to say, Gus, that was the fastest I think that lab has ever been completed. Amazing. Hope you were taking notes, folks. No, this will not be part of the final exam. No, just a great demonstration of multifaceted watershed as an example of one of the labs. So thank you for that, Gus. Thank you for taking the time. I think you can take some time off now. You've done enough. Take a breath. Meg or Cynthia, if you wouldn't mind bringing the screen back to my side again. Just a couple of additional slides here if I can get my mouse to work. Thank you, Meg. Let's see, let's make sure we're sharing the right monitor. It looks like we are. So again, the labs of which Gus gave us an example, there are 12 of them. If you are interested in seeing them, just again, go to the website, let us know, and we will be more than happy to set you up with those labs. Now, the final segment, we've got about 10 minutes left, a little over 10 minutes. There were drums rolling earlier for the announcement of our raffle winner. We're going to have drums rolling again in a second, because we're about to announce the winner of the Blue Marble Academic Scholarship. This is something we introduced several years ago to encourage students to use our technology creatively, whether it be Geographic Calculator or whether it be Global Mapper. And I have to say, this is one of my favorite tasks over the year, to review the submissions. It is really amazing how creatively some of the folks out there in academia are using our software. And you're going to see an example of that in just a few minutes. Obviously, the scholarship for the current academic year is over. I think it ends in December. I think our closing date is December. Cindy, maybe I don't know if I've got that correct. But needless to say, we will be announcing the academic scholarship for the upcoming academic year sometime later in the summer. So keep your eye out for that. And if you're a teacher, mention that to your students, or if you are a student, if have done some interesting work, we'd love to hear from you. The particulars, it's open to any graduate, undergraduate students, or basically anybody in an academic situation. We're pretty open in terms of how you submit what you've done, whether it be something written, a project report, poster, and we get all sorts of submissions. So be creative. We've even had folks submitting some of the Global Mapper files as part of this as well. So however you want to share what you've done, we'd love to hear from you. And again, we're a little selfish in this regard, because not only do we want to hear from you, but we also want to learn from you, to learn how our software is being used, and it helps our developers make sure that we're keeping those tools appropriate. The winner will receive a $1,000 scholarship, or the local equivalent thereof, wherever you are in the world, and also a copy of Global Mapper Pro. So that's a very generous award that is going to be given. Now, this is where the drums are going to roll, because we are lucky, I believe, if all the technology is cooperating, to have on the line our winner for the 2023-24 scholarship, David Maynard. David, are you with us today? I hope you are. Hey, David, welcome from the beautiful city of Aberystwyth, the University of Aberystwyth, there on the coast of Wales. Beautiful part of the world, by the way, if you ever get a chance. Maybe not at this time of year, but maybe sometime in the summer, visit Aberystwyth. David, I'm not sure if you're hearing me. I'm not sure. We're not hearing you right now.
I can hear you very well.
Excellent, excellent. So David, David's presentation, as you can see here on my slide, replacing hand-drawn plan. I'm interested in hearing a little bit more about exactly what this entails, David. But yeah, we reviewed all of the submissions we came in, and to be honest, the selection process was not easy for those of you who submitted, and we're not selected. Yeah, really, we should have several prizes, I think, if we're going to do this appropriately. David, just before, we're going to hand over to you to go through a quick overview of what you've done. Before we do, or while we're setting that up, a quick question for you. And this again, we're selfish here in terms of how we want to extract information, but we're always interested in finding out why you chose Global Mapper for your project. What was the reason for that?
I used to be an AutoCAD user, perhaps 25 years ago, and then gradually AutoCAD couldn't keep up with the scale of things, and things like GPS came along, and then I started working in different countries, so different projections and all the rest of that, and Global Mapper was a much easier program to use. I've been using it probably since about 2008, and gradually working my way through it. My problem is I use it for a week and then don't come back to it for another 2 months or so, and I forget how to do things. I know that things can be done, and there are so many technical bits and pieces which go in there. It wasn't until I came to do this postgraduate course that I actually had the time to sit down and write a complete piece of work on using photographs to replace photography, or photographs to replace drawings, and actually put a proper presentation together, as it were. So this came along just the right time when I had a dissertation finished, and all the slides and all the things together.
Yeah, perfect. Well, why don't you take it then? Looks like we are seeing your screen right now. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what your project involves?
I hope it doesn't take too long anyway. But, yeah, the traditional drawing is done with planning frames and drawing boards and pencils, and you can see images here of people working away trying to trying to recreate a graphical representation of the sites they're digging. And you can see from these images that it's quite a difficult process to get a drawing which actually represents the whole site, especially as one with lots of different people drawing. So you've got lots of drawing scales and styles being used, and how you represent them into the finished drawing is the problem. So this is an example from about 1977, and the drawing on the left is the end product that we want to put in a publication, which is a line drawing showing the development of the site, all the different features and the features numbers, and it's sort of illustrated on the right hand side. I estimate that that's taken a month to draw that image, because again in 1977 it will be hand drawn, and would take time to redraw something, copy it, scale it, and everything else. So the obvious solution is some form of photogrammetry. And this image from North Wales, I know that work was carried out in 1999 because I was involved in it. And the photography was carried out with a mast about 4 meters tall. The camera sat on the top of it, and we had to move the camera on the mast around the site taking photographs. And then the guy took the film away, processed it, scanned it, put it together, and generated something like this. But it took a week to do that. And nowadays we can generate that image very quickly using drones or cameras on poles, put it through photogrammetric software, and produce those images. The drawing of the site on the right is probably also done by hand, because you know, sort of archaeology is very safety conscious. We like to have everything on paper, so it's a bit of an issue there with that. But it's an illustration of, you've got two views there, one showing what the site looks like, and the other one with an interpretive view of what's going on the site. So this is a site in Azerbaijan where I was working, and the photograph is generated from photographs from a camera mounted on a pole, and then generated through photogrammetric software. And then the line drawing has been created in a drawing software as a traced thing. So it's not, again, there's a huge amount of work and time taken up in generating that part of it. But that's sort of where the software had got and the processor got by about 2016. In the last couple of years, I've been working on a road scheme in West Wales, and we have adopted drones and so forth. And the sort of large image up there shows the site being excavated, and the process in there. It's a Neolithic site, and it's a palisaded enclosure. And if you look closely inside, you can see little post holes inside these trenches. And then that's an ordinary photograph from a drone. The image on this side here is a photogrammetric view, and then converted into a point cloud, which is the lower one here, and then viewed as a shader option in Global Mapper. And the whole image has been rectified using GPS, so it's all to scale. So we have a process. If you use the profile tool in Global Mapper, you can see the undulations of the different gullies that are there. So this portion here is in this area here, and then you move it across. It provides an illustration of what's going on the site, and is very, very close to the optimum image of a line drawing that we were trying to show in that sort of 1977 type of site. We moved on to that. I started playing around with Global Mapper and the blending and showing sort of orthographic images overlaid over the point cloud, either over the point cloud or over the DEM, and then viewing them through different portions. And I ended up coming down to this one on the right-hand side, where we can actually see sort of, you can't see in this example very well, but where you have vertical elements in here, they show it very well because the slope shader is showing the information very much steeper angles than the flat stuff. I don't know if I've got an example. Yeah, here, this is a Iron Age roundhouse that was dug in West Wales on St Bride's Bay. And you can see the site for the roundhouse here, and portions of it there. The DEM image here is shown as a sort of shaded image where the flat surfaces are coloured white up to 15 degrees, and the vertical elements are then shaded in this sort of dark grey up to about 89 to 90 degrees are in dark colours, which is a very good way of showing the slopes and the inclinations of the site which are there. And you can see that, you know, in this photograph of the site, there are many sort of settings of stones which are vertical. So you can see the lines of the walls and, that come around here, together with the ditches and gullies which are here, which are formed because there's a high component of slopes in the information. It's showing it quite well. This image then is the orthomosaic laid over the DEM and blended together, which is showing a visual element of it. And if we zoom into it in this view in here, we see this portion is about here, which is a drain inside the site, which is emptying out. And we can see, because we've got texture shown and the high combination of slopes and shadows, it shows up very well, including sort of holes and stones and features like that. So this is how I was working my way through this. This is another site in Azerbaijan. 2017, we actually did the work. I didn't process it in this form until last year when I was doing my dissertation, but it's a medieval castle, and we've got sort of walls and towers inside there, which wasn't known until we arrived to build a pipeline. And this tower here is this area in here. And again, you can see the walls along here that come across here, other parts of towers in here. Then there were more parts of it in this way. And these are storage pits and other things of later phases of occupation of the site. But this image, which we sort of call the sepia tone image, is very good at showing a lot of the features that are happening on site, and is very close, I think, to the 1977 optimum that we need. Running the two images side by side allows the two things to be seen, the contrast between something which is actually showing orthomosaic view and something which is giving more indication of relief is a good way of indicating what's going on in there. And you can see from the profile, there's quite a degree of changes in height, one way or another inside there. Again, back at the road this year, yeah, we've got the machines all lined up waiting to come in. We've got the archaeology in there. And we have this circular feature just in here, which is this one along here, and then ditches across this way. And again, you can see the, in the shape file, sorry, not the shape file, the DEM, and the slope shaded one, is these drain covers which is being stored here. They show up very well as vertical elements. And again, the other parts, I don't know if it's visible in here, you've got curbstones on the existing road, which are this part here. They show up quite well, the edges of the excavation and section lines, which are something we need to see in archaeology. So then again, another site, you've got the oblique view, and It's a burnt mound with lots and lots of charcoal inside here and stones. And this is the excavated area that we've worked in. And you can see the vertical view and the sepia toned view of the DEM. So it's giving a good result in certain sorts of sites. And now I have to sort of point to this one, where again, we've used the same techniques, but the nature of the site is much more vague. And we have some pits in here, a few pits in there, and not very much else. And I'm afraid the end result of this image is not very good in the shaded DEM and the sort of ortho view there. And I think that's something to do with the degree of verticality of the features we're looking at. If we have lots of steep dropped edges, we can see that. There may be different ways of operating this. I don't know yet quite how to overcome the difficulties of this, whether this is about as far as information will go, or maybe you experts in Global Mapper will know how to resolve this. But it's something I need to work on in future. The missing elements that I see, there's no title block, scale, north arrow. I've fallen behind in a lot of doing that. The sepia drawing needs to be converted in some way into a line drawing. And that's the optimum final result that we need, that we can show what's going on, because there's a lot of information which needs to be added. And I suspect that some form of hybrid recording, like sketching or small sets of drawings, and combining it with this form of recording using cameras or drones, and generating this set of information, because it is providing an accurate framework within which to put the other information. And then again, we need to add the GIS information, because all these sites are being dug. The individual parts of them are being described in great detail and numbered and everything else. So we need to find a way of getting a GIS into it. And then, as I mentioned before, the shader options are difficult to control to give really good results. And I suspect that from the examples I'm showing there, both vertical elements and the color of the soil. So the ones which seem to work out well seem to have a pale colored soil, whereas if you've got darker soils, it may not be so easy to use it. And then there is the blended mosaic becoming very dark when it's viewed through the above the DEM. And again, I don't know quite whether there's ways of changing that, but we'll see. Now, part of my work in future is going to be looking at earthwork sites, and these are some barrows. So you've got one here, another one here, another one there, and these show up really well if you use the profile tool. The people are standing in the middle one, and the far one is there. The profile tool shows these perfectly as earthworks and circular tumps in there. And the DEM views this are not really giving it justice, I think. So it's part again of I think some of the slopes are more like 45 degrees as opposed to 90-degree sites, 90 or 90, 80 or 90-degree angles on an excavated site. And you can see that some of it here, because the site is covered in this heather, and the people who look after the ground have been up and down and mown the material in there. So you can see the sort of ground surface, or what is ground surface, about a foot or so above it will be this heather. And one objective I would like is to be actually remove by classification this heather cover and just leave the ground, which is possibly what the machine is working on. And then the final site, which is about 3 miles from my house, this is a hill fort on the Preseli Mountains. And again, you know, we've got 3 round barrows in the middle of the site. We've got the embankments around the outside of it. And then all these things in here are hut circles. There's approximately 200 hut circles in there, and sets of quarries along the edges here, and quite a number of other features as well. And I would like to go further in my survey and actually identify all of the features and work my way through them. But it's going to take it's a sort of GIS type of operation, combining the images that you can see here and end up with something which will be sort of more informative than what we can see, although this is very useful to look at here. But again, you can possibly see the heather which lies across the site and the sort of various undulations here. And we would like to just get to the soil levels, the ground levels, as opposed to the stuff which is like 18 inches up in here. But there we are. That's about as far as I've gone with it. I think I've managed to do certain things quite well using Global Mapper, but there are other parts which defeat me, and sometimes some masterclass might put me in the right.
Well, at the risk of turning this into a training class, and I know we don't have time, but there are a lot of the questions you brought up. I know, oh, I can do that. I can help you with that. I can help you with that. Fascinating, fascinating use of Global Mapper. So, David, once again, let me congratulate you, and on behalf of all of us here at Blue Marble, well done. It sounds like a work in progress, and we'd be more than happy to work with you as you continue your project. So again, round of applause from the here gathered. There we go.
Let me talk about it anyway.
Yeah. Cynthia, you are muted.
I am muted. I'm here talking up a storm. Thank you, David. I was saying thank you. Thanks to both Davids for joining us today. We have congratulations, David Maynard, once again. And I know that it's a big change in time between us and Wales, so I appreciate you joining us and sticking around. We are now going to take a break. We're going to take a few minutes break, a lunch break between 12:10 and 12:20. So I appreciate you all being with us. We'll be back at 12:20. Thank you, David and David.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Hello, Meg.
Back from lunch.
Did you have a good lunch?
I did you?
I did. I'm just going to bring back our screen here.
All right.
Excellent.
So up next, our next speaker has prepared an awesome presentation for us. Brett Rhodes is a senior closure planning engineer based out of Australia. Brett is demonstrating some mine rehabilitation design in environmentally sensitive areas. Since Brett lives on the other side of the world, he pre-recorded his session for us because he would be very tired if he was here. But we will collect any questions that our audience has for Brett, and we will get those answered for you as soon as we can. So without further ado, let's get started with mine rehabilitation design in environmentally sensitive areas.
I must warn all of you that you should increase your volume because when there
Good morning. Thank you for joining me. My name is Brett Rhodes. I'm a senior closure planning engineer, former senior
I can't
mine
see
surveyor,
it, Cynthia.
working for Grays Engineering and Mine Surveying.
Okay, I do see it, but you don't see it. All right, thank you for letting me know. Let me try again. So you only see that there is a video in progress, but you can't see the video itself?
It's not sharing your screen yet. I think that,
okay, hang on. I was sharing the video directly, so I'm gonna put it over here. And do you see it now?
I can't, but it seems like there's two names, so maybe you have to screen share from the other position. I'm not exactly sure.
Let's try this one.
Thank you for everyone's patience.
Can you see this one now?
I can't.
All right, so let's stop that. Let's change presenter, take it back. I apologize. The videos are usually a little tricky. So I'm gonna bring it back. Go back there. Let's see if we can.
It's working now. Oh,
nope. I'm just trying to get the video back on. Okay.
Good morning. Thank you for joining me. My name's Brett.
Are you able to see the video now? Okay, 1 second. I apologize, everyone. We're having some technical issues here. Just 1 moment, please.
oh, I can see it. I just saw it.
Okay, so let's begin. I guess it takes a minute for buffering.
Oh, I see.
So I apologize, everyone, for the technical issues. We have nearly 800 people logged on at the same time, so this could be causing a delay on transmitting a video. So we're going to start again. Once again, please turn up your volume, because when broadcasting a video, usually the volume is a little bit lower.
Brett Rhodes. I'm a senior closure planning engineer, former senior mine surveyor working for Gray's Engineering and Mine Surveying. I was previously employed by a contract earth mover here in Perth and engaged to take on one of their failed rehabilitation projects. This particular pit was outsourced to a contract earth mover to be mined and rehabilitated. It's situated in Perth's Jarrah forests, one of the last Jarrah forests on the planet, and adjacent to Perth drinking water dams. An extremely high risk and very environmentally sensitive region. The area is extremely steep, sitting at around about 16 degrees natural terrain. The contract earth mover was engaged to mine out all of the pit, and they approached the asset owner and said to them, look, it's extremely steep, we don't think we can mine it and rehabilitate it unless they provide them with a mine rehabilitation designed to meet the strict environmental criteria. They were unable to achieve the required outcome and abandoned the ore and rehabilitated it over the top. A couple of seasons later, the rehabilitation failed, and a lot of sediment was washed off into the bush, and they've had to revisit the rehabilitation area. As you can see from the aerial footage from the drone photos, there's several areas where the rehabilitation had failed, the most prominent being in the northeast corner, where they'd had a very heavy winter and a lot of the topsoil had run off into the forest. I was approached to provide them with a mine rehabilitation design which met some strict environmental and gradient criteria, and using Global Mapper I was able to provide them with 3 design options which facilitated not only rehabilitation at the strict criteria that was required, they're also able to recover around about 90% of the abandoned ore, which more than paid for the rehabilitation, re-rehabilitation of the project. The pit itself is situated within 400 metres of Perth drinking water catchment and within 100 metres of a stream zone, so quite a high risk location. Okay, as you can see in 3D from the aerial imagery and subsequent background LiDAR, there were several areas there of extreme erosion. Some of those gullies had washed out in excess of a metre in depth, and you can see the final erosion point down here, which had washed out into the forest. And you can see from the location, very hilly terrain, adjacent to the dams and stream zones, as I say. And in this case here, we were able to achieve a really good outcome. I'll show you the relative output thereafter. And this is what we were able to achieve, a very geomorphic rehabilitation design, post ore extraction and rehabilitation of the area. We had, as you can see from there, we actually encountered some granite which we were unable to remove due to the size. We had to redesign around it, several habitats in pit, and it's met all of the gradient criteria and the subsequent water capacity holding requirements within. So cleaned up and rehabilitated the remainder of the pit there, but the primary focus, as you can see there, is within the turquoise line. That was the area we're engaged to clean up. But overall, a very natural looking rehabilitation area, and in years to come you won't even know that they were there. Okay, now I'm going to run you through preparing your data and using a combination of LiDAR and photogrammetry data. In this particular project, I requested a recent and up-to-date drone flight, of which I was provided with a 1 metre XYZ file and a ECW, and a clearing outline which had been physically picked up by a handheld HB GPS in field. As you can see from the data, most photogrammetrical data is good where there's sufficient image overlap, and you can see the large tiles that are created outside. Also, you get a lot of overlap from the trees hanging over the data set. So I like to clean up my data set before I start using it. So Global Map is really good at that. I created an area feature from my string file that I supplied, and just simply use the cropping tool here, and you can crop to the currently selected polygons, which helps me clean it up really quickly. I then overlay it with LiDAR data, which I'm supplied, and then export that out as a GeoTIFF itself. So I use the file export elevation grid format in GeoTIFF at the nominal grid sizes. In this case, I'll just make it 0.1 and 0.1, 32-bit floating, and just use the draw box to window around the data set just to get a larger, nice clean tile that I'm going to use for my works. So in this case here, I'll just call it my grid. Export that out and bring that straight back in. So there we go. Okay, from here, I've got my working grid and my previous survey. Turn off all the others. Now that gives me something to work with. I've got a nice clean data set to kick off on. So generally I start with running my watershed. I'll show you how I do that. And conduct a general drainage assessment. So usually I'll run a watershed on a 1 metre grid. And this is very good to check the quality of your data set too. Make sure there's no zero errors, because all of those washouts should align, as you can see, which they do. Global Map is very good at picking up these drainage channels and showing you where the spill points and overflows are. And you can see the erosion scours the watershed lines beautifully. So it gives me some confidence in the quality of my data set before I start working with it as well. I then conducted an overall drainage assessment. So I use the water tools. Generally, I'll use the vertical options, and I'll just hover over the data set here. I'll get an idea of around about 260.4 input that here at a 1.1 meter increment, and I can start to flood my data set up from the tree line. I'll just raise it up in generally in 100 millimeter increments until I can completely flood the pit. So in this case here, I've got a very small pond down there, probably insufficient to worry about. My next big one's going to be around about here, so I'll create one at the 274.6 mark. And raise that up until it floods. Okay, I can see it appears to be roughly my overflow point. Then I'll back it off, create a contour at that point. You can see when it creates a series of contours, you can simply copy that. Select the one you want, Control Copy Paste, create a new layer, and delete the old one, and I'm just left with the one contour that I want. Now, whilst I've already got that selected, I'll immediately select the Create Area feature tool. And I'll create an area feature from it. In this case, I'll create a series of ponds, and I'll just call that my layer ponds existing. Now, I can immediately create a DSM from that. If there's multiple ponds, I can do them all simultaneously, but I'll just show you how I use the attribute tool, the feature attribute table. Usually I'll dock that in my working area, and you can create multiple DSMs from this all at once. So by selecting the area features, I'm going to create a series of DSMs. I can do them all at once. In this case, I've only got one, but for the purpose of this exercise, it'll suffice. Okay, I've created a DTM for the top of that pond, and I can do multiple volumes at the same time. So in this case here, I'm going to create, measure my volumes. I'm going to do them all at the same time. Do my ponds versus my grid, all cropped within the area features, and it pastes it all into the attribute table. So I'm able to add additional features to this particular attribute table. If I want to do, for example, introduce a floor elevation, I want to know that from the depth of the pond, I can include that. Catchment areas, I might have my catchments associated with that particular pond, and I can do some string maths in here as well. So for example, if I wanted to know the floor RL of those, I can use the attribute table feature here, and in this case I'm going to calculate the floor elevation. It's going to be relative to the elevation of the pond, and I'm going to subtract the maximum ZD in this case, and it'll automatically calculate all of the depth of floor RLs for my ponds here. It's a really good way of computing your the pond volumes, etc. So now that I've got an area feature associated with that, I can also use the other features which Global Mapper has, which I'll show you now. So in this case here, I'm going to run a watershed analysis on my contours, so you have to have them selected. I'll now run the watershed tool. This is going to be on the 274.4 meter contour. And this will calculate the catchment area associated with that particular contour. I'm just going to do it at 1 meter, and I'll let that do its thing. Okay, we've got the first of them through, and I'll repeat this process once again using the watershed at 260.3. So turning on my watershed here, 260.3, apply, and in this case we're only going to have a very small capacity pond, but I'll use it to run the watershed nonetheless. I'll first create a contour at 260.3. And once again, I'll copy and paste that one. Control V, Control, create a new one. Get rid of the old one, and I'll run my watershed on. And that one's much quicker. So from there I'm able to determine the actual catchments of each of those ponds. I generally copy and paste them into a new layer of their own. Call them catchments existing. Turn off my previous, and I can then use my area feature tool to crop the remainder. So I've just got the catchment area within the clearing line. I like to change my colours a bit, make it a bit easier to see, and use the transparency tool so I can see the underlying. Also, I like to use the vertex editing tool, and I can smooth those and simplify them. This gives me a much more natural looking product. If you want to clean up and trim out outside of that, you can actually use the crop tool for that as well, by cropping and keeping the information or data outside, I should say. It's a very quick way of getting your catchments. And there we have it. We've got the subsequent catchment areas for both of those with the associated watershed. We've run the watershed separately, so I've got the 2 metre watershed lines or 1 metre watershed lines. And I just used a spreadsheet to calculate the relevant volumes relative to the 960 cubic metres of capacity for each. And then you can work out the remainder. So working through that and just sort of building on it, you can ultimately end up with a complete sort of analysis of each, where you can see the watershed lines and break up your catchment areas accordingly. And then you can work out your relative 1:100 year rainfall event criteria. Okay, so generally before I start doing any design work, I'll put a plan together. I'll print out a scaled map in A3 or A4, take it out in the field and physically walk the area to be rehabilitated. I'll take some sketches and notes and draw them on the printout itself, and generally I'll take a photo of that out in the field, send it back to myself, and I'll use that to digitize it in Global Mapper, and generally I'll use that as a starting point for my design work. So when commencing my design process, what I do is I calibrate the field sketch in Global Mapper, and when you've taken a photo of it and sent it to yourself, it'll generally be in a JPEG format. You can drag and drop that, calibrate it within your screen, and use that as a starting point for digitizing. Then I'll generate some contours from my existing surface, define my design areas, and introduce some derived design parameters. So in this case here, some of the design parameters for my client were a maximum gradient of 18 degrees, generally an average of 15 degrees. I couldn't be at 18 degrees for more than 20 meters before petering out at 15 degrees to step it down. And as I mentioned before, I had to meet a water storage compliance criteria of 960 cubic meters per hectare. Additionally, I had to take into consideration the machine limitations, so that would the dozers and the scrapers that were used to do the rehabilitation, and the criteria was a geomorphic design that looked as natural as possible. Okay, so after I've generated my 2 meter contours, I'll create a 6 meter buffer around the edge of the tree line using the tree line area feature. I'll generally place that on a 1 in 10 camber, so 6 meters at 0.6 meter crossfall. From there, I'll generate a DSM for it, and you can see that in cross section here. So roughly a 6 meter wide track for the scrapers to run on a 1 in 10 camber, and that's to keep the water from running outside of the pit. And you can see that running the full perimeter. Next, I'll generate contours for the 6 meter buffer. I'll use that as a point to tie into the tree line on both sides for my designs. So in this case here, I'll start digitizing just to give you an example. I'll generally define my rehab boundary. In this case, I've digitized it along the edge of the rehabilitation that I intend to tie into, and then join it back into my tree line around the periphery. Once I've done that, I'll start my digitizing. To give you an example of what it will ultimately look like when overlaid with the design, I'll start somewhere along an existing contour and tie it into the new design. So in this case here, you can see I've tied this one in along here, for example, just using a standard line feature, and I'll just create a new layer. And I'll just start working my way along. I'm going to use that area boundary to crop at the end. Now, they might look a bit clunky initially, and you might wish to change them. And a good way to do that is to use the vertex editing tool. So if you select the line feature, use the vertex editing tool, you can actually insert vertices, or in this case here, generally what I'll use is the smooth function, and that seems to apply a spline to it, makes it look a bit more natural. If you need more points within, you can also use the crop combine and resample it. You might like to place a point every 5 meters, and you can see it's add some additional points. And then when reusing the smooth function, it once again makes it look even more natural again. So I'll simply start working my way down the hill, tying into the existing rehabilitation, and if I intend to modify the actuals a little, just simply tie them into the tree line. And as I mentioned before, I'll just simply resample these, place a vertex every 5 meters if I want to smooth it out, and just keep working my way down the hill. I'll be checking these in cross section as I'm going, just to ensure that I'm not exceeding the design tolerances. And as you can see, alternatively, you can use the offset function. So when creating these, you can select one of the contours if you wish to use that to project batters down, and you can simply use the buffer area tool as well. So in this case here, I might have a particular contour that I'm working on. That one there might be the 280 contour, and I might project it down to the 278 contour. And by cross-referencing a gradient offset sheet, I can simply project that down at 2 meter increments at whatever offset applies to the vertical offset. So in this case here, I might go fixed distance of 5 meters for 2 meters. Gives me a starting point to work along, and then I can simply use that as a template to design to and to tie my contours into. And once again, selecting that contour, I can just smooth it out again. So ultimately, I'll start working my way down the hill and eventually define my my bowls, and ultimately I'll end up with something similar to what you can see here. Now once I've finished my design, and I'll create a DSM from it. In this case here, I've already pre-made the DSM. Global Mapper's got some great gradient shaders, so I've got a custom rehab gradient shader which I use to check the rehabilitation gradient. And you can customize these to suit. So in this case, I've got everything over 16 degrees is going to show up red. Everything below 16 degrees is going to be orange, and anything down below 10 degrees blue, and below 5 degrees light blue. So it's a very quick way of checking to see if you've exceeded your design gradient criteria. And I can just go back and tweak a few of these lines where they're red. Really easy way to balance your cut fill by pushing your contours up or down. And very fast way of designing. Okay, now I'm going to show you how to create a heat map for your surface analysis. So generally I use a heat map to visualize my rehabilitation for cut and fill. To define the cut and fill areas, I'll create an XYZ file for my cut and fill depths, and I can export these out into a Global Mapper mobile file for use in field. It's very handy for supervisors or operators for a gross error check to see how deep they've got to dig, or how much extra work needs to be done, especially if you don't have fleet monitoring systems on your machinery, or high precision GPS on your machinery, or if a surveyor isn't available to physically peg it in the field. Generally I find Global Mapper Mobile is good to within a couple of meters, and if you've got Global Mapper Mobile Pro, you can feed an N-trip correction into your mobile phone, which will give you around about 0.2 to 0.3 meter accuracy, which is more than sufficient for bulk earthworks. Okay, once you're happy with your design and you want to create a heat map, just to do a cut and fill heat map check, Global Mapper's got some great shaders, and you can customize them to suit. I've got a custom shader I generally use, and you can use your design area feature boundary by simply using the combined compare terrain option. You can create a heat map, cut fill, And depending on which way you want to select it, generally you can select your post mining surface versus your rehab design, crop it to your selected area features, and it will do a very quick combination of cut fill for you. You can do it either way, depending on which way you want to visualize it. You can have the surface on the top with your post mining below, and it'll give you two different visualization tools. These are very handy. You can actually export these out. A lot of people aren't aware of that, but you can export these out in XYZ files. So for example, if you select layer, export layer, select the one that you want to export it out, and you can export it out in an XYZ file on grid. So for example, I might choose to select a point every 15 meters within that heat map, and use the select area feature. I can select the name of the file. In this case here, I'm just going to call it a cut fill XYZ file, and relative to the design surface and void, and we'll export that out and bring it back in. Now, in doing that, simply drag and drop it back in. Select it as a point import. Select your projection, and you'll come in as a series of dots on screen. Simply double clicking on the point file, we can change the colors very quickly, and select the font we want to see. In this case, I'll just make it white to make it easy to see, and select OK. And under labels, we can just change it to elevation, and I'm just going to make it 1 decimal place. So in this case here, we can see the relative depth that we need to cut where it ties in along the edge of the existing rehabilitation. It's within 100 mil or blue. Everything in red needs to be cut, and there's the areas where the ponds need to go, and this particular roll's got to be moved. Post mining, all of this fill rock material needs to be filled back in with suitable material types, and the lower pond itself needs to be excavated out up to 3.5 meters. That's a really good way of visualizing what you need to do. And as I said before, these can be exported out in a global map and mobile format by simply selecting File, Export, Global Map and Mobile File, selecting OK. We can save this in geographical latitude, longitude, WGS84 format. Generally, I like to maintain the existing features, and you can just simply select it and window over the area of interest. We can call that just a GM mobile file, and you'll see how quickly this exports it out. So that's ready to go, and simply grab that file, drop it into an email, send it to your mobile device, whether it be mobile phone or tablet, and you can open up your global map and mobile app, and just select that file, and it'll give you full visualization, the same as you see it here on the screen. Fantastic tool I use quite regularly. Okay, now we're going to create a haul road using the pit void shell within Global Mapper. We're going to use the cross-section analysis tool to define the haul road requirements to get from the top of the pit down to the bottom. We're going to establish the gradient that's required, and from that we're going to use the paint tool to create a haul road of sufficient width with the relevant batter gradients, and then we're going to establish cross sections from those, export out the cross sections for use in high precision GPS or fleet monitoring systems. Okay, in this case here we're going to use the cross-section analysis tool to determine the haul road gradient that we're going to need to create for us to access this steep pit. We've got a current track running around the side of the pit. We want to join into that and run it down to the bottom of the designer pit void. So in this case I'm just going to select the cross-section analysis tool. I'm going to pick a path roughly down towards the bottom of the pit that I think I might need to go to get down to the deepest point. Change my settings back to non-perpendicular, and in this case here I can see if I run the road from around about here, I can run it approximately down to here at a 1 in 10 gradient before it becomes too steep. In this case I might redo my my gradient. Looks a bit steep for there, but ultimately that might be a better direction there. So in this case here, I can run it at negative 9.8%. I know the fleet's maximum gradient is 10%. So in this case, I'm going to create a line from the subpath. I'm just going to call that my center line. Bring that back up to my working folder. Okay, there's negative 9.8%. I'll turn my center line back on. In this case, I'm going to apply elevations to the selected using the terrain layers. If I double click on those, you'll see that they've both got vertices at the moment. I can then use the paint tool and using my DSM demo surface, I'll change this to using the selected features, sloping the terrain along the line. We create a 25 metre wide haul road with 1 in 3 batters. And in this case here, I'm going to be going negative 9.8%. And I'm just going to select paint. And there we have it. Very, very quick. So look at it in 3D. Just turn off those background features to speed up my render. And as you can see, I've got a haul road that peters out roughly at ground level. Now I can tweak these last few points on the vertices to get it all smoothed out. But ultimately, the bulk of my haul road design is done within a matter of seconds. You can see it running through from the top here. The dozer can very easily clean that up. Now, from that, I'm going to create some center lines and subsequent cross sections. So whilst I've got my point selected, I'm going to use the cross section analysis tool again. I'm going to extend it beyond my center line points because I want it to blend in either side. And now I'm going to turn on my perpendicular display. I'm going to have it every 35 meters either side of the center line and every 10 meters. Now I should be able to step through my cross sections using the step tool, and effectively you can see what the haul road is going to look like in cross section all the way down to the bottom. Once I get to my bottom now, I can very quickly save those and export them out. And I'm going to select all cross profiles, and I very quickly have all of my cross section profiles available to me in my list and display here, and I can look at those in 3D. And you can see they're all draped to the terrain. I can export those out for alternate software or drafting, or I can simply upload them to HP GPS on machinery to create a design file for a dozer to cut and fill that haul road.
Hello, folks. So that was Dr. Actually Brett Rhodes' session. I'm going to take back the sharing of my screen now. And I am glad that that video worked. It's always tricky when you have videos playing because sometimes they work and sometimes, you know, technology tests us. We can rehearse this many times and then, you know, at the time things may happen. So we obviously Brett Rhodes is not with us today, But if you do have questions, as I mentioned before, if you just joined us and you caught his presentation, please submit your questions in the chat box on the right-hand side of your panel there. And we are going to collect all the questions, send to Brett. He's going to answer them for us, and then we'll mail you with the answers. So please make sure that to let us know if you have any questions. All right, Meg. Actually, I am introducing these folks. So I am going to invite now my colleagues from the tech team here, Uning Liu and Jenna Nelson. They are both application specialists here at Blue Marble, very smart ladies. And they're going to share with us some knowledge about how to use Global Mapper Mobile for field data collection, cost estimates, and presentation. So welcome, Jenna and Uning. Please take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. And I actually just realized I think I'm sharing my wrong screen. Let me do that one more time. Screen monitor 1, here we go.
Voila.
Right, there we go. All right, so thank you. I'm Jenna. I'm excited to show you some features in Global Mapper Mobile, and I'm very excited and glad to have the help of my colleague Uning, who's also with us. If you're not aware, Global Mapper Mobile is a companion app for Android or Apple phones and tablets that can be downloaded from the Android Google Play Store or the Apple iOS Store. The Global Mapper Mobile app is a free app that you can try out, but there's also a pro subscription that unlocks a lot of really great features, some of which Uning and I are going to show you today. And yeah, it's really just meant to be a companion app with the Global Mapper desktop software. We're going to take you through a couple different scenarios involving field data collection and generating cost estimates based on measurements that you take in the field and how you can present that data to your clients. All right, so our scenario is going to be particularly applicable to those of you in construction or inspections or repair type of work. Our particular scenario, we went out in the field and we were recording some features as points, lines, or area features. For example, we collected cracks in the pavement, and we're looking at needing to generate cost of repair estimates for those pavement cracks based on the length of the cracks. So the idea here is that within Global Mapper software, or the suite of software that we have, you can collect those coordinates, have the measurements of those features, and create the cost estimate all within our software. So we hope that's a great time saver to those of you out there who are doing this type of work. So as we go through our particular scenario, you can be thinking about how this applies to your line of work. All right, so our workflow has 4 main components. I'll be taking you through a little bit of setup that you need to do in Global Mapper Desktop that makes your life easier when you then go out into the field and start recording data. Then I'll go through the data collection process with Global Mapper Mobile Pro. Uning and I went out and simulated this process of collecting cracks or area features in our property just to have these example features that we can then generate cost estimates for either installing new features or repairing existing features. So Uning will take you through that repair cost estimation in Global Mapper Desktop with the attribute calculator and talk to you about how you can share that data. All right, let's get into it. So starting with the setup in Global Mapper Desktop, basically any data that you want to bring into Global Mapper Mobile, you can easily export as a Global Mapper Mobile package file in Global Mapper Desktop. And actually, I was really excited to see the previous presenter, Brett, mentioned that, and he briefly showed how easy that was. So in our example, I have a base map that I wanted to have just of the property, and I just got this from the free online data tool that we have here in Global Mapper. Another thing is if you would like to use any coordinate system or projection that's available in Global Mapper Desktop, you can set that up here, and that information will also be in the package file so that that will be all ready to use in Global Mapper Mobile. So that's a question we get a lot. It's easiest to probably set that up in Global Mapper Desktop, though there also is a possibility of changing to supported projections within the mobile app. The third thing I want to mention is the idea of creating and using custom feature templates. And this can be a big time saver and big help to staying organized when you're collecting the field data. So these feature templates are really just templates for you to use when you are recording features and you want to make sure to also have other information about the features besides just the coordinates, right? You typically, you want your coordinates, but you also want to have other information. I'll take you through an example of that. So feature templates can be set up in Global Mapper configuration, and this area will probably be empty if you've never made any before. Again, the idea is for you to create them and customize them to whatever particular data is important for you. And you can make as many as you need for whatever different types of features you're collecting. So for example, I'll take you through adding a line feature template. So to add a line feature template, we can give it a name and description. We can choose a symbology if we want to display on the screen. And we can, most importantly, decide what attributes will be built into, whoops, let me bring that back up. What attributes will be automatically available to you to enter in information. So for example, we added a type attribute, and here we wanted to know, for when we're recording these cracks, was this a crack in the pavement? Was it a crack in the sidewalk? Was it something else? This, again, this is really dependent on your data and your situation. Maybe there's a material type that you want to have in here. We can set these up to have these pre-populated values so that when the user's out in the field, they can literally just tap one of these to select it. And you can require the input too. So this right here means that the input's required. The person in the field can't save the feature without entering this information. So it's really helpful for making sure you get all the information that you need. All right. And then the final step is to export the Global Mapper Mobile package file, and it will have all of the data from the workspace, the projection, and the feature templates if you added them as a layer within the workspace. I'll mention here that an easy way to share the data to your mobile device is with the mobile data management tool, which allows you to connect to any mobile devices that are on the same network as your computer. So it's very easy to connect there and just drop the package file in to share it to device. All right, switching gears and moving over to Global Mapper Mobile itself. First step, obviously, load the Global Mapper mobile package file and open that map. Again, there's some other options for bringing in the file, such as just emailing it or having it in a shared drive. And now that you have that loaded in, it is time for actual data collection in the mobile device. So at this point, we've got some data loaded up, and I have a little video to simulate going through that process when Uning and I went out and collected data. Let me go ahead and start that. So the data is, whoops, I don't know. I have clicked and gone ahead of myself. Here we go. This is the video. All right, so the data's loaded in. You can see we have these layers for, this is from our feature templates. So we're ready to start collecting those features. But first, we are going to set up RTK corrections, which I think Brett also mentioned earlier. So this is what that looks like if you want to use our Ntrip client to set up those corrections. Again, we're using an external GNSS device to try to get really high accuracy data, which is going to be important if you want accurate measurements that you're going to then generate your cost estimates based on. So RTK is set up, and now we're going to connect to an external device. We have an RX, and we're connecting over Bluetooth. After that connects, you'll see at the bottom of the screen, we have some information about our current accuracy. We can see the network RTK is running. We have an RTK fix. We are ready to start taking some shots and recording some features. In order to record features in Global Mapper Mobile, you're going to use basically the mobile version of the digitizer. You can see near the bottom of the screen here, the familiar pencil icon and the ability to create points, lines, or area features. We'll demonstrate first just recording a point feature with the GPS tap option. So we have the GPS running, and we have the digitizer menu open. So now in the point features, we select GPS tap, and it will record points, the point that we are at or that our device is at this moment. So I tap on the screen, and that point gets recorded. And here you can see also included are some attributes from the GPS. So we have some different information about precision and other things as well. And we get prompted for any required attributes. So this one, we are taking a light inventory, and we just added whether or not that was a post or an in-ground light. And you can see a little light bulb icon now on our map where that point feature was saved. All right, so now what about collecting some other features? I'll take you through collecting an area feature. I have a little bit of a sped up video so you don't have to sit here while we walk around. We're gonna move very quickly on the screen. Basically now GPS tap records individual vertices. So as we round the corner here, you'll see the area start to take shape. And when we decide to close the feature, then we get prompted again with adding any required attributes that we set up in the feature template. So very easy to record different features. Line features works in a very similar way. Again, we're just recording vertices every time that we tap on the screen. So as we move throughout the parking lot here, we're able to record cracks in the pavement. I should mention that really all of our cracks have been repaired already, but for the purposes of this exercise, we were able to record those features. I'm going to switch over to Ning now, who will take you through a couple other collection options and then how to then do the cost estimates. So Ning, take it away.
You're muted, Uni.
Yeah, thank you, Jenna, for such a comprehensive introduction about Global Mapper Mobile and talking about our project of this repair cost estimation and representation. Here, I'm going to just to make sure if you have my slides showing up correctly. Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm going to talk about more data collection core functionality in our application. Then I will be going through a live demo on the desktop for some advanced cost estimation. Yeah, so besides recording the feature manually tapping on the screen that Jenna shows us in the video, there's also GPS auto recording functions, either recording in each time interval or distance interval. Right. So as you can see, there are GPS auto distance or time options. We may set up intervals in meters or in seconds in the application configuration. Here I set every 10 seconds. So the crack will be recorded as a line feature made up of vertices automatically generated every 10 seconds. It could be a pretty efficient way for recording in the field. No tapping needed on the screen. So we just have to keep a stable pace while the GPS auto recording mode is on. So as you can see in the video, there's where I was, and I can start to make a new line crack features, edit and tag some attribute, the value that we previously saved in the template layer, and that's the new cracks are auto-generated for us. So pretty easy peasy. The last quote functionality we would like to introduce is about attaching media. So for each individual feature or object, we can attach videos, image, or audios, or just plain notes along the feature. So as you can see, while I am on the edit feature dialog, on the bottom right side, there's a button called Add View Attach Image to allow collectors to add either image or videos by taking in real time or add from the gallery on your phone device. So as you can see, let's move on to the back. There's a auto pop-up image underscore link to as an attribute. That's meaning that the attachment has been attached to your feature, collected feature. Okay, so now we are done in the field properly and ready to bring all the data to the desktop for further processing. What we need to do first is to save the map as compatible formats. We can use Global Mapper mobile package format, which is designed specifically for easy data transmission, like reading and writing between our application, mobile application, and Global Mapper desktop version. So all of the attachment, like the image we just took for some cracks, will be also stored in the same package file. So looking at the screenshot, we first save the map here to file, and then to export map file. Multiple options to export. We can choose like upload it to your cloud storage, or just share with share to the desktop when it is nearby if they are connecting to the same networks, like Jenna mentioned previously within the data mobile management tool in the desktop, and also just send via email. So pretty easy. All right, so then we will bring the package file from our app to the my desktop and load it in. This part I will be run live on the on my Global Mapper desktop for measuring the cracks and estimating the repair cost based on their attribute. Essentially, I will be looking at the area measurement and the unit price. So as you can see, the reference image from I just grabbed that from online for reference on that shows the estimated unit price for crack fix in different materials. I took the min value as example. So for example, in this in our project, the cracks has either sidewalk or pavement. The cracks on the pavement are asphalt, so the unit price I chose 6.5 in the formula I will use in the following demo. And for the cracks on the sidewalk should be concrete made, so I use 9.5 as the unit price in the formula. Okay, so let's move on to our Global Mapper program. Imagine that I have already load this package file we collect and just drag it, throw it to the desktop. So pretty easy. Okay, so as you can see here, we have some reference map, some word imagery to show that it's approximately the object location, refer to our Hallowell office building. And then we have also some cracks. As line feature, we are going to estimate the cost of it, and the light used for further inventory in other project possibly. And also we also collect some sidewalk, which is the might be the future extension estimation. So it could be it was collected as area feature in the same package file. For this demo, we are going to only focus on the crack estimation. So just as an example, so I will turn some unnecessary reference map or the layers off at the moment. Okay, so looking at the, we can check the info about each crack by using the feature info tool quickly. That shows, for example, if it is containing the attachment image, it will pop up the external image viewer. So for example, I can have it automatically pop up to your reference, or I can just click OK to show all the associated attribute collected within our Global Mapper mobile app. So you can see another one. There's no image attached, so just directly show the info about the feature. It's made out of it's pavement made out of asphalt. So I will be going to use that. But as you might notice, the unit price I collect is is measured by material per square feet. So I'm going to do some buffer operation to create some area from my line crack lines. So what I will do, I just select the crack layer, select all, then I will run the buffer tool. Then I'll set up the area buffer to include the width of my crack. So after measurement, it's about like a 0.02 in feet in radius. So that's why I set the fixed distance of 0.021 feet in feet US survey. And that just name it like areas, crack areas. So now, as you can see, if you zooming in a little bit, for example, this one, you can see there's a small, like the buffer area that is ready for calculation. All right. So now I will leave it unchecked for the crack layer. I will only focus on the new crack area and open its attribute. Let's stop here. And as you can see, the calculated area is now currently set in square kilometers, which I can easily switch that by going to our global, change some global setting to measure general measure units and change to square feet. Then the last thing I will do is to select again, oh my correct, to update my measurement of selected features under the analysis measurement menu. So it's a sum up. So now I'm going to utilize this of the attribute to calculate my estimation cost. So I have now the enclosed area, nice, and the type of the site, type of the crack. So I'm going to make a new attribute. So I just click the attribute calculator setup, and then it estimate in US dollars. Here I'm going to grab my formula. All right. So either way, in the previous speaker, they used the symbol calculation. It's just for very simple, like a plus, subtract, multiple. But for now, I'm going to use a bit complicated, the if condition statement. So which means for the sidewalk, if the sidewalk type is equals to sidewalk, so I'm going to use the 9.5 as unit price times the area, which area measurement is. Else, for the other feature, which is concrete made, I will going to be times 6.5. And then I think after that, I'm all set with my formula. So 6 feature samples have been now calculated, and the new pop-up, the new attribute are now generated. So and stored exactly in the same buffer crack. So it's just really used for like can send to the clients, or just for measurement, or to do some reports based on this estimation. So it's really convenient if you are going to send back to the client with the same package file through the desktop. You can just open whichever select the appropriate layers, and you just go to the file to export a new global mapper mobile file. So let's get back to the last slide of our last slide of the presentation. So it's about data sharing. We can see the graphic that shows a pretty neat system cycle with working with data transmission stuff between the app, the desktop product, and your own storage location. So remember my final package file data I stored in GMMP format. I can send into the mobile app again. So for imagine like client can download the app on the device from either Apple Store or Google Store. It's completely free to just open the package file for doing things such as validating the collected objects, or just edit it, or recording more objects through the app, or just for data viewing. So really a pretty handy tool to help communicate between you and your clients or anyone else, surveyors, engineers. So to recap, our mobile application is a quite powerful iOS and Android application for collecting and viewing GIS data. In this presentation, we first introduced utilizing the GPS capability to do feature recording with having GNSS device connected in the field, then bring the data back to the desktop for advanced calculation for estimating the repair cost at individual object levels. So I would say this app is really a perfect complement to the desktop product of Global Mapper. So for surveyors or anyone working in the remote fields. So I hope you enjoy our presentation, and please let us know if you have any questions. Thanks for watching.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jenna and Yuning, for that awesome presentation. I'm sure that our Global Mapper mobile users will find it very informative. So we've got some questions coming in from the audience, and let me find that. First one that I have, I think you might have answered already, but are Trimble devices supported?
Yes, we allow connection to the Trimble Mobile Manager app so that we can get coordinates directly from their companion app into Global Mapper Mobile.
Awesome. And the other question that I'm finding is, can you edit or delete line or area vertices in the Global Mapper mobile app?
Yes, yeah, like I said, with even free version of the mobile application, you can edit or just edit the existing feature objects or drawing more objects just directly through your app.
Or delete.
Yeah, delete, edit, vertex base, object base, even through the app on your phone device.
Awesome. Well, thank you both so much for that. I think Jenna is going to be sticking with us, but Uning, thank you so much.
Thank you, Uning.
So now, Jenna, thank you for sticking with us to share a tip for Global Mapper Mobile Pro. Take it away.
I'm going to share the screen with you, Jenna.
All right, absolutely.
Voila.
Let's see. Monitor 1, there we go. All right, so I've stuck around to give you a couple quick extra Global Mapper mobile tips. And I will talk about a couple things. I'll talk a little bit about the differences between the free version that anyone can download and what features the Pro subscription adds, and specifically show you a couple Pro features that make setting up new projects easier and really like streamlines the process of setting up new projects. So I'll jump right into it. The free Global Mapper mobile app, as we just mentioned, allows you to import data for viewing and some editing, lets you use your device's built-in GPS receiver, and a few other just basic tools for creating picture points, things like that. I won't get into everything here. You can download it and try it out yourself. And then the Pro subscription adds a lot more of the advanced functionalities. So being able to connect to an external GNSS device, like we mentioned before, receiving RTK corrections. There's also a few terrain analysis tools in there and other creation methods and file format support. But there's also several other lesser known features that the Pro subscription for Global Mapper Mobile adds that could make it worth your while to upgrade to the Pro subscription. So the features I'm going to show you really help with the new project setup. Before, in the previous presentation, Uning and I showed setting up a project in Global Mapper Desktop, and that is helpful, especially like the first time you set up a particular type of project. It's really helpful to do it in the desktop software so that you have those feature templates. But once you've done that, you don't necessarily have to set everything up in the desktop software. And there's probably going to be times where you don't want to have to make that trip back to the office or open up a laptop just to get prepared for going to your next data collection site. So I'll take you through some features that help setting up a new project. So these are the features, and we'll go kind of one by one through them. I have another video that takes us through. So starting in Global Mapper Mobile, you always have to have some package file ready to edit. So you'll have to have something, maybe a previous package file or a template type of package file that you can work with to get the new one started, and then you'll be able to save it as a copy specific to the next site area that you're planning to collect data in. So I just loaded up something very basic, a little county map of Maine, and that's just going to be my starting off point. From here, I can customize this to whatever site I'm planning to be recording at. So the first thing I'm going to do is search for address. So did you know you can actually use the same geocoding address search that is available in Global Mapper Desktop in Global Mapper Mobile? We can be very specific with a street address, and again, this worldwide street address support, or we can be more general depending on your use case. I'm just going to put in a random address for my sort of test site that I'm setting up, and I get the coordinates and can create a point at that address. So this I'm going to save in my new package file and use that as a reference for the next step. I'll also mention at this point that you could also change projection within the app. There's a variety of supported projections in there, such as UTM zones or state plane zones that you could change if needed. So if you're going into a different state plane zone, you can just change that projection within the app. Next, so I've got a point here, sort of reference point. Now I want to add an online data layer. So this could be some imagery, and that's what I'm going to do in this case. Is again kind of similar to the last projects, just bring in some imagery so I have a little bit of a base map and get familiar with the area. The free version of Global Mapper Mobile only has OpenStreetMap data, but the Pro version unlocks a whole bunch of other features, other services that are built in, which I think we're back here. This is just a list of folders. A lot of them may be familiar to you if you use Global Mapper Desktop. And you also have the ability to add custom ones. So if you have links to particular services, like a particular web map service, you can add that here as well, and that's a pro feature. So for example, I'm just going to add some imagery and just get my current view bounds. I've kind of already adjusted my zoom level on the screen, and this will stream that data into the app. So, okay, that's great. We streamed some data in, but what about going offline? What about, you know, if you are going out in the field and you don't want to have to keep streaming this data, you can actually save this to a file local on your mobile device. This is another pro feature. So you can save it for offline use. So I will just add a name for it, and that will download this imagery, and so that it will be available for offline use. Now I can turn off the layer that's streaming, so I don't have to keep streaming, and I can actually bring in the downloaded one. It's actually within the online sources, and there's a folder now that says saved sources, and that has any of my saved sources. So I called this one Site 2 imagery, and I'll select that, click OK, and we have the downloaded imagery. All right, one more tip for you guys, and that is that we can actually load layers from other files on the device. So again, if you have previously set up feature templates and you want to be able to use them at this location with this file, you can add a layer from another file. So for example, I've got a project, a little package file in here that had the feature templates that Uning and I used previously. And so I can bring that into here, and you can see there's those same feature templates that I had. So you could have those saved somewhere on your device, saved in a different GMMP, and then you can just bring them into another GMMP. And then you can start using them for collecting data. You can then save this package file as a new file on the device, so you have a separate file for your new project and your new project location. So all of that just within the app, not needing to even go into the desktop software. So hopefully saving you some time in certain situations. So again, highly encourage you to download the free app and try it out, and contact us if you have any questions.
Thank you, Jenna. Great 2 sessions back to back, and very informative. And I'm sure folks are going to take advantage and download at least a free version of the app today. So next up, we are giving away a free license of Global Mapper Mobile Pro. So this is really cool. If you weren't here earlier today when we explained the other 2 giveaways, what are we doing? If you just joined us recently, is we're going to put a question on the screen. It's about Global Mapper Mobile Pro. And the first person who answers it correctly gets a free license. So what we do after this event is over, we'll contact you via email and we'll give you all the information on how to claim your prize. So are we ready? All right, so the next question is, what is the name of the file format for transferring data from Global Mapper Desktop to Global Mapper Mobile? And I am sure Jenna must have mentioned that, or Uni must have mentioned that. So let's
Many a
see.
time.
Oh my God, yes, we got a winner here. It's Mark Hemphill Haley. Thank you for answering. It is, and the answer is, oh, let me see here. It's the Global Mapper mobile package file, also known as .gmmp. So Mark, congratulations. I am going to follow up with you with an email after this event with all the information that you need to claim your prize. Excellent. So moving up, thanks, Jenna. We appreciate you joining us today and all the wonderful information you shared with us.
Thank you.
Awesome. So let's see if we have Dr. Dennis with us already, because it is a bit early. So he hasn't joined us yet, but that's okay. What I'll do, I'll give you all a quick tour of our website for those of you who were here earlier today and already got the tour of the website and where to find gems on the website. Feel free to take a moment to take a water break. And for those of you who just joined us for Dr. Dennis' session, please bear with us while he's joining us. And let me give you a quick view of our website.
He did just join us if you're
Oh, he did.
interested.
Excellent. So, Dr. Dennis, how are you? If you are.
Hello there. You hear me okay? I just unmuted myself.
Excellent. Yes.
Well, you know what? I guess I don't have my camera. I should at least do the camera while we're talking. Oh, yeah.
Hello. How are you? Thanks.
I'm kind of bright. Maybe I should reduce this. Hang on a sec. This helps. That looks a little better. And I'm going to step back here to close these doors.
Okay.
Okay. I think while I'm presenting, I'll have my video off just because of bandwidth more than anything.
That sounds good. So for those of you who just joined us, we're really happy to have you join us today, Dr. Dennis. Dr. Michael Dennis is a geodesist with NOAA's National Geodetic Survey, and he is, very kindly donating his time to us this afternoon to talk to us about Brave New Coordinates, the next generation of state plane in the United States. I'm going to share the screen with you, Dr. Dennis. You can take it over and show your presentation when you're ready.
Thank you everyone for joining today and for Blue Marble for inviting me to talk about the State Plane Coordinate System of 2022, which I'm calling Brave New Coordinates, the next generation of state plane in the United States, realizing of course that some of the audience might be from other places in the world than just the US. So moving on with this. State Plane Coordinate System of 2022 is part of what we're calling modernizing the National Spatial Reference System. That is the US NSRS. It's actually the third generation of state plane. The first was in the 1930s, State Plane 27, and the second in 1980s, State Plane Coordinate System of 1983. So it's the same in a lot of ways, same three conformal map projection types: Lambert conformal conic, transverse Mercator, and Hotine oblique Mercator. And same ellipsoid as we use for State Plane 83, the GRS 80 ellipsoid. So it's the same in a lot of ways, existing state plane, but it's different too. One thing, it's based on the new terrestrial reference frames that we are creating right now instead of the North American datum of 1983. There are more zones, most of them designed by state stakeholders rather than by NGS itself. So let's take a look at that real quick. Here's a map of the entire extent of the National Spatial Reference System. You see that it's not just United States, not just North America, United States and Alaska. It's also various islands in the Pacific and a couple islands in the Caribbean. There's also going to be layers, 3 different layers of zones. Layer 1 is statewide zones, and every state's going to have a statewide zone, but the 12 states and 6 territories will only have a statewide zone. For example, North Carolina, and you can see those are the ones shown in yellow on the map. Most states, 28, will have 2 layers, that is a statewide zone and a multiple zone layer. Then a smaller number of states, 10 of them, will have actually 3 layers. Again, a statewide zone, a multiple layer zone that covers the entire state, plus a multiple layer zone that covers parts of the state. And the logic behind that was, why we allowed it anyway, was a lot of states in mountainous areas wanted to have little zones covering specific areas to reduce map projection distortion, which I'll talk about. So we allowed that, though people did different things that we expected, because you can see Florida has 3 layers, but it's clearly not a mountainous state, so people are doing different things. And now let's look at the number of zones per state. It varies a lot. So the darker the state is on this slide, the more zones it has. It ranges from 1 for ones that only have statewide zones, like North Carolina, to as much as, well, I hate to even say it, 91 zones for Utah. That's the maximum. They have 3 layers, and they have a total of 91 zones planned for State Plane 2022. Of all these zones on here, 165 are designed by NGS. That includes the 54 statewide zones I mentioned. And there's 54 because it includes territories as well, plus 3 so-called special use zones, which I'll get to. Those are zones in more than one state. They're shown on here as Gulf of Mexico, Navajo Nation, and the Kansas City zone. But most 802 zones on this map are in 28 states designed by stakeholders. So the total, as it stands in this presentation, is 967 zones for 56 states and US territories. Now you can compare that to 125 zones for existing state plane. It is a lot more zones. And one thing I really want to emphasize right now is that this is preliminary. These things will change. I'll show you a few things we go through that they're already in the process of changing that are different from what's in this presentation. But I want to emphasize, and I'll do it again and again in the presentation, that it's all preliminary right now. So the other probably the biggest change for State Plane 2022 is that the zones are designed to reduce what's called linear distortion at the topographic surface. That is to minimize the difference between grid, so-called grid and ground distances. A cartoon might help with this. Now this cartoon shows the Earth ellipsoid, which is supposed to be right here, and the topographic surface of the Earth, and what's typically called a secant projection surface that cuts through the ellipsoid. So if you imagine that there's a light bulb down inside the Earth and it's shining through this plane, it's representing this distance on the ground, which I'm showing is parallel to the ground, as this shorter distance on the projection surface. And this is typically what you see for, say, State Plane. The so-called grid distances are almost always shorter than the ground distances. That's true for State Plane and even more so for Universal Transverse Mercator at UTM. So again, this is how State Plane was designed for 1983 system and the 1927 system. But we're going to do something different this time around. Instead of having the projection surface cut through the ellipsoid itself, we're going to, or have, made the projection surface coincide more with topography so that the difference between grid and ground is very small. And in this cartoon, you can see that I put a little yellow dot everywhere where the projection surface intersects the topography. At those locations, there is no distortion. Grid and ground are the same. And when you go away from those points, the difference is still pretty small. So that's the idea. You can't achieve it totally with really big zones, but for the small zones, this works quite well to essentially eliminate linear distortion. We got to talk about linear distortion some because it might be a new term for folks here. Linear distortion, we minimize that topographic surface, not the ellipsoid surface, right? And the purpose, as I said, is to reduce the difference between grid and actual ground distances. That's of great interest for surveying and engineering applications in particular. Also, NGS takes into account population distribution when we design it. So in other words, reducing distortion where there's more population. But what is linear distortion? Well, there's a mathematical way I could define it, a rigorous way, but a simpler, more common sense way is what I'm showing here with this little equation. It's the projected minus the actual distance divided by the actual distance. If you're familiar with map projection scale error, all this is map projection scale error at the topographic surface itself. It's unique, that is the same in every direction, only for conformal map projections, which is the kind we use for State Plane. So in fact, it's the only conformal projections, only ones that make sense for minimizing linear distortion, because otherwise you can't get a unique value at a point. When I talk about it, I'll be talking about it in parts per million, or ppm, which is millimeters of distortion per kilometer. So what that means is, well, I'll get to it in a minute. Let's look at some more slides. Here's a little table. Talk about linear distortion magnitudes. I've got, in these 4 columns, all are saying the same thing in a different way. And over on the right here are examples. Let's look at this third one down, 100 parts per million. That's the same as 10 centimeters per kilometer, or about half a foot per mile, or 1 part in 10,000. That's what historically has been used as the design criterion for existing State Plane with respect to the ellipsoid. So it means that the objective was to get the ellipsoidal distances and the projected distances to agree within 100 parts per million, or 1 part in 10,000. This one below it is 400 parts per million, or 1 part in 2,500. That's the design criterion for UTM with respect to the ellipsoid. The one at the very top is 20 parts per million. That's only 1/10 of a foot per mile, or 1 part in 50,000. That's a typical cutoff for what people often call low distortion projections. And there actually are a lot of zones in State Plane 2022 that achieve that criterion. 50 parts per million is the one I want to emphasize, because I'm going to show you some maps and whatnot about this. That is about 1/4 of a foot per mile, 1 part in 20,000. That's the lowest NGS goes in the designs we do. If states want less distortion than that in general, they have to design the zones themselves. It always helps to have maps in this situation. So here's a map of all the statewide zones for State Plane 2022 as they exist right now in their designs. And the colors indicate distortion. Right? They indicate that's grid versus ground distance. On this map, blue means that the grid distance is shorter than the ground distance. Red means the grid distance is longer than the ground distance, that is the map projected distance. And green means they're the same to within some tolerance. In this case, plus or minus 50 parts per million of a quarter of a foot per mile. Again, this is all the zones in the lower 48 all at once in the conterminous United States. So let's get some performance numbers up here. We're calling a performance of 370 parts per million, plus or minus. What does that mean? It means that it meets these criteria. 90% of the population, 91% of the cities and towns, and 86% of the total area for the United States, for the conterminous United States, is within plus or minus 370 parts per million. Another metric is the mean distortion weighted by population, which in this case is negative 99 parts per million. We'll come back to these numbers in a minute, so you get a little more accustomed to them. First, I want to show you some of the other layers. That was the statewide zone layer. This is the multiple zone complete coverage layer, and you see it doesn't exist in all states. For example, here's North Carolina, which I pointed out before, only has a statewide zone. It doesn't have a multiple zone layer, but a bunch of states do. And there's a lot more green on this map, right? So much lower distortion. In fact, some of these states, the distortion is so low that they look entirely green. Nowhere does it come even close to 50 parts per million. In addition, some states have partial coverage. For example, Montana up here. Not the entire state is covered, so it's on a partial coverage layer. And that's also true in states that have 3 layers, like Arizona and Utah. Now, an important thing I want to say about this map, and these maps in general, is things are changing. These 2 Nevada zones here, one for Las Vegas, one for Reno, they are being removed. They're going away at the request of the state. They want to do something different for later. So they're being removed. So that's a change that's happening. Another one are these special use zones, which don't belong to any particular state, so they get their own layer, so to speak, sort of a 4th layer. And these are zones that are in more than one state. Example, actually this one exists in State Plan 83, one in the Gulf of Mexico. It's called the Louisiana Offshore Zone now, and it'll still exist. And it's either in no state or more than one state, depending how you look at it. And the Navajo Nation is in 3 different states, and Kansas City zone's in 2 states. And these 2 states agreed, Kansas and Missouri agreed on that sharing that zone. Again, I want to emphasize that things are changing. This zone will change. The distortion is going to be different, and there more zones may be added to the Gulf of Mexico. We're trying to figure that out right now. Now, if I took all the State Plan 2022 zones and put them onto one map, such that the lowest distortion layer is on top, you get a map that looks like this. So in some states like North Carolina, it's just the statewide zone. In other states like Texas, most of the states covered by a partial coverage layer, though there's a little bit here that's a complete coverage, multiple zone layer. But the whole point is, this map shows the best performance typically that you would achieve with the state plane system, distortion performance. So how does it perform? 45 plus or minus 45 parts per million. In this case, that's 90% of the population, 87% of cities and towns, and 69% of the total area. And the weighted mean distortion by population is negative 4 parts per million. That's almost 0, right? So it's very little distortion. Maybe the best way to think about this is to compare it to existing state planes. So I'm going to show you that right now. So you're all looking at the map. It's all going to change when I change the slide. You see, what is it, plus or minus 45 parts per million and a mean of negative 4. That changes to 159 parts per million and a weighted mean of negative 75 parts per million for existing state plane. And note an existing state plane, apart from the Gulf of Mexico, a lot of states, especially out west with a lot of blue, that means the grid distances are much shorter than the ground distances, typical for existing state plane. And just so you can see it again, here's that map. This is what state plane is like now. This is what state plane in the future is going to look like in terms of number of zones and distortion performance. So a lot of work went into the state plane by NGS, but by the stakeholders themselves, and they want it done. They're tired of waiting around for state plane to come out. So we keep getting this question. They want it now. Well, we hear you. We hear that. We know people want it now. And so what we've done to try to make it available sooner than when it actually rolls out is putting out on what we call an alpha product. That's a preliminary product. Not even pre-beta, right? So we make them available to the public in a way that they can see what it looks like in its preliminary form. So to do that, we've come up with an alpha website. And this is the URL up here on top, and there's a QR code at the bottom on this slide if you want to make use of that to get to the page. The key thing though, alpha products are not final products. They're preliminary for illustrative purposes only, not authoritative, under active development, subject to change without notice. Very important to understand that, and I'll be emphasizing that a lot. And also on here, there's a mechanism for providing feedback, and it goes to this email address, ncs.feedback@noaa.gov. So on this page, there's two things on here right now. There's going to be more alpha products added to this, but right now, really, it's one thing. It's state plane plus our NGS coordinate and transformation tool that supports state planes. So they're really kind of the same thing. At any rate, if you click on the State Plane 2022 box, it takes you to the State Plane 2022 alpha website and a bunch of different stuff on here. This is the home page. It gives the date last updated, which I thought I'd update it sooner than now. It was July of last year, but we'll be updating again soon. Links to other pages on the sidebar: zone information, distortion maps, an online interactive map or maps, an alpha NCAT, an NGS coordinate and transformation tool, additional information, which is worth reading, I think, and again, mechanism, same place for feedback. I'm going to focus on just a couple of these. The zone information page first. This is what this looks like. And so the thing on here are these interactive tables. There's one for zone definitions themselves. So as they exist right now, these again are being updated, but you can go and see the actual definitions for all of the zones as they exist now for State Plane 2022. And also example coordinates. So for you to test your own software or software that you use, you can take the coordinates on that from that table and see if you get the same ones when you run the map projection. And we're going to add more to this, more downloadable data for one thing, which is not part of this page, and additional tables like on zone performance. Some good news here is Blue Marble has already made use of this information. In fact, they contacted me and asked if they could get the contents of that table in a specific format, and they've done their own testing internally already, which is really good. And there's this other page is online interactive maps. So the maps I just showed you earlier, those and others are available as static maps on this website, but there are these interactive maps as well. And just real quickly, if you click on that link, it takes you to this so-called ArcGIS Online SPCS 2022 experience. They're interactive maps. It shows the distortion, but it's got some issues. The zone parameters are not given to full precision for all the zones, specifically in Wisconsin, because the digits go out too far. And you can't click on the map and get the distortion value, which I find really bothersome. But at any rate, if you click on either of these things here, it takes you to the maps themselves. It pops up like this. If you click anywhere outside that black box, you come to the maps, and there's the 4 layers, if you count the special use zone layer, are all available here. You can zoom in, zoom out, get the parameters, which are correct for most of them, and visually have a visual impression of the distortion. It's something you can navigate around and mess with at your leisure. Okay, going back to this alpha page, NSRS monetization. This alpha site is only for that, right? No other products go up here. It's only for NSRS monetization, the so-called new datums. The rollout's supposed to be it better be in 2025. And there's more to it than just State Plane 2022. It includes, if you haven't heard of it, deprecation of the US survey foot, these new terrestrial reference frames that will replace NADD3, a geopotential datum to replace NAVD88 and our other vertical datums, a more explicit time dependence to the coordinates themselves, and these things called reference epoch coordinates on everything, and more. So there's quite a few changes that are happening with that. Can't emphasize this too much. It's preliminary, right? It's preliminary. Do not you assume that all this is going to change. So you say, that's great, but really, when will State Plane 2022 be done? It's going to be included as part of the rollout of modernization in 2025. All right. However, the designs themselves will be done sooner. We're getting feedback from stakeholders and others right now. We're in the process of doing things like updating the projection algorithms and make them more accurate for some of the projections. And as I said, Blue Marble has already made use of the preliminary designs for their own internal evaluation. And the objective is to finalize them by the middle of this year, put it on a Federal Register notice and all that, because we want to have them done and shared with the world this year. The reason we're doing that, finalizing the definitions now rather than waiting till the rollout, is so that our commercial partners like Blue Marble will be ready to go as soon as it comes out. They'll have it incorporated in their software and ready to go, because there's a lot of zones, for example, a lot of testing to be done. So that means providing the definitions that are directly usable by our commercial partners. For example, providing them in what's called well-known text format. It's a common format for defining projected coordinate reference systems. And that's actually what I did provide to Blue Marble, something like that last year for all the state plane zones, preliminary ones. So it's, of course, not just Blue Marble. There's Esri, Trimble, Hexagon, Topcon, Carlson, Autodesk. The list goes on and on. We want to have all of our commercial partners be ready to go with state plane and the rest of the modernized NSRS as efficiently and effectively as possible. And also, I wanted to put this on here. What we expect actually is that most of our commercial partners will go to either the EPSG geodetic parameter dataset or the ISO geodetic registry to get the definitions from there, rather than download them off our website or whatever. But we'll make them available in a variety of different ways, including EPSG and the ISO geodetic registry. So I went real fast, covered a lot of things here. Where can you learn more? Well, you can go to our website. That's geodesy.noaa.gov. Go there, and there's the QR code for it. And if you want to find out about the modernized NSRS, you can click in a few different places. You can click there where it says in that window at the top, or new datums button here, or the state planning coordinates here, and it'll get you to these alpha websites. And with that, I thank you for your attention. Even though I started a little late, I seem to have finished on time, so I guess I can take questions.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
My apologies again for misunderstanding the starting time. That's embarrassing. And you even emailed me. Oh well.
No worries. So we do have a few questions coming in. Thank you so much for that awesome presentation. I'm sure that people find it very informative. So first question that I've got is, because the state plane coordinate system 2022 is delayed, do you know if the depreciation of the US survey foot will also be delayed?
That's a good question. It's been a point of confusion. So the US survey foot was officially deprecated at the beginning January 1st, 2023. So it's already deprecated. However, and people, gosh, I didn't have a slide about that. So if you just Google US survey foot, this is for the whole audience out there, you'll find information right away, including a Federal Register notice about it. It contains a lot of information. The most important thing in this context is the US survey foot will continue to be used for legacy things forever. So for any zone in state plane 83 and every zone in state plane 27, if they will use the US survey foot for state plane 83, we will always support that going forward. So that means that right now, even though officially the US survey foot is deprecated, if your state, well, say Maine uses US survey feet, you guys are in Maine, you use them for state plane 83, you will continue using them for state plane 83 forever. But when you switch to state plane 2022, you have to switch to US survey, you switch to international feet.
Awesome. Well, thank you for that very comprehensive answer. We've also got another person wondering, will there ever be another update after 2022? Even though that's getting a little bit ahead of ourselves.
Well, there's always going to be change. We do recognize, though, that the change can be difficult. So I think managing that change better will be our objective, and also trying to do the best we can so it doesn't have to be changed for the longest time period. I will say this, however, for state plane 2022, there will be a mechanism for states to request changes to their states. I expect some states might want to add these low distortion projections or even switch to low distortion projection. We're seeing that already. So some of those will occur over time for state plane.
Awesome, thank you. Well, I think that about wraps up the questions that we've got.
Oh,
But thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, we know that you're a busy man. We really appreciate your time today joining us and for sharing all this information with our audience. I'm sure everyone found it all very informative, as we did.
Thank you. And thank you for inviting me. And thanks to the audience for your attention.
Oh,
You have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So, bye-bye.
Yeah,
So, Meg, we have a few minutes between now and the next session. So I like to do another run through the website and maybe focus on a few of the geodetic calculation and transformation tools that we have here for folks. So our colleague, the product manager, Scott Weber, is going to join us in a few minutes and go over Geographic Calculator and GeoCalc Online. But I'm just going to take a minute here to show those of you who are with us and are interested in finding more about this suite of products. So the Geographic Calculator, if you come to our website, bluemarblegeo.com, and you land on the home page here, if you drop down Geographic Calculator, you see on the product page here, you can see more extensive information about the product, important tools and features that Scott is going to cover, but you can read more about it here on the web page. And you can also request a demo where you can speak directly with a tech person, one of the folks that you met throughout the day today, Uni, Jenna, Gus, and Vincent. They can walk you step by step on how to use the calculator. You can also download a trial. We offer 14 days free trial, so you can download it and test drive the product on your own. And if you are interested in learning more, we actually have a training session coming up. I mentioned training earlier today. If you're joining us just now on this menu option here, training, and if you go to public training, you see that we actually have a session of Applied Geodesy and Geographic Calculator from February 27th to the 29th. This is an instructor-led training session where David McKittrick and also, or maybe it's just Scott Weber and Sam Knight, the product manager and the vice president of product management, will presenting this session. So you have two very knowledgeable men walking you through this content. So we'll welcome you to join us at this training session that's coming up. And if you would like to take a look at the very basics, not in depth, but a basic kind of run through the product, we have online self-training. And this is, we talked about this a couple of times today. David McKittrick went over it a little bit in his presentation. Our CEO, Patrick, alluded to it earlier too. So on the same menu option here, training, if you go to online self-training, it will bring you to what we call the Blue Marble Geographics online classroom. And right here, you can sign up currently for free to take some very intro level courses. They are self-paced, so you can go module by module on your own. And we have Introduction to Global Mapper. We have Introduction to Geographic Calculator. So if you're trying to learn just the very basics before jumping into that more in-depth course that we have in February, this would be a good first step for you. And then we have some other new courses here, which is just what's new in the latest update of Global Mapper and Global Mapper Pro. In the future, we're going to have more advanced courses here on this site. There will be paid versions of those courses, but in more advanced workflows. Currently, all these courses that are here are free. So if you would like to, just whet your appetite and see what this is all about, we welcome you to join us. And coming back to the website here, you can also come back to the blog and look for information specific to Geographic Calculator. So if you go to Support, Blog, and choose Geographic Calculator, you're going to see a series of blogs that we have written over time that just cover workflows on Geographic Calculator. So I'm not going to take any more of my friend's thunder, because this is now time for us to invite our colleague, Scott Weber. Scott, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Hello, how are you today?
Camera on here.
All right.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. So thanks for joining us. I'm going to share the screen with you. See if you get it.
Okay.
Excellent. Take it away.
Is that working? Okay. Great. Can you see my slides?
We can.
Okay, great. So today I'm going to talk about the latest new features in Geographic Calculator desktop software. Also going to talk a little bit about GeoCalc Online, which is a web-based, both a place that you can search and do some calculations, but it's a online source with our geodetic database. And then we'll talk a little bit about what's coming down the road for 2024 and beyond. So I suspect many of you are global mapper users and may not be totally familiar with Geographic Calculator. So let me just take a minute and talk about what Geographic Calculator is all about. And it is basically our application with our most powerful tools for coordinate conversion and datum transformations, as well as file translation. And one of the big keys there is that Geographic Calculator does vertical datum transformations. And Calculator is broken down into 13 different functions, or what we call jobs, that perform single point, spreadsheet, vector, raster conversions and transformations. And by conversions, I mean like projection changes, and transformations would be datum transformations and a few other types of transformations. We also have specialty jobs for doing area calculation. You can create a best fit coordinate system for local engineering coordinates, relating that to a well-known system. We process seismic data and a few other different jobs as well. Now, part and parcel with Geographic Calculator, the desktop software, underlying that is the GeoCalc geodetic engine, as I somewhat referred to earlier. So that's the database of all the coordinate systems, coordinate transformations, and any other objects required to define a geodetic system of some sort. And we call that the data source. And this data source is always kept up to date with EPSG. And we also include any, as you've heard throughout the day probably, we're very user driven. So when a user contacts us with a new geoid model, for instance, it might not even be an EPSG yet. But if we can, if it's a verifiable system, we can add that to the data source. And we're fairly nimble about getting those into updates of the software. Now, what's really important is for Global Mapper users is that if you have Global Mapper and Geographic Calculator both installed on your system and licensed, you can access that GeoCalc geodetic engine from within Global Mapper in what is called GeoCalc mode. And I'll just mention it now rather than at the end. We are developing improved linkages between Global Mapper and its ability to access the GeoCalc engine. So you'll be seeing some big improvements coming in how that all integrates in the later this year and even into 2025. So if you're a Global Mapper user, Geographic Calculator, particularly if you're doing any vertical transformations, have vertical needs, Geographic Calculator may be of interest to you. Okay. So looking at new features in Geographic Calculator 2023 Service Pack 1, which came out in late October. The first one is full support for the LAZ LAS LiDAR /point cloud format. I'm not going to go through an example of that, but we supported LAS for many years, and now we have added the LAS support. Secondly, the point database best fit job, which I'm not going to flip back and forth between the application and my slides, so I'm going to just go to the application when I get done talking about the new features and then show you a few of them all at once. But in the point database best fit job, which is that job that calculates a transformation between engineering local coordinates and a well-known system, there are different transformation methods to do that. And many users have requested a 4-parameter Helmert method. And so we have recently added that. And you can see that in my slide here. What that involves is a rotation around the z-axis, a universal scale factor, and then a translation separately in X and Y. Then we have some new transformation methods, and the first two are grid-based methods. The Canadian bin grid transformations, those are from Natural Resources Canada. That is a file format that they have produced two kinds of files, bin files. One set is geoid transformations, so they go from ellipsoidal height to one of the CGVD Canadian height datums. And the other one is a vertical offset. It's also in the bin format. And that converts directly from CGVD 28 to CGVD 2013A in the different realizations that exist there. So both bin formats, but two separate methods depending on whether you want to do geoid or height to height. Oops. And then the New Zealand deformation model is another new one. This is a time-dependent model for New Zealand. It's produced by LINZ, which is Land Information New Zealand. And it's a series of models. They update them over time. So over time, there are different versions out there. Typically, you would be interested in the most recent one, but maybe you have some historical data that you're trying to match up some values. So all of the different versions of this model are available. And again, it's time dependent, and they typically update them after some sort of major tectonic event that changes things around. And finally, the similarity transformation. And this actually harkens back to that 4-parameter Helmert that I mentioned earlier. Again, asked for by a number of people. And this is in EPSG, and we have adopted their implementation of it. And so it's the same 4 parameters: rotation, scale, and X and Y translations. So those methods have all been added to the data source, and I'll show you an example of that in a minute. Oops, I keep flipping ahead before I should. Okay, so let me flip over to Geographic Calculator. And are you seeing my GoToWebinar on top of that?
I can see your Geographic Calculator home screen.
Okay, so you don't see any GoToWebinar controls?
No.
Suddenly I am seeing them and didn't think I would, but that's okay. So this is the Geographic Calculator. When you fire it up for the first time, you come to the job guide. And in the list here, you'll see those 13 different jobs that I had been describing earlier. And we're going to go to the point database best fit job. And I've already set this up. What I've fed into it here, I've given it a spreadsheet of control points that have both a local engineering coordinate and then a well-known coordinate, in this case, UTM zone 15 north in WGS 84. So I've set this job up to read in the proper columns. I've set the base coordinate system as that zone 15 north. And what's new here is under math transform, we used to have affine and several polynomial choices, and now we've added this 4-parameter Helmert. And so if I process the job, now I can go into the data source under coordinate systems, and there's a folder called fitted, and I'll see I had named it point database best fit 4P Helmert, and you can see that that's the transformation type shown. So this is now saved in my data source. I can reuse it over and over and over again anytime I want to convert data in that local system to not only WGS84 zone 15, but I might even want to put it in WGS84 latitude and longitude, and it'll work for that as well. So it's a little bit flexible there. Then let's look at the transformation methods. Let's see, the first one we talked about was the Canadian verticals. I'll use my search function, which is not new in 2023 Service Pack 1, but the version before that. But we have a new improved interface here for navigating and managing the data source. And these 3 objects in the data source, these are the vertical offset transformations that go between the 2 Canadian heights, CGVD 28 and 2013A in the 3 different realizations. And then down below, I have the other bin related method, which is basically a geoid model. So here we're going from ellipsoidal height in a particular geodetic to CGVD height, either 28 or 2013A. And you can see there are all the modern NET83 CSRS versions, 2 through 8. And there's also an ITRF 2008 version. Clear my search. Now for datum transformations, let's look at the New Zealand. What did I do here? There we go. So here we have a type New Zealand deformation model. That's this grouping here. And these are time-dependent transformations from ITRF 96 to NZGD 2000. And each one of these represents one of the different models, the different versions that have been released. Now they all go from ITRF 96. So at first glance, it's like, well, that might not be totally useful. But there are also a bunch of concatenated transformations defined. And so all of these in here, let's look at just this one, for example. This is an ITRF 2014 to NZGD 2000. And what that has done is it's concatenated 2 transformations together. And the first of these 2, I won't bother going into it, but that is a 14-parameter time-dependent transformation between 2014 and ITRF 96. And then that's concatenated with the ones that I was just showing you a moment ago that all go from ITRF 96 to NZGD 2000 via one of the different versions of the deformation model. So there is some flexibility there. And lastly, I lost my screen. I'm sorry, I'm having a little trouble managing my windows here.
No worries. We've noticed that sometimes the platform is freezing today too, so it hasn't happened just with you.
Okay, now I was having trouble accessing one of the places I wanted to go. So then that similarity transform, that would be under parametric. Why parametric as opposed to datum? Well, because the Helmert 4 parameter or similarity transformation, whichever name you want to use, it assumes you're really in a Cartesian two-dimensional plane that you're rotating around that z-axis and then applying the scale and the rotation to. So these are typically defined for, here we go. So here's a whole bunch of them for Slovenia. And if I open one of these up, even though it's called similarity instead of Helmert 4P, we see the same 4 basic parameters there, named slightly differently, but we have a rotation, a scale, and translations along the 2 axes. Now, you might be handed a data sheet with parameters for a 4-parameter Helmert, and you could use this transformation to enter it in, store it in the data source permanently, and be able to reuse it over and over again. So that's one of the big advantages of having this method added, is that you can create these and save them. Okay. We go back to my slides. And this one that I kept foreshadowing that I didn't mean to. This is just an image of what the GeoCalc online geodetic registry looks like on the website. And I know that Cynthia had shown this maybe an hour or two ago now, so some of you may not have been tuned in or have forgotten already. So we can just look at this quickly again. This is that database, what we call the data source, in an online web-based format. And then it has an interface that allows you to search it, kind of like I had just been doing, showing you the different new transformation methods. You can search by area, you can enter coordinates, you can click on a map, or you can just burrow down through there by region if you know what you're looking for. But the website also has this online calculator. And so that's the page we're seeing here. And it just happens to be set up showing a coordinate in the central United States going from NAD83 to NAD83 2011 using the NADCON5 coordinate transformation. And it's worth noting that we do support NADCON5. The way NADCON5 works is as you move through the different realizations of NAD83 or even back to NAD27 and earlier, you can you concatenate. It goes step by step by time. And so you'll see in the center box here, there's a transformation from NAD83 1986, the original, to NAD83 Harn. That's one transformation. Then there's one from NAD83 Harn to NAD83 FBN, and so on until you get all the way to NAD83 2011. And so this ends up being 5 steps or 4 steps all concatenated together. I also have a vertical in this example, and so I'm doing a geoid model transform from the ellipsoidal height in NAD83 to NAVD 88 on the NAD83 2011. So I can do all of that in one step. All I have to do is set up the transformation box to do all of those horizontals concatenated together, plus the geoid transformation as well in one step. And this would be true in the desktop software as well. Now, it's Patrick mentioned first thing this morning that we're actually developing a cloud-based version of this software that will not only do point-to-point calculations like is shown here, but we will be able to do calculations on spreadsheet data, which is equivalent to what are called the point database jobs in the desktop software, and vector processing. So a lot of those vector files, they'll be uploaded to the cloud, converted there, downloaded. You'll be able to load data from different cloud services where you may have storage and then save out to them. But this is in early development. We're hoping to see a beta in a few months, and we'll be looking forward to anybody who wants to check that out. So keep your eyes peeled for Calculator Online. This is GeoCalc Online. The next version is going to have the name Calculator Online. Kind of confusingly similar names there. Now I want to go back to the software one more time to make a point about that online GeoCalc registry. We keep that up to date. So maybe you have the desktop software, but it's not the latest version that's out. Well, you can go to Data Source, Import Objects, and then this top option here, Import Objects from GeoCalc Online Registry. So you can update the data source on your desktop software from the online registry. This is also available as sort of an enterprise solution where you can maintain your own custom data source, which you then manage and then distribute to the people in your enterprise with just the custom objects that you choose for them to use and so on. Now, if I click this here, my data source is already up to date. And so I'm going to get a message. Oh, I have to make changes. Well, I would get a message that just says I'm up to date. If I'm not up to date, I'll get a dialog showing me all the changes that have been made since the data source that I have in my desktop software. And then I can choose to update, and in one action, it will update all those objects. And then you'll have an updated data source in your version of the software that you currently have. So very handy there. So what's new and on the horizon? Well, I already talked about the Calculator Online that will be coming along, but one of the new things that we're looking forward to for the end of this year is the new modernized NSRS. Sorry, I shouldn't use acronyms, but the National Spatial Reference System of the United States. And Michael Dennis was just talking about that, one part of that anyway. So let's take a look. I've borrowed some information from their documents online and just kind of condensed it into a probably oversimplistic view of some of the things that are being modernized. First of all, there will be 4 new reference frames, and for the different plates that involve the US and US territories. And here they are at the top they all have similar names, NatRef, PatRef, and they're all 2022. Then there will be transformations associated with those. And there's 2 parts to the way that'll work. One is the EPP 2022, which is basically just rotations of the plates, Euler pole rotations, and that will change the frame. So these are plate fixed, but they're based on ITRF. So they'll do the frame change between ITRF and the NatRef. Then there's the piece that does the residual motions and the verticals called intra-frame velocity models. Now that is where their epoch changes are involved, so they are time dependent. They deal with your vertical and residual horizontal motions. As soon as this stuff is ready for, as Michael was saying about the state plane coordinate systems being put out there a little ahead of time for us to work on them, the same will be happening for the EPP and the IFVM. And we will be building that into the software so that as soon as this stuff is released in 2025, we'll have it. And so then that leads to back to the state plane coordinate systems that Michael just talked about, and he did mention that we have been working with that. And so if I go back to Calculator, he was nice enough to provide us with the well-known text of all of the preliminary alpha systems. And I have imported that into the data source. So I'm going to just burrow down here layer by layer. They're projected systems, of course. And I've created a folder under United States. Let's move over a little bit here. Called US State Plane 2022 Alpha. That's my name, not theirs. In this folder, I have over 900 new definitions for the new state plane coordinate systems. So there are only 6,000 plus coordinate systems in the data source to begin with. So this is a huge add. We're adding almost 1,000 new systems to the data source with this release of the new state plane systems. And so you can see they have names. They're temporarily on the geodetic ITRF 2020. They eventually, when they're released and for real, they'll be on the NatRef, PatRef, et cetera. I guess these are mostly continental United States, so they'll be on NatRef 2022. And you can see there are some that are Lambert tangent, some transverse Mercator, and oblique Mercators as well. So those are the three different methods, projection types, I should say, that are used. So we already have these in Calculator. Now you can't see them because they're preliminary and they're only alpha, but this just is sort of a proof of concept that we will be able to put them into our data source and make them available as soon as they are official. And Cynthia, you just went over training 5 minutes ago, so I don't really need to go over it again, but Applied Geodesy and Calculator training, February 27th to 29th. We have self-training and more information is on the website. And with that, I'm done a little bit early here, but there's time for some questions. So
Awesome.
I'm ready.
Well, we've definitely got some questions for you. I guess we'll just get started. The first question that we've got is, what is the best way to convert NAD 83 2011 to NAD 27 with minimal error?
Well, NADCON 5 would be the best way to go, and I'll make a comment about that, a little caveat about that. The older NADCON transformations, you could sort of leapfrog from. This could be incorrect, but you could go from NAD 27 to NAD 83 Harn. In NADCON 5, you have to step through one by one, and these are the latest versions that NGS has created that should have the lowest, the highest accuracies, the lowest errors. And in fact, NADCON 5 has, let's see if I can probably show that here.
Oh, let me give you the screen back.
Oh, okay. Well, is that a?
No, it's not a big deal at all.
Okay.
Let me just share it back with you. There you go, Scott.
Okay. If I set up this will take just a moment. At 27. I'll just do a real simple one here. So what I'm doing here is just setting up a conversion from NAD 20 or a transformation from NAD 27 to NAD 83. I keep clicking the wrong thing here. There we go. So when I go into my transformation selection, NADCON 5 is a folder of its own. And I'm going to select that option. And you'll notice that when I do the calculation, 2 boxes are added. There's a north-south uncertainty and an east-west uncertainty. And that is coming along for other transformation systems as well. But this is the first one that we have in Geographic Calculator that we actually expose those uncertainties that are available in the NADCON5 files. So presumably, back to the question, NADCON5 is going to be the way to go. Now, the caveat that I was going to make was that if you compare NADCON, the older NADCON, to the NADCON5 result, you won't necessarily get the same answer, and that is to be expected because there have been updates and changes in the networks, and so the NADCON5 will not necessarily give you the same result as you would have gotten with the old NADCON, and again, to be expected. If you're trying to match some older results, then you might want to use one of the older NADCON transformations. I hope that answers the question.
Awesome. Well, thank you for that. We've got just a few more questions for you. The first one that I've got is, when will you make the new NGS datums for the United States available in Geographic Calculator?
Okay, well, that is mostly dependent on NGS completing their work. And again, I hope that they will provide us with the outline of what the transformation models will look like so that we can add those methods to calculator and then very quickly get those into the next release. But 2025, hopefully early 2025 is when that's slated for. And we will follow immediately behind, and the next release of calculator will have it, but it will be 2025.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Next question that we've got is, do you support or does Geographic Calculator support HTTP transformation?
Yes. So HTTP is another NGS. That's the National Geodetic Survey, in case you're not already in the US and familiar. That is one of their products. It stands for horizontal time-dependent positioning. And we do support that in Calculator. It's time dependent, so it requires some dates. So I'm going to add some dates to those coordinates that I had a moment ago, and it doesn't really matter what I pick. And now if I go into my transformation picker, I did back out of that, see what I did wrong.
Instead of NAD 27, could it be NAD 83?
Should be any of the NSRS systems will work here. I'm obviously at the moment making some kind of silly mistake, so I don't want to bear with it too long. But so back to the question, we do support HTTP. If you turn on the dates in the coordinate systems, then and you're in an appropriate area, and by the way, HTTP covers the world now. It has several levels of models, and so in the US they're very detailed and physically complex, and then in other areas of the world they're a little more basic. But it used to be that HTTP only covered certain areas, and they have expanded that out, so it should work for just about anywhere. So I don't know why this example didn't work, but when you go into the transformation picker, once you've put dates into your coordinate systems, you should see time-dependent transformations as an option, and HTTP will be in that list. And by the way, HTTP is being replaced. Don't know the time frame on that. It's just been announced in NGS's January newsletter that there's a new system called Sprocket that is going to replace it at some point in the future.
Very interesting. Well, thank you, Scott.
You're
That's
welcome.
about
Any more
all the
questions?
questions that I have.
Okay.
There's one more that just came in here. Does geographic calculator support geodetic models in Africa?
Yes, let's, so by geodetic models, I don't know precisely if that means like geoid models or, but quickly we can, if I just go into the geodetic folder, I have an Africa folder, and you can see there are many different coordinate systems for Africa. And if I go into transformations, likewise, we'll use datum transformations. And they're arranged by country. And you can see there are many different African, oops, I didn't mean to close that. Now, if on the other hand, if we go to vertical and Africa, not so many vertical transformations. So if the person is asking about things like geoid models, vertical transformations, they're limited there. We have one for South Africa, the geoid model of 2010, and I don't even know what this one is. Oh, St. Helena, okay. So very limited there. And if you know of any geoid models and are calculator users for Africa, let us know. We'll investigate them. If we can verify the results, we will be happy to add them. We don't wait for everything to end up in EPSG. I sort of said that earlier, but it does need to be verifiable.
So one last one here before we jump to the next session, and I'm afraid that I may not pronounce this correctly. Will you be supporting SPROCCET? I don't know if you pronounce that in any other way.
That is Sprocket that I just.
Sprocket, okay.
It's the replacement for HTTP.
Okay.
Just read about it in the January NGS newsletter. So I don't have any details yet on it, but we certainly would intend to support that once the details are out on that and we learn how to incorporate it into the software, just like we do HTTP.
Awesome. Thank you, Scott.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you, Scott.
We appreciate your time and all your knowledge.
You're very welcome. You guys have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you.
All right. So next up, we've got Uneng, who's going to be giving us a geographic calculator tip. So Uneng, take it away.
I'm going to share the screen with you, Uni. I'm just going to change the presenter here. Give me 1 second. And off you go.
All right. Thank you, guys. Oh, yeah, this is Uneng again. And yeah, GIS specialist at Blue Marble Geographics. So in this section, I will be talking about geographic calculator, but highlighting a little bit more tips and tricks in the software through the interface. Just
Uneng,
checking if you, yeah.
I'm sorry. We are not seeing. We're seeing the ASUS ZenBook screen.
Okay, let me. Okay, let me see how to man monitor. How about this?
Now I see you. Oh, now is your presentation. Excellent. Off you go.
Okay, yeah,
Thank
good.
you.
So yeah, here's the outline for this shorter session of the presentation. These are some of the hidden techniques, I would say, in the calculator software that are either worth mentioning or just to helping to save the processing time particularly. So for your GIS data, coordinate transformation in a variety data type. So, right. First, we are going to cover the geodetic registry update. While our product manager, Scott, has just mentioned that, introduced that briefly, I will going to do a quick live demo to show you how it is working in the software. So you don't worry about if you are on the older version or the latest version. We will work through that. Then we will discuss data cropping and splitting functionalities during the coordinate transformation job in the software. It's helping you to filter out some unwanted part of your data and thus speeding up the time of your coordinate transformation job. Last, I will talk about some batch processing functionalities in the software as well. It's to help to streamline the workflow for some coordinate transformation for a series of files in the same formats at once, and no scripting needed either. All right. So let's jump into the intro of the geodetic data source update. So just as you know, many transformation methods in geodetic science come out from around the world, so their definition are added to the online registry periodically. So whether your software, like standalone software, is up to date or not, this tool basically could be still run to update the data source from online registry for your local software. It is useful if your data set is out of date. If users are unsure whether it is up to date or not, you can always run the same tool to double check. I saw that Scott has just checked that, run that tool, and to see that, okay, it's already updated, so should be all set. And so I will show you a quick video demonstrating how the update works. While it is going to demo to only update from our GeoCalc online registry, which is something we recommend, users can always update from IOGP online registers too. So which works for any geo repository, like the custom one, the proprietary one, from which benefits our enterprise users really greatly. So the default one is EPSG geodetic parameter datasets. And such update functionality should work from version 2020 SP2. As you know, the latest one should be 2023 SP1. However, all of the customers with this compatible version should be all eligible for the this online data source update for your software. But the biggest difference between the update in the old versions and that in the latest version is that several new methods will be only added to the latest version after running this same tool. So you can see in the slides, as well as Scott mentioned before, what's new transformation added in the newest method. So if you are using the older version, even if you update your geodetic data source, it's not going to show up anyway. So if you are the user who are interested in those transformation and currently still having the old calculator software installed, I just suggest you can contact us directly to at least request for some trial license for the latest version. So just ask. Okay. And that's a quick demo of how the update works on the machine. So, okay. So I navigate to the data source main menu and to select import object from GeoCalc online registry, the method. Here's another one method you can select. And then it shows it's downloading the change of the data source since April last year, which is the update time for the library I currently use the software. So obviously it needs to be updated at this moment. So the dialog will list all the new objects that are going to be added soon. So I click update here, yeah, this corner, and another couple of minutes, I should be able to see the pop-up that's saying the update is done. Okay, so like that. So if I go back to my software, really, this is my installation of the calculator software. So I just run the same tool to check it is if it is up to date for my data source. So all set. There's no need to be done with. Okay, so that's it. The first tips and trick, I recommend you check that and to see if it is updated for your software. Next, 3 tips and tricks. A little bit, I would like to getting started to work on real coordinate transformation job. Each one I will show you as a quick demo in the software as well. The first one is the crop functionality, which is basically define the boundary from the original file to limit the data to be transformed. So it works for both raster and your vector data, as long as they are supported on import in calculator software. The second one I would like to introduce is about splitting. It works especially well with your vector data that contains multiple layers within one file, for example, the CAD file. So quite useful to split layers from one file, a single file, into separate file, like a layer by layer. So this is the hidden techniques I can show you later as well. The third one is about the batch transformation job. Through the interface. So really time-saving operation. This tool works with mostly all types of your GIS data as long as supported on import, including like vector data, raster data, also tabular data, so spreadsheet. For example, in Excel, CSV file, text file, really simple data input, or seismic survey data. So this all can be done through the batch job transformation. So we will move on to the software. As you can see my software here for my first job, it's basically input data is a raster type. So I choose the this called raster transform job. I renamed it for reuse or for better recognition. But what I really do, just drag my image file as input, set up the source coordinate system as well as the target coordinate system, and selected the appropriate horizontal transformation and as well as the vertical transformation. So what I want to do, especially useful when you have pretty large raster data, but you can see, you might notice there are some like empty areas in the middle. So what you can do is try like cropping. So I click the set transformation area here at the bottom, showing up the dialog of like a viewer. So you can start to define the bound by using polygon, rectangular crop area, or elliptical area. So 3 options. So if I just would like to limit the boundary to this little the part side of my this is our digital surface model generating from our LiDAR data from our customer Old Valley survey. I really appreciate they provide the really great data source. So after double click, I can close the bound and to see that computation methods using the user defined. And then when I click process, it will only limit to run transformation job in that area. So I already pre-run that. So to review how your output looks like, we can open the viewer in the calculator software. It's like a map viewer. We can load my output data quickly. All Valley survey output, it's my 0.1 meter DSM in WGS 84 UTM zone 11 north. After a couple of seconds, so it's loading data and it will show up the output as like partially. So it could be especially useful if you don't need everything. You just crop out the unwanted area to avoid like unnecessary processing time for the empty area. All right, let's move on to splitting. So what I do to input is a CAD file in DWG file. Another data provider from our customers, David A. Evans and Associate Incorporation. They provide a pretty good like structure plan, DWG in the between the Washington state and the Idaho state. It's a bridge like construction plan. What I would like to do is to do the crop and to only output selected layers. So I select the crop button in this vector data conversion job dialog. And as you can see on the right panel, there are layers showing up and to be selected for for output. So for example, I just focus on the road system, some site system, and the building, for example. So maybe just for this 5 layers, and then to just okay to have the full bound to be selected, and I can do process as at the same time. So that's process that. It should be. I'm going to load a new data for my CAD file after output. So it is the output. Check. In net 83 2011. So it will be, since it's different data source, so the different tabs will be generated. All right, so as you can see, it only filtered the 4 selected layer on output. So it's quite might be also useful to utilize this crop tool to split layer into separate files as output. Okay, so last one, I would like to talk about the batch convert. So how to create that? As you can see, I have already have that 7 set up. It's pretty time consuming, especially if you have like thousands or hundreds of the data to be in queue for transformation. So what I would do, as long as they are all in the same file format, I would just right click our project folder to create a batch. The batch type depends on the import data type. For example, if you have tabular data, like series of tabular data in text file CSV, you might choose like a point database conversion batch. So the first options. But my cases are a lot of LiDAR LAZ files. So what I would choose is like the batch vector data conversion. So then a newly created batch vector data conversion, I would do some setup here. So by using right click and batch add, and then to just set up to set up my input as well as some CRS info. So I'm going to drag a series of my topo LiDAR data in Maryland. For example, And what I could do, since simply because sometimes it cannot detect my source coordinate system, but I store it as an external project, a PRJ projection file. So I can simply drag it to have the calculator read and read it in this dialog pretty easily. So next thing I would do the double click coordinate transformation job here because I'm only doing the vertical transformation. You can see the vertical changed as well while remaining the same as the projection and datum and the horizontal datum. And like that, I will just after selecting that, I will just not redo it again. It's pretty simple, but you just have to click generate in this dialog. Then the result of the jobs will be in queue and ready for process. Like that, I'm already preset up. So I just to run it, I just right click the batch and to hit the process, and then it will like go through individually in queue, so you don't have to worry about your software. Just wait a moment without any further manual click on or operation in the software and waiting for the output. So I think that's probably some hidden tips and tricks I would like to show you at the end of today in this GeoTalks conference talks. I hope you enjoy, and yeah, let me know if you have question or yeah, just how enjoyed.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I don't see any questions coming through just yet. Cynthia, do you have any questions for Uning coming through?
I don't have any questions coming just yet. But Uni, I like to ask you to stick around because we're doing something fun before we wrap up. We are giving away a license of Geographic Calculator. So for those of you that weren't here earlier in the day, this is how, actually, I'll let Meg take it away because Meg was pretty excited about this question. So Meg, go ahead, take it away.
Oh yeah, so basically the way that this is going to work is on the next slide there's going to be a question, and the first person to answer that question correctly in the chat will win a license of Geographic Calculator, which we're so excited about. So the chat is in the control panel on the right side of your screen, and you're going to want to have your hands ready to go, ready to type. So
all right,
I guess we're about ready for it.
All right, Meg, do you want to read it out loud?
Yeah. Which job in Geographic Calculator converts lists of coordinates in tabular data such as CSV and Excel sheets? I have a feeling that Uning might have mentioned this, so we'll see who's right.
So anybody who gets this question correctly will win a license of Geographic Calculator.
It's a good question.
Yeah.
Righty.
All right, so are we ready for the answer?
So.
All right. And the answer is point database conversion job. So unfortunately, none of the answers were correct, which is sad. So we had a few answers, but they were not correct today. So supposedly we could potentially, do you have another question offhand there that we can ask again and give these folks another chance? Uning, do you have a question on top of your head?
I do.
All right.
I think this will be easier because I just mentioned earlier. So which job is pretty similar in calculator converts LiDAR data such as like in LAS, LZ format, or even CAD file, which is the name of the job.
Name of the job. Okay, so let's see which. Okay, so what's the name of the job that converts files like a CAD converter? And if you could text me that answer, Uni, let's see if folks forget any answers here.
Hopefully there is some winner at
All
this
right,
moment.
let's see here. There's some answers coming in.
Yeah.
All right, Uni, can you text me the answer?
Yeah, I
put in
think
the chat.
to the
Meg? Did you do it to me? Okay, I've got some lots of different answers coming, so I don't know which one is the right answer here.
Yeah, it's short of VDC as hint because there are 3 words, and we always internally we always like pretty commonly VDC job, which is should I provide?
No, so we have Sam Knight who answered vector data conversion. He joked here, I'll win. So unfortunately, again, folks did not answer correctly. Only Sam, who's the vice president of, of product development here. So that's great, Sam. Well, do we want to give them a third chance here? Any other questions that we could ask for a third?
Yes, yeah. Okay. So let me see if there's a.
We're really trying to give this license away. As you guys can see here, we're trying to work with everyone here.
Yeah, if we want to okay, so I think my question is, what type of the data can you do the layer splitting in during the process of the coordinate transformation? What type of the data?
Okay, can you send me that answer, Uni?
Yeah, I'm let me okay, can you see my answer, Cynthia, privately? I will show to the Meg as well in case.
All right, so it looks like okay, I hate to say this, but I'm going to have to give a second license to the same winner because he got it correctly. So Farouk Athar, who won the Global Mapper standard license earlier today, answered it correctly. So Farouk, congratulations. It is raster data, and you are the winner of the geographic calculator license. So thank you very much. All right. So thanks, everyone. So now for the closing remarks, Meg has a few last minute reminders of things coming up, and we would like to thank you for joining us today. All right, Meg.
Awesome. Yeah, so hello everyone. I just wanted to thank you for joining us for GeoTalks 2024. I hope that you all enjoyed the sessions and that you're going home with some exciting new knowledge. Just a few reminders before we leave. The session was recorded and it will be available for viewing later on. We'll let you know when that's available. Next, if you have an interest in our upcoming trainings or webinars, please make sure to sign up for them on our website at bluemarblegeo.com. Next, if you weren't here earlier, you may not have heard our exciting news, but we are launching a podcast. It's called GeoTalks, and it's about professionals around the world sharing their stories about how they're using GIS technology to solve some critical challenges. So we're super excited about that, and our first episode will be available to stream on February 21st, 2024. So tune in for that. We're really excited about this first episode. Wrapping it up, we want to extend our thanks to our speakers for attending and giving us some amazing presentations. We loved them. Thank you so much to all of our speakers for being here today. And I would also like to thank my co-host, Cynthia, for a great day and a great conference, so thank you. And then finally, we would also just like to extend our thanks to our audience for being here. We love developing opportunities to for our users to learn from us. So we love putting on stuff like this for you guys, and we hope you enjoyed. So that's about it.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. I know we had over 800 attendees from around the world, and it has been a great pleasure to spend this day with you. And in a couple of weeks, second week of February, we send an email with the link to the recording of every session. So if you missed any of the sessions, you'll be able to watch them at a later time. Once again, thank you and have a great evening. Bye.